Welcome back. It's time to go racing here in Cresson, Texas. Let's run you down your starting lineup in Micro Swift presented by Gallery Furniture. Brody Stoffel and Bodie Beyer start on row number 1 with Wyatt White and Tyler Blackwood on row number 2. Shep Sullivan and Dusty Strayer round up your third row. You go back to Hayden Sampson and Beckley Anderson on row number 4.
Further back, Sebastian Kim, Wiley Lee, your top 10 in the Micro Swift division. Further on back, Alexander Keeley, Cohen Scott, and Kulach Christopher Arms. Your 14 drivers getting ready and set to go for heat number 1 here in Micro Swift here, Caleb.
It's been all about Brody Stoffel so far this weekend in the Micro Swift class here. Nate, we saw his gap in the morning warm-up. And again, we saw it again in the qualifying session, I believe, was at half a second. The qualifying time between Stoffel and Bodie Beyer, but it's time to go racing. This is where it all changes. Again, we're not expecting to see too many runaways, but we'll see how they stack up here. Into the tram lines we go. First time this weekend, green flag in the air. We go racing here in Cresson.
Everyone making it through turns 1A and B nice and clean. A good way to get things underway for racing. Even better way for Brody Stoffel leading the way, but not by much. Blackwood and Beyer still right there on him. This is already bumper to bumper as they head their way into the back section. Turns 5, 6, and into the bowl of turn 7. A good start for the CRG driver of Brody Stoffel here, Caleb, but a long race and a long day to try and hold this.
Yeah, this is where we kind of talked about it, right, yesterday, or I should say earlier on today, where, right, one lap pace is one thing, having pace on your own is as well kind of on that same picture, but when you get into racing action, it's a lot different, right? We talked about the draft, how important that was, and you're seeing Tyler Blackwood just close on the rear bumper here of Brody Stoffel as we get on through the straightaway. Shep Sullivan making a move there for third. That driver moving himself up to third. He's getting past Bodie Beyer.
And third and fourth need to be a little bit careful here. Yeah, you only have 4 minutes or so remaining, but you're allowing Stoffel and Blackwood to really check out from this field. Some key points on offer that they're going to desperately want come the final tomorrow afternoon. But Stoffel leading the way. Really good start for him, and Blackwood, Beyer, and Sullivan are working together as things seem right now to try and catch up to that first and second group, but they're going to need a couple of heaters these next couple times across the stripe to close that gap to first and second.
Yeah, and you saw the gap in between these two drivers open up a little bit once they got into turn number 6. That chicane, Stoffel looked a little better there, and that's where you see the gap in between the two leaders kind of open up a little bit, and it closes back down once you get on the straightaway into turn number 8 and 9. It's going to stay close here. We'll take a look at it this next time by as well as we work our way through turn number 3 now. And now Shep Sullivan has now left Bodie Beyer at bay with Dusty Strayer as well. Looks like moving up to fourth. So I guess you could say rookie again in his first full season of cadet karting. Moves himself up into the fourth spot. Dusty in the 202. Now up to fourth. Leader's going to stay the same, and this is the battle all the way back to fifth. Wyatt White, and this is a big group all the way back. Wiley Lee, the driver leading them away, currently 8th on back, it looks like. Could even be 7th here, Nate.
Yeah, big old battle pack at the tail end of the field, but still positions to be had. CRG going a little wide there out of the final corner of turn 10, side by side down the straightaway, 3 wide on the opening couple of laps of Heat 1 of Micro Swift. Into turn 1 they go. Everyone making it through there nice and clean. A couple drivers going to the wayside there on the exit, but everyone staying on track here, Kayla. A bit of a rough start for these micros further on back.
Yeah, very close racing, heads-up racing here. Lee still side by side with one of them there. Looks like Scott, the 246 in there as well of Aiden. Kelly in the 247. The number 10, in the 10th spot right now. So they all shuffled. Hayden Sampson, I think, the driver that was able to get clear, and it looks like the 220 of Kim as well, Sebastian Kim, that is, has gotten himself clear of this group. So Lee's gonna get shuffled back a little bit. You saw him leading the charge for about half a lap, and then he got swallowed up when we got on the main straightaway. They're going to continue to pass.
Yeah, still fighting into 1A and 1B, side-by-side action. Further on back, 220 of Kim going a little bit defensive there into turn 1A and B with no one around him, so that's just going to allow Kelly to close into that gap. The likes of Scott, Lee, and drivers behind are probably going to need to put their differences aside, try and catch up to these two. But with about a minute and a half to go, Caleb, I think they're going to need more than a miracle to catch up at this rate.
Here we go, and picking and choosing your battles, right? This is a battle for the midfield. This is going to continue to go on. This is good experience as well for these kids, learn a little bit of racecraft, getting there close together. So here we go. A lot of these kids as well race on a national circuit. We'll see a lot of them next weekend over in Indiana. And we head to Newcastle for the final round of the SCUSA Pro Tour, the Summer Nationals. The last round of the SCUSA Pro Tour, like we said. And again, TSRS in partnership with the SCUSA Pro Tour, the champions out of, I believe, the 2 cycle divisions will get a ticket to go out and race over at the Super Nationals.
Yeah, really cool prize package that TSRS always has on offer year after year. Of course, that partner with Superkarts USA. A lot of these drivers getting the opportunity to run that Supernats in Vegas. Back up front, though, Stoffel and Blackwood continue to trail each other as there's about 40 seconds remaining on the clock. Rounding the final corner, the laps will begin to wind down. Stoffel has led from the word go here, Caleb, over Blackwood, but you have to think that Blackwood's been falling for all this time. He's probably taken notes of where Stoffel isn't as strong as his Bennick machine and might be waiting later on the race or later on in the day to make that move.
Yeah, we'll see how it all plays out as we get to the closing stage. A little bit about these two kids. We saw Stoffel at the first round. Impressive out there as well. Blackwood has a win already to his name. He won out in Speed Sports Racing Park for the first round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Stoffel with a little bit of an issue for him there in the rain, but he was able to bounce back in Amarillo and win the second round there by a good margin. Blackwood challenged him throughout the heat races and was able to put himself within a shot of Stoffel. And now we get to the closing stages. 2 laps to go left in this first heat race in Micro Swift. And again, still Stoffel with a good lead so far, about a car length in between himself and Tyler Blackwood here, Nate.
Yeah, and these two, like you've been saying, are close to the championship as well, trading wins in the opening 2 rounds of the season. 30 points separating them, so any point you can take, even if that is a heat race victory, you definitely have to go for those points if you're aiming for a long-term goal, which is the championship at the end of this season. Of course, this being the halfway point, we still have plenty of racing to go here for round 3 of 5 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Should be white flag in the air this time by here, Caleb. Stoffel leads. Blackwood's been trailing, but does he make a move here on this final lap to try and get by the CRG pilot?
Yeah, to me it just looks like Stoffel's right and is fast in all the right places, right? He's kind of fast in the second sector of the racetrack, able to keep himself ahead of Blackwood, who goes around the outside. What a move in a turn 1A. Blackwood to the lead of this race.
A big move there by Blackwood. Waited all race to try and get that move done. The Bennick machine finally puts himself in front, and Brody Stoffel definitely wasn't going to see that one coming. Half a lap to go here, Caleb. Can Stoffel try and find his way back to the lead here?
Yeah, we have 2 big passing zones coming up here, so still a chance for Stoffel. This is the first one, turn 9. We'll see if Stoffel's close enough to try and get onto the rear bumper of the Bennick machine. He's closing in, not enough. One more real opportunity for Stoffel, and again, then comes the drag race to the line. We'll see who's going to get the better exit. Blackwood with a pretty good one. Stoffel as well, getting himself closer and closer. It's going to be close, but I think it looks good for Tyler Blackwood. Comes across the line, wins heat race number 1 with a great move around the outside. Side by side for third on back. Shep Sullivan, Bodie Byer, and it's Byer across the line. You saw him jumping up and down in the seat there, Nate. Crosses the line in third. Shep Sullivan, 4th, and Dusty Strayer, your top 5.
It's a pretty impressive battling throughout the entirety of this Micro Swift race. There you can see unofficial results from Heat 1. You can pick out your favorite driver from those. Tyler Blackwood, though, getting the win after an impressive run around the outside of 1A and 1B. That'll do it for Micro Swift Heat 1. We'll see them twice more on the track for Heats 2 and 3 later on today. But up next, Mini Swift.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Cresson.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moto equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Mini Swift heading out onto the racetrack now, presented by the AR Racing Academy. We'll run you down that starting lineup here. Tanner Barsh starts this one on the pole position. Alongside Aston Wyatt, Colton Schniegenberg, and Kimo Ahmad on row number 2.
Marshall Steves, Alex Chandler, Clayton Stiles, Jensen Wilder, your top 8 drivers in this Mini Swift pack.
Go back to Benton Hale and Eitayo Lisa on row number 5. Silas Root, Cruz Rodriguez on row number 6. Nayeli Vargas, Jack Cowell, row number 7. And Jaden Jolivet. Your 15 drivers getting set to take the green flag, and it's going to be 13 because 2 drivers have gotten together here before we head on to the main straight. I think this one might be waved off if they can't rejoin in time. And they're giving them a little bit of time here, so one of them is going to rejoin. I think we're just missing one more. But even then, the 2 of them got tangled at the start of this one. Yellow flag, so we're not going to start this one out. They're going to go all the way around. Unfortunately, here at Kart Moto, there are no cut-throughs, Nate. So one more go-around for these young drivers here. And, again, 2 of them getting together. So we're going to give everybody a chance to try and get this one started.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there. TSRS officials really being left no other choice than to wave that one off. They tried to the very end to try and get those 2 back in line, but ultimately they would have had such a large jump on the field. It would have left the final 2 rows at a huge disadvantage to those 2 drivers that had that issue. They'll come to the formation cone in turn 9. and get all set and ready to go for attempt number 2 at starting Heat 1 of Mini Swift off. TSRS officials making sure they're going nice and slow into their tram lines to kick things off. Tanner Barsh will be setting the pace from that inside line. Austin Wyatt alongside to get things going in Mini.
Colton Schneegenberg, the driver who comes into the weekend leading the championship points with a second-place finish out in Speed Sports Racing Park. And as well, Colton Schneegenberg taking the win over in Amarillo. But here we go, green flag in the air. We go racing in Mini Swift. That's a good start by that inside line. Schneegenberg able to push Tanner Barsh clear of Aston Wyatt, who holds on to third. So Barsh going to lead this field away into the first couple of corners to Schneegenberg, to Wyatt, to Kimo Ahmad, who puts himself in fourth.
Really good start by Schneegenberg. Outside second row to P2 on the start. Exactly what Tanner Barsh had to do. A good getaway for him. The CRG pilot leads as Aston Wyatt up the inside of Schneegenberg. Gets the job done into turn 9. So they'll be coming across the stripe to complete lap number 1. It's exactly what Barsh needed to do. Schneegenberg, good start for him. Like we said, Kimo Ahmad is going to have some work to do from P4.
Yeah, he's got help, though. Alex Chandler, his teammate with Iron Rock Motorsports, just right behind him. Aston Wyatt having a look down low. Help from Schneegenberg. Getting through 1A. He's clear. So is Schneegenberg. First and second trade. Ahmad side by side with Chandler. And again, the two of them going back and forth. Ahmad actually had a win here last year in the Micro Swift division. And now moving up to Mini early, just outgrew that micro class. His dad actually being quite tall, and Kimo, I think, picking up right where his dad left off, growing a whole lot as the years have gone by. I believe only 9 years old, could be 10. I think still 9. So Kimo definitely growing a little faster than expected. He's already up in the Mini Swift ranks. And again, he's not doing too bad. Fourth, right, on the racetrack. So definitely been impressive here this year.
Yeah, Kimo doing well there in P4. Tanner Barsh thinking about moving to 1A there on Schneegenberg. Falls back in line as to not let 4th and 5th bring themselves into this battle. But it was like we were saying in warm-up and qualifying there, Kayla, if you lose a position, or if you're fighting for a position and someone passes you while they're in a pack, you're not just going to lose a position. You're going to pretty much lose out to that entire pack, and it's exactly what happened to Tanner Barsh's. Wyatt and Schneegenberg just ease their way on through in 1A and 1B. It's a very hard move to hold her on the outside through there, unless, of course, so we're talking about that. Schneegenberg up the inside, new leader there in Mini.
Yeah, Wyatt able to hold on the second spot. Barsh, again, they're still in third. One driver off in the background. Looks like Clayton Stiles, unfortunately. Driver was in 7th, the 137. Now down the order here. Not sure where he's going to stack or line himself up, but that's a lot of work to do for Clayton Stiles. He's been on quite a roll with a couple of good results as well back in Amarillo, I believe in the 2 of 6 side of things. But even then, unfortunate for Clayton, out of contention here early.
Yeah, absolutely not how you want to start your day off, but we'll be able to start in the same spot that he rolled off in Heat 1. Not progressive, so he doesn't have to start from the back, so that mistake really doesn't cost him too much. Some heat points, but should be able to recover. This lead pack, though, now, quite interesting, Caleb. Barsh is starting to fall back from Schneegenberg and Wyatt in that front 2, so CRG pilot's going to need a little bit of something in this second half of the race to catch back up and battle for the lead.
Yeah, we'll see if we can find it. We're getting, again, closer and closer to the closing stages, about 1 minute to go. Chandler going to look to go again on Ahmad in a 1. And again, Chandler just needs a little bit of an extra push to get by on his teammate. He's been trying for quite some time now, which, you know, position-wise, it would really, you know, benefit Chandler to get himself up another spot, up in a 4th, points-wise. But I think when you think of long game, right, big picture, be good to kind of try and work together, get past Tanner Barsh and get themselves up to the lead pack. We saw them get closer whenever the top 3 drivers were kind of bumper to bumper, nose to tail, and then it opened back up, and they just weren't able to capitalize on it. Chandler now going to try in a 9, finally gets clear up to 4th.
Yeah, Kimo Ahmad just doesn't seem too strong into 1A and 1B. Chandler deciding this is a good chance to try and get that move done. Shouldn't see too much retaliation into 1A and 1B should Chandler, and that's going to allow him to have a little bit of clear air to challenge Tanner Barsh in that third spot, who continues to fall back from Schniegenberg and Wyatt. There you see those two we were talking about, P1 and P2 on track, as it should be about 2 to go next time across the stripe into the back section of the track, through the kink, sweeper, and chicane into the bowl section. Looks like Wyatt seeming a little racy here, Caleb, looking left and right on Schniegenberg, so it seems like Schniegenberg is going to have to be doing some defending these final couple of laps.
Yeah, a little bit different, something to note here this week, and food for thought, if you will, here, Nate. For Aston, right, racing on the mini swift side of things, engine on the right-hand side, racing on the 206 cadet side of things, engine on the left-hand side. I'm not sure, how the weight distribution is, how the carts handle differently. I've never personally tried it myself, having an engine on the left-hand side, but again, there's got to be, I think, some difference, right? It's got to feel a little bit different to have the engine on the left-hand side and then to come back in a mini swift and have it on the other. Food for thought. Like, kind of like I said.
Yeah, talking to some drivers in the past couple years and team owners, there's not a whole lot of difference of having the engine on the left or right side from what I've heard. It's just honestly preference for the chassis manufacturers.
Well,
obviously, there's got to be
mechanics as well, right? I mean,
yeah,
making it easier to change sprockets and whatnot. So, just very little things, like you said.
Yeah, obviously for the mechanics, the working on that engine makes it a whole lot easier to have it on that side. But back to two-cycle racing, mini swift, white flag in the air this time by Wyatt to the inside. It's going to put Schniegenberg on the outside of the track, new leader, put Wyatt in the lead, but a lot of opportunity here, Caleb, for Schniegenberg to try and get his way past Wyatt, already defending as they head their way onto the back straight into the kink of turn 4.
Yeah, this should give Tanner Barsh another opportunity to try and close his gap back down to the top two drivers here. Wyatt, Schniegenberg, they continue to go back and forth into the bowl. Wyatt going to defend down low, and you see Barsh start to inch his way closer and closer. He's looking on the outside. Wyatt going to crouch Schniegenberg low, looking for that gap. He gets through. Here comes Tanner Barsh in third. Now on the bumper to Aston Wyatt as we go into turn number 10. Check this out. Over-under by Barsh. Can he get it on the inside? What a move by Tanner Barsh in turn number 10. We saw Phillips win the main event last year just like that, and we see Tanner Barsh win the first heat race here in Mini Swift with an over-under in turn number 10. The 151 on top. Aston Wyatt second, Colton Schniegenberg third, to Chandler, to Kimo Ahmad, your top 5.
Some real heads-up driving there.
Oh, yeah.
From Tanner Barsh. He saw that coming from a mile and a half away, that move of both of them going low. Went high and wide, exactly like what you said with Peyton Phillips doing last year in K100 Senior. Got the heat win. I'm pretty sure Wyatt and Schniegenberg aren't going to fall for that again later on in the weekend. Might have been showing your cards a little too early, but Tanner Barsh getting the heat race points. He'll take that with his championship lead. Actually, no, Schniegenberg leading championship. Barsh is going to take those points in P2 at the moment as they make their way into pit lane. That is Heat 1 done and dusted for Mini Swift.
Yeah, championship is more than just main event victories, right? You got to get it done throughout the heat races. And Tanner Barsh did just that. So great result for him considering, pace-wise, he wasn't quite there in the early stages of it. But what a way to close this one out. First 2 heat races done and dusted. We have more coming your way next.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound. Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart. Doesn't matter. Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Time to go racing here in Shifter, done by Arcane Motorsports. Aiden Rudolph and Jordan Musser going to share row number 1 with John Palmo Corey. They're on row number 2 alongside Bobby Klein. But we looked for the green flag in the air, and Jordan Musser gets the jump start. Noah Zars as well up to second. Rudolph falls back to third. That starts to fall under fire here with John Palmo Corey, but what a start, what a jump by Jordan Musser, the 67 to the front.
Veteran move there from Jordan Musser to get himself into the lead with the whole shot getaway. Zars getting P2, but he's going to be feeling the pressure from Kart CRG USA teammate Aiden Rudolph. Running third at the moment, might see a big send here into 9. We'll see that. Rudolph up the inside, unable to get that done. Zars is going to hold on to P2. That's going to continue to allow the Burrell Art Machine of Jordan Musser to get away. He'll lead after lap number 1 here, Caleb.
Here we go on the front straightaway, upwards of what looks to be 95 miles an hour here this weekend at Kart Moto. Our cameras definitely don't do it justice, but these guys are definitely rolling very fast here in Kart Moto. And now that gap back to 4th. Derek Proctor now starting to close in on John Palmo Corey with Bobby Klein just right behind him, the 46. Not too far back.
Yeah, Proctor coming back to the Shifter ranks this year in TSRS competition. Have 3 strong CRGs this year, does Kart CRG USA, as you see there. Aiden Rudolph up the inside, barely gets it done in turn 9. So with a little bit of luck, we could see, well, for them, a little bit of luck, could see an all-CRG podium come Sunday. But Jordan Musser out in front is trying to stop that, leading the way from what has been the fastest kart all weekend in the Shifter ranks of the number 7, piloted by Aiden Rudolph. It was about half a second last time across the stripe, Caleb. We'll see if that gap comes down between Rudolph and Musser. It's going to be difficult to get by the old veteran.
Yeah, and he's definitely starting to close that gap down. We saw it on that back straight, how much Rudolph closed in. And again, like you said, right, you have the big teams here this weekend, but you also have guys pitting out of the back of their trucks like Jordan Musser, right? Came here on a pickup truck. Again, he's from Dallas, so not too far away, but just loaded up on the back of his truck. Came out here 10x10, easy up, pop-up tent, and he's running up at the front in the Shifter class, right, showing that experience is all the wealth here. He is about to get caught up by some youth, right, if you will. Rudolph starting to close in about 2 car lengths in between our drivers in first and second. So the PSL Burrell Art Machine still out in front. Again, Rudolph starting to close in 2 car lengths now, closing in even more than that on that back straightaway.
Yeah, Rudolph able to dip into the 45s that time bracket. Won't see a move here into turn 9. Would have been a little bit late from Rudolph, but potentially into 1A and 1B here. All depends on what run Aiden gets out of the final corner. Musser seems nice and gentle on the wheel. I don't think Aiden's going to be able to get it done through here. Musser's going to hold on for the time being, but we still have 2 minutes, 40 seconds, I believe 2 laps remaining here for Heat 1 of Shifter. Musser has been doing well to hold on so far, but here comes the challenge from Aiden Rudolph.
Yeah, Rudolph looks a little better on there on the exit of turn 3, it looks like, and even through this chicane, he's all over the rear bumper of Jordan Musser. So I think it's a matter of time, right? Whenever Rudolph feels comfortable enough to have the run that he's had so far on the back straightaway, looks for turn number 9. And again, Musser just closes the door on him. Not yet. Not yet. I think it's pretty much what Jordan's telling him. And we'll see if Jordan's going to defend down low here in a 1A, 1B. And he's not. Rudolph thinking about it again.
I think all this shows just how important the hole shot is in the shifter category. It's hard to pass here, and really, you got one opportunity, one big opportunity into turn 9, the hardest braking zone on this track, and you have to perfect it. Musser seems to be putting that kart exactly where it needs to be on the apex, parking the bus on the apex, blocking any chance from Rudolph. Aiden will have another chance into here. We'll see if he goes for it. Musser continuing to just go a little shallow on entry to defend that corner, so it's the Burrell Art continuing to lead with a minute and a half plus 2 laps remaining. So it doesn't seem like you're able to get really any passing opportunity into 1A and 1B here, Caleb.
Yeah, this is starting to stack them up. It looks like Zarsk getting a little bit closer. That gap was at a second. Closed down just under it now. So they're getting a little bit closer this time on that front straightaway. And again, this is good, pretty much practice for all of them, right? The majority of these drivers will be going out to the SCUSA Pro Tour next weekend, where you're going to have 30 plus of the best shifter drivers in the entire world meet up in Newcastle, Indiana, over at Newcastle Motorsports Park. Not sure if Jordan's going to be out there racing in the Masters division, or if he's going to want to dip in like we saw him, right, in the Star Championship Series. When we went to Newcastle, he gave the pro ranks a try, but again, those main events quite long, we must say, and again, he shifted over back to the Masters side of things. We'll see if he joins him out there at the Pro Tour, but even then, the gap's starting to open up a little bit. So Musser now starting to get a little bit of breathing room here in the closing stages of this heat race.
Yeah, and it could have also been for Aiden. Maybe cooling tires at this point, not wanting to overwork this sidewall, give them a bit of a rest for a couple laps, and then start on the attack again once they see that 2 to go signal, which should be this time across the stripe. Don't want to count out Noah Zarsk at this point either. He's about a second back from Jordan Musser, who continues to lead the way. So if Musser and Rudolph get into it or go side by side through some of the fast sections of the track, Noah Zarsk could be in this for a heat race victory. There you saw 2 laps to go. Musser continues to lead the way after an incredible hole shot for him. Rudolph, though, back on the charge, and it's going to be on the bumper of Musser in a few moments here.
Yeah, 2 laps to go, so if you took a lap to rest, you kind of took a lap to breathe a little bit for Aiden Rudolph. In his case, now it's time to kind of get back on it if you want to come away with a heat race victory here in the first one of 3. And you see Musser fading low into 9. Now into turn number 10. Rudolph having a run, looking on the inside, looking to get clear. As we get on the straightaway, not a good enough run, not enough room to send it in at turn number 10. White flag in the air. Gonna have to try it one more time here, Nate.
Yeah, if you're Aiden Rudolph, you really need to send it into turn 10 as the corner opens up a lot on exit, which allows the car on the outside to get a monster run. It's exactly what happened for Jordan Musser, leading the way on the back straight into 5-6 and in the bowl in a few moments here. Don't think he's going to have to go defensive into 9 to cover off Aiden Rudolph, because there is a bit of a gap there in between the two of them.
Here we go, turn number 9, Jordan Musser. Again, we talked about the experience he brings and everything in between. Now gonna show it one more time. Defending into turn 10. Rudolph with a good exit. It's gonna be a drag race all the way to the line here in shifter. Musser holds on by 0.04 of a second over Aiden Rudolph, who comes across the line in second. Noah Zars to John Paul Melchiori in 4th. Bobby Klein, your top 5. Derek Proctor and Cameron Pauly. 7 drivers here in shifter. What a display of driving between Jordan Musser and Aiden Rudolph, and as well for Noah Zars, who held himself close, just holding on to the coattails of those 2 drivers that were in the lead of this one. More racing getting set to come your way. I think, Nate, correct me if I'm wrong, 206 Kid Kart. My apologies. My mistake, Kid Kart. Time to pay the big bucks here. Kid Karts. I think set to go out next.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Turn you down to your starting lineup here in 206 Kid Kart, presented by GR2 Motorsports. Vettel, Baker, Booker, Anderson on row number 1 with the 75 of Maverick Reddick, and Liam Lofton on row number 2.
J. DeShong, P5, starting alongside Grayson Halls in P6.
And you go back to Wylan Galliano and Xander Lorang on row number 4. You get them lined up, get them ready to go. Standard Kid Kart starting procedure here that we do over at Cup Karts North America as well, and we do here as well at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Curious to ask you, Nate. I don't think I've ever asked you, but did you ever race Kid Kart? Were you into karting at this young of an age?
I didn't. I started when I was 15. A bit of a late start for me, so I never got to do
late bloomer.
Kid Kart. Bit of a late bloomer. Yeah, I did. All right, pal. I did some like rental karts we had at our local track. There was a Kid Kart that I did quite a bit of that in, so got a little bit of the Kid Kart experience, but not like the full actual racing at club or regional level like these lucky ducks on grid are.
Yeah, lucky for sure. You started when you were 15. I think I was 17 when I did my first rental kart session at K1 Speed. Then over to a local indoor track as well with gas-powered karts, Track 21 in Houston. Then went over to Speed Sports Racing Park, did a couple of outdoor races, and then yeah, the rest is history. We're here, 21 years old, and I talk about go-karts every weekend, and wouldn't rather be doing anything else. So no, that's great. But here we go. Engines are fired. Mechanics, parents, getting them, I don't want to say out of the way, but out of the way, moved over. And we get ready to get going here for the first of the Kid Kart Heat races here at Kart Moto. So we look at the lights. We wait for the green flag here. Green flag in the air. And we get going. It's a good start for the inside, good start for the outside as well. Booker Anderson, Vettel Baker getting some help from Maverick Reddick. That's our number 1.
Too wide there, further back in the field, a couple of the CRGs, but bit of a ocean of CRG out in front and leading the way. Good turnout from the Kart CRG USA camp in Kid Kart the past couple of years, with you and Jeffrey continuing to build on this program, and has really been focusing on the youth aspect of this, both in Kid Kart and the other cadet categories as well, really growing the brand, especially here in Texas, and working more to national level too.
A lot of them mixed out as well with a couple of dealers, right? Vettel Baker with MSL Racing, Maverick obviously under the house tent with Kart CRG USA, JJ DeShong, I believe, under MSL as well, and you have a couple of others with GRC with Rod Clenard and his group out of Waco, Texas. I know Booker Anderson is out of there. So a lot of different, dealers, 3 different teams that are here this weekend, but applauding these kiddos as they get going. How about our flag man here? I think enjoying it more than the kiddos that are out there on the racetrack. That's cool to see.
Bit of a change in pace for him after going from shifter to the Kid Kart division.
Change in pace.
Still just as much entertainment from these Kid Karts. TSRS Kid Kart never disappoints. Week in and week out.
I think it's some of the best Kid Kart racing in the entire world.
I would say it's the best Kid Kart racing in the entire world, without a doubt. Baker leading the way here by 1.1 seconds over Reddick and Anderson. Those two going to start fighting here on track as they head their way into the back section of the circuit.
If I'm not mistaken, I think we're the only broadcasting company that has ever streamed Kid Kart races in the entire world. So
we got that going for us.
Kart Chaser, the home of Kid Kart. So that'd be, we gotta, I'm getting told in my ear that it's false, but I'm thinking it's true. We'll see. We're going to go with that.
Go with that.
Kart Chaser, the home of Kid Kart racing. That's awesome. But no, yeah, this class has brought us some great action. I remember back to last year, right? Where they, I think, ran gloves out to one of the kids that was out there on grid. Forgot the gloves, when you get out. And they ran the gloves out to one driver. Not even sure who it was at this point, but it's super cool to kind of see, that the next generation of our sport, very young drivers from 5 years old all the way up to 8 for this class. And these kids are super competitive, right? And always provide some great racing action. And this is where it all starts, right? Starts from here, and it's great. It's honestly great to see this many young drivers wanting to be in the sport, wanting to race, and as well, a lot of these kiddos, right, treated just like any other sport. Tuesday, Thursday practice out at your local track, getting that going as well, and talk a little bit about the local tracks here in the state of Texas. Everything's growing. The club scenes are pretty strong. You talk about new series, Metroplex series, one of the biggest ones based out of here, Dallas. The DFW Triple Crown with Mike Eddles and his team doing a great job to provide a home for a lot of drivers who even want to travel, right, and go to different tracks. We were just with them over at NTK, and it was cool to see, right, a lot of local club drivers find a home in many different places to go out there and race and enjoy it as well. And for these kids, giving them more places, more tracks to race, more track time as well. And to see friends, right, a lot of these kids hanging around, running around, spending time together in the paddock, trailers, whatever, eating candy, drinking Gatorade all day. Probably not good, too much sugar, but
yeah,
even then, right?
At this age, they probably don't need it, but
yeah, I was looking on Facebook, actually, funny enough, from Mav's mom, taking a nap in the middle of the day yesterday. A lot of these kids napping midday, lounging. I know I would. I still nap.
I do, yeah.
The lunch break, an hour long today. Take a quick little siesta, we like to call it, from. But even then, it's good, and it's funny enough to kind of see these kids, right, so young but full of energy, very lively, all of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Kit Kart racing, like I said, TSRS has always been one to watch. At the local track weekends I have out in Minnesota, we always put on the KC streams after racing is done, and more often than not, those weekends line up with TSRS weekends. So remember a couple years back, the Kit Kart race under the lights at Speed Sports, where there was karts going off left and right. We've seen some epic battles in KA Senior and Junior at the track, but that was probably the loudest I think our track has ever gotten watching a KC broadcast.
I tell you that. Funny enough, we actually I talk about that race a whole lot because of where those kids are today. Dutch Westbrook was one of the kids in that race. You look back at last weekend, he won over at the Stars Championship Series. Another one of the kids in that race, I think, was not Aston White, but it was Brody Stoffel, who's here this weekend. He's, national wins, national podiums week after week. Who's another one? I think Victor Wonderlay. I'm not sure if he's racing this weekend. I saw his family actually running around the paddock here this weekend. But, a lot of these young kids, right, and they start here, race here, and then you see them kind of go out to the national stuff and race out there. It's super, super cool to see. But, yeah, that's one of the biggest races that we look back to and remember how good that race was. I remember Xander and actually our very own Riley Ken were announcing that race. And it was cool to see under the lights and great racing from start to finish. So that was awesome. That was, I think, a very, very awesome race to see. And it's funny you remember that because that's by far, I think, the best kid kart race we've ever had here. I would say a close second was last year at NOLA. We also had quite the crazy one, I guess.
Absolutely. And, for those drivers to go on and have successful careers in their cadet ranks speaks a lot about how important it is to have this kid kart class at a regional level. Speaking from experience, it's not easy to grow a kid kart class with my involvement with some series in the Midwest. It's hard to get entries there week in and week out. So for the families, teams, and drivers that support TSRS weekend and week out for their 2025 campaign, shout out to them for making this class possible. So they'll be getting white flag in the air next time by EC Reddick and Anderson. We've been following them all race long because Vettel Baker has checked out fastest time a couple laps ago in a 4.1 second gap. There you see white flag in the air for Baker.
Yeah, we haven't shown the leader all too much, but that's because he's so far ahead from the rest of the field. But we'll give Vettel a little bit of love here. The 22 has had a pretty good year thus far. He was really good out in Amarillo. Unfortunately for him, didn't end the year off, or didn't end the weekend off in the best way possible. Unfortunately, pulled into the pits. They pulled out a black flag. He thought it was for him. It wasn't, and he pulled into the pits prematurely, so that put him out of contention. Mav Reddick was the driver, went on to win it. But, again, it's lessons learned, right? Week after week. And, again, you come back to this weekend, right, where you're coming off a result that probably wasn't the best, where you didn't get, the result that you would have wanted. He was very upset about it. But you come back to the weekend, you learn new experiences, and you come out here this weekend with a new, fresh mindset, right? And for him to be as good as he has been so far today, it's definitely, I think, a cool thing to watch. So for Vettel Baker, one more corner to go. The 22, very fast here to start off the day in this kid kart class. Checkered flag in the air. Vettel Baker for MSL Racing wins heat race number 1. Mav Reddick across the line in second, with Booker Anderson third, Liam Lofton and JJ Deschamps your top 5.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula 1 to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Cresson.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Time to go racing here in KA100 Junior. We'll run you down your starting lineup presented by P1 Engines. The 808 of Nico Arbezo starts on row number 1 alongside the 827 of Gage Bailey, Nathan Golseth, and Tyrone Kemper Jr. on row number 2.
David Ibarra, Mason Berry on the 3rd row. Behind them, Luke Cruz, Braden Westfall on row 4.
We go back to Matthew Duquette and Easton Cox on row number 5, your top 10 starters here in this one. Go back a ways down as well to find a couple of more. Jackson Baldus and Royce Vega on row number 6, to Barry, to Theo Mitchell, Jordan Mbani, Oscar Gus Wonderlay with Sofia Sadagova, Oscar Antonsen, Salvador Ruiz, Ian Mims, and Cataro Milbrandt. The 21 drivers getting set to take the green flag here in KA100 Junior. Green flag in the air. We go racing in KA Junior. Oh, one driver up and over. Tyrone Kemper Jr. collects 2, 3. Get involved there with him. Theo Mitchell, one of the drivers involved. 2 more. We'll get a name on them as well later on. I'm not sure if Sofia Sadagova in the 805 was another one of the drivers collected there, but we did lose a couple at the start of this one here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. Royce Vega having to take evasive action as well. That puts the RPG Cosmic well down the order, but Nico Orbezo, the 808 Tony, will lead the way over Nathan Golseth, David Ibarra. Your top 3 as things stand. I say that. Put the trackside services cart of Nate Golseth to the lead on the early stages. Across the line for the first time in anger is this P1 Racing Engines KA100 Junior heading into 1A and 1B. Orbezo down to 3rd, Gage Bailey 4th. Luke Cruz, your top 5 for the time being, Caleb, but knowing KA100 Junior racing at TSRS, this field is not done battling for position.
Oh yeah, I mean, far from over. Far from it here in this one. The gap from 3rd closes down. Gage Bailey starting to inch his way closer to David Ibarra in his rear bumper. The battle further back. Carson Berry getting himself in the mix there. Bailey now looking for 2nd. He gets through. Orbezo looking to go by for 3rd as well. He's not going to get that move done, and I think the pack of wolves as well is on its way. Further back, side by side, look like Cruz going through for 5th. Luke Cruz gets the spot. Now Jordan Nvani working his way through on the main straightaway. I think Cruz is going to stop him. There goes one mover on the inside looking. It's Jackson Baldus who gets clear.
Yeah, big move there from Baldus. One driver off on the wayside in 1B. Continuing to look at this pack further up. staying in line for the time being there. But looking at the points there, Caleb, of course this is just a heat race. It's not as weighted per se as the finals as we go back up front. Orbezo down in fourth and next to what was race leader Nathan Gulseth. Bailey, I believe, now leading that with the help of David Ibarra on board that CRG machine. But for the championship points leader, Tyrone Kemper Jr. getting spun on the opening corner there isn't going to help his championship points. He has 2 wins on the season. Ibarra looking for his first. Up the inside in Heat 1, gets the job done. So put the Kart CRG USA pilot into the lead, but not for long as Bailey now retakes the race lead.
That's how fast it can change here, Nate, right? You kind of saw it there. Ibarra goes in a 1, and Gage Bailey goes right back in a 3. Here goes Gulseth looking down the hill. Turn 5, he's clear. Able to get through on David Ibarra, who falls back to 3rd. Orbezo still sits there in 4th, and again, they continue to fight further back. That wasn't Baldus. It could have been Antonsen, I think, in the 869. The driver got himself in the mix, and I think Sadagova was able to keep herself on the racetrack. So, again, we'll update that as it goes on. But this time this is probably the biggest gap that we've seen all race long for Gage Bailey to put himself about 2-3 car lengths away, and this is going to open it up a little bit more. David Ibarra goes, turn 1.
Yeah, they're going to have to figure out who leads themselves up to Gage Bailey leading this field. Seems like David Ibarra has the pace to do so. We'll see what he's able to do. More importantly, if Nico Orbezo and Nate Gulseth decide to work with him, as Ibarra already moved down to 4th there. Must have gone a terrible run out of 3 and 4 into turn 5. This is exactly what you don't need to do when you're trying to catch the lead driver. That being said, though, Nico Orbezo seems like he has some pace and a good engine underneath him.
Yeah, that's been one of the key things, right? Engine. If you don't have a good one of those here this weekend, you know, not gonna benefit you at all. But Orbezo looks like he's on a good package with Iron Rock Motorsports, up in a 2nd. You see how much he closed down as well in a turn number 1. Huge run for them on back. Matthew Duquette, that is, in the 898 is the driver who's currently 5th with Luke Cruz in the 824. And we have a move. Nathan Gulseth gets himself up to 2nd.
And Nate Gulseth now deciding to get a little bit of clear air for him as they close down on Gage Bailey. These guys, every time they've gotten a little sniff of that CS55 leading the way, have decided to exchange paint or trade positions. So you're going to have to be careful with about a minute to go. Should be about 3 or 4 laps depending on how things stand as they cross the line next time by to go here for Heat 1 of KA100 Junior. Nate Gulseth, purple. Last time across the stripe, the trackside services OTK machine is on a charge towards Gage Bailey as things stand. I think Orbezo and Ibarra will know that and will be happy to have Nate Gulseth lead himself up to the lead battle, and there he already is. It was 0.3 of a second between P1 and P2 at the line. Now it's bumper to bumper, Caleb.
Bumper to bumper into turn number 9. And again, they closed in on Gage Bailey, and Nathan Gulseth now going to pass Bailey in a turn number 9. Orbezo looks to follow through, gets himself up to 2nd. And David Ibarra looking to go back now to the 3rd spot. Bailey goes back up to 2nd, 2.6 in the air, 2 laps to go left in the first heat race. Gulseth going to lead this field away, and funny enough for Nathan Gulseth, to kind of look back at last year, one of the biggest moments he had, aside from his win over at DKC, his first regional win that he'd been working towards for a very long time. Actually had a gnarly flip here in turn number 6 specifically. And again, just looking to rewrite history, right? Change that here this weekend and put himself within a contention to win here this weekend. But here we go. Bailey now looking into turn number 9. He's going to get clear quite easily. And it's just up to Gulseth to try and stop that bleeding as Ibarra now looks low in a turn 10. He's going to get clear.
Yeah, Ibarra has really been nowhere this race up until now. Seems like he just didn't have the mid-race pace that he would have wanted underneath that CRG. But now moving himself up into 2nd behind Bailey. Maybe not a heat race win so far, but definitely points he will take. A little bit of argy-bargy there between Nate Gulseth and Ybarra into turn 3. That'll go the way of Gulseth. Not over yet, though. Into turn 5, Ybarra up the inside, unable to get that done. Here comes Orbezo. Off into the wayside goes Nate Gulseth. That'll move him down to 4th. Not the way he would have wanted to finish this first heat here, Caleb.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Nate Gulseth. Orbezo, we'll see if he has enough time when we get to the last lap to close down his gap to Gage Bailey, who's been on an absolute roll here in this one. This would be a huge result for Gage, who again ended the year last year with injury and checkered flag in the air, so we can get the white. The checkered flag gonna go in the air this time by. That's gonna be it. Gage Bailey wins heat race number 1 in KA Junior. Well, Nate, we've had the pleasure to kind of be walking around so far today, and we caught up with a couple of drivers earlier on today. We caught up with Reagan Seville, who's actually going onto the racetrack here in a couple of moments. Take a look at this. Alrighty, Reagan, round 3 here in Cresson. You won last year. You won at the start of the year too in Speed Sports. Talk about your year so far. You're second place in the championship.
Obviously, it's been a little bit up and down. I think we need to be a little bit more consistent in the heats, but we know we have our pace all year long, so hopefully we can ride that into the rest of the year.
Talk about this track a little bit too, right? It's a track where you won a drag race all the way to the line last year. What do you kind of expect in this year, right? With the racing, I think still a pretty big class numbers-wise.
Probably same thing. Everyone's fast here. I mean, it's easy to get down, but it's hard to perfect, and I think that when we get to it, it's just going to be more drag races because it's going to drop the teeth and everyone's going to be right there.
I know we're halfway through the season, but championship is definitely, I think, bouncing around your head a little bit, right? Last year, you lost it at the last round, unfortunately, but this year, kind of looking your sophomore year in the senior ranks, how, I guess, what else do you need, right, to end up with the #1 plate at the end of the year?
Consistency. I think that's what I really struggled with last year. Like at the end of the rounds, I wasn't finishing my heat races. We'd have either a mechanical or a wreck. I'm thinking the last couple races of this year, just make sure to finish everything and get a pretty good starting spot because that's like my main focus.
First of all, we're in round 3, but talk a little about your year starting over back in Speed Sports to the second round in Amarillo, now here this weekend in Cresson.
Yeah, I mean, it's been definitely up and down through both of the weekends. Mainly just missed it in both qualifying sessions, both races. The first race at Speed Sports, I qualified 20th, which wasn't ideal. But, I mean, had a strong comeback through the races and was able to come home with a P2. And then Amarillo, same thing, just screwed up qualifying and had to work my way up every heat race. And then I ended up making a dumb mistake in one of the heats and I had to start like 14. So I kind of did all that work through all the other heat races for nothing. And then I got up to the lead pack and then me and Jose just kind of like hooked up weirdly and that ended our races. But kind of putting those races behind this weekend and hoping for the best this weekend. I think we have really good pace with the GFC kart. We've been making some changes throughout the weekend and testing a lot back home, and I think we have what it takes to win this weekend.
I feel like you've kind of been in the championship hunt. Put a little bit there from Jesus Vasquez as well, but it was great to hear from Reagan throughout the weekend. Nate kind of talked to him a little bit. Won here last year, a couple of wins to his name as well, right? One in NOLA to start off the year, but just think big picture, right? Of why we race. We race for championships, race for wins as well, and again, he wasn't able to close it out. So it was interesting to hear from him, right? Believe it or not, what we're about to see is one of the most important things for him, right? He's being consistent throughout the heat races, and that's key #1 for him, right? To kind of come away with the #1 plate at the end of the year. He actually sits second in the championship, but he's going to sit 6th to start this heat race up. Starting lineup here in this one, Jackson Young, the 670 Young Gun on the pole position alongside the Racing Cajun of Cameron Reed Jeff Dolan and Christopher McKeithen on row number 2.
Behind them, Jacob Oliver inside the top 5, and then the man we just heard from, the GFC Trackside Karting Services pilot of Reagan Seville, Kelvin Zing behind. We had an interview with him. You'll hear about that one later throughout the day. And then Carter Kilgo in 8th.
You go to Bryce Frank, the reigning series champion, on row number 5 alongside Josie Chambers, Jensen O'Hara, and Gabriel McLeod on row number 6, with Ryan Long and Samuel Doros on row number 7. Eddie Bamaru and Samuel Young on row number 8, with Chubby Ramirez and Nick Miller on row, I mixed myself up here, on row number 9. Sorry there, Sam Toll and Madison Knox on row number 10. 25 drivers total, all the way down to Alexander Barbin, that are getting set to take the green flag. But in 206 Racing, presented by Slipstream, we go racing. Green flag in the air.
Side by side through 1A and 1B. Everyone making it through there, but turns 2 and 3 gets awful tight for these 206 senior drivers. Top pack, though, making their way through nice and clean. Young now falling to the wayside. Dolan to the lead with the help of Cameron Reed. That 609 CRG machine. Christopher McKeithen waiting in the wayside, and in 4th is now to the lead goes Cameron Reed.
Yeah, there you go, turn number 9, Cameron Reed to the front. Jackson Young as well looking for a lane. Not going to find it. McKeithen going to push a fellow Coyote through for 2nd. Golian gets through. Now Oliver as well looking to go on Jackson Young. And you got to pick a lane. Seville picked his. They're going to leave Jackson Young at bay. One of the fellow GFCs, Carter Kilgo, pushing. So does Kelvin Zing. We'll see how many does Jackson Young. Can he salvage one? Can he stop the bleeding here in a 1B? And he did for a little bit. I think he was able to slot himself ahead of Kelvin Zing there for a second. He's now going to push his teammate in Kilgo. Frank's going to help them out. And again, more drivers starting to join as they push their way on by one of the drivers in his sophomore season, in Jackson Young.
Yeah, Chambers entering that mix too, getting by Bryce Frank further back in the pack. Bryce Frank, not the qualifying he would have wanted, but up the inside, Christopher McKeithen into turn 9 on Cameron Reed. Unable to get that job done, and that might open things up for Reagan Seville. Thought about making a move there for P3. Bryce Frank getting his elbows out, though, into the final corner of turn 10. Sends one driver to the wayside into the grass. It's not how they would have wanted to start it, but Cameron Reed, though, back to the lead and holding off the challenging pack. There you can see Kelvin Zing in P6 trying to work his way further towards the pointy end of this field, as they are all bunched up heading down the back straight.
Yeah, Eddie Bamaru was the driver who found himself in the grass. Looks like issues for Mark Lasek. Unfortunately, gonna bring it into the pits. But again, the group that was just 3 drivers at the start of this race now turning into almost 10 as Kilgo and helps Seville up the track. And now side by side with Zing, Seville, a little bit of contact in between the two of them, sends Zing into the grass. And again, not sure if Seville knew not sure if Seville knew Zing was there, but just contact in between the two of them sent Zing to the wayside. But again, didn't lose all too much time. They're still together. Josie Chambers now going to look for a move, looking on the inside of Oliver. Clear into turn 1.
Josie Chambers was also purple up until last time across the stripe. That honor going the way of the 609 CRG of Cameron Reed, who now leads the way in 206 senior. I say now leads the way, has been continuing to lead the way for the past couple of laps, doing some defensive driving to hold off the challenging pack behind. Christopher McKeithen thought about a move into turn 9, but failed that attempt for the 2nd lap in a row. This time, though, down the back straight, new leader, the PPK Coyote of McKeithen.
Christopher McKeithen, former Grand National champion, and again coming off a huge win over at the Summer Nationals with Cup Karts North America, finding himself leading this field away. Jacob Oliver now looking for a move into turn 10. He was able to get clear of Josie Chambers. The two of them have been going back and forth so far here in this race, as now Seville looking to get closer to his teammate further back, looking for a move on Chambers in a 1A. I think he was able to get it done, so Seville up to 6.
Yeah, So that's Reagan up another spot, a bit further back than he probably would have wanted at this stage of the race. The top 4 really starting to move their way forward, and the rest of the drivers battle it out on back. Christopher McKeithen, again, new track for him, leading the way, doing a good job thus far as they have really put a gap between 4th and 5th, as you could see in shot there. A couple of seconds between those two. Dolan's going to have to be careful here, losing the front pack there. You can see Oliver, Seville, the two drivers leading the charge, as Chambers really got shuffled to the wayside, was 6th last time across the stripe. You'll see them get bumped even further down as Kelvin Zing up the inside of the GFCs, getting that job done. We can move Kelvin Zing, the AR Racing Academy machine, up a position.
Yeah, that was pole man Jackson Young that just got passed there. Looked to be for the 8th spot. So again, your reigning, I guess, winner here in the series finds himself just a little bit ways down the order behind both of the Trackside Karting Services GFC machines. And for Reed, we've seen her up at the front. And again, I think more often than not, she's been stopped by again, two of the teams that have kind of held on to this 206 class, right? You look at the Trackside Karting Services GFC teammates, and Oliver and Seville, as well as the AR Academy boys of Frank and Zing, and now Kilgo, who's getting himself into the mix throughout. A huge result for him as well on the national side of things. Fortunately for Kilgo, I shouldn't say unfortunately, because Kilgo's actually up the order in 3rd right now. And the 604 has had a pretty good pace here in this one to keep himself up there in the 3rd. So driver who's definitely having a breakout weekend here, as well as over in CKNA, his first Cup Karts North America race, qualified inside of the top 10. So huge result for him there.
Yeah, absolutely. Running good so far in this first heat of 206 senior. Of course, we still got 2 more heats of this later on in the day. Kelvin Zing up the inside of Reagan Seville. A little bit of argy-bargy there at the apex. Seville going to be able to hold the outside and hold on to it. So Kelvin Zing is going to have to try again. Dolan, who was running 3rd, now dropping back to that 2nd pack and moving up positions. Cameron Reed, with the help of Kilgo, make themselves into 1st and 2nd, so put CRG back at the front of this field, side by side between McKeithen and Kilgo. McKeithen will go down to 3rd as they now try to chase their way back up to Reed.
Yeah, Kilgo just got a little loose there. Looked like going into turn number 3, or 2, I should say. And that kind of slowed him down a little bit, as now Dolan going to get passed by Oliver and Seville. Able to work their way by, no issue. They're now up to 4th and 5th. The two of them, Dolan now down to 6th. Again, we'll keep an eye on this lead pack. So McKeithen able to get by Kilgo now. And now we're going side by side further back. Dolan just got swallowed up. Not sure what happened there. Zing now looking to go on Seville. He gets clear. Side by side, Frank fed a side pod and into the grass for Frank, who was going side by side with Young. Did it on the best way possible, but we're racing for the lead. Cameron Reed still up front, but the pressure definitely being applied by the PPK Coyote of McKeithen, looking on the inside of 3. They get together. Carter Kilgo to the lead of the race.
Late move there from Christopher McKeithen into turns 2 and 3. He's probably not going to try that one again all weekend long. Cameron Reed might have some words for McKeithen, the PPK Coyote pilot, but how about it for Carter Kilgo? Right place, right time, and look at the gap he now has. McKeithen able to hold on to 2nd. Reed now down in 4th, 3 wide further back, but it's going to go the way of Kilgo here, Caleb.
This is huge for Carter Kilgo, right? This kid, I think only his 2nd year of senior racing action to get a heat race win. This is massive for this kid. I'm sure Lucas and the entire AR Academy team going to be pumped up. I think nobody happier than his dad, Gary, though. Huge result for Carter Kilgo, who wins heat race number 1. McKeithen and Reed unfortunately get together in a 3. Both of them actually able to finish. Reed crossed the line 4th. McKeithen actually crossed the line in 2nd. But we'll see. That was a crazy one to the finish. Huge result for Carter Kilgo.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead, follow, on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Time to go racing here in 206 Cadet. They're led to the green flag by Mace Lasek, Drew Blem. And I think this one might be too fast. They're going to send him out again. First time pole sitter Mace. Just get him up to grips, right, with starting on the pole here.
Yeah, a little bit too quick there, Caleb, as you'll be running us down the starting order. So round again, run us through the top drivers here in 206 Cadet.
Yeah, we're looking at Mace Lasek, Drew Blem, Clayton Stiles, and Aston Wyatt. Back to Dusty Strayer, Milo Podoraki, Yomi Vargas and Wyatt White, Hayden Sampson, Caleb Roberts, Sebastian Sampson, Liam Haswell. Back to Stoffel, Cruz Rodriguez, and more. This is 206 Cadet presented by Rimrock Raceway. Benjamin Osborne starting 15th with Mikey Todd. We saw him with issues as well in qualifying. Brennan Barsh there starting 17th. Benson Hale, Sebastian Kim, Silas Root, and Cohen Scott. The 20 drivers that are getting set to take the green flag. This is 206 Cadet presented by Speed Concepts Racing. I was looking at last year's results here. Nate, my bad. That was won by Tanner Barsh, that is, but this year presented by Speed Concepts Racing. Mace Lasek, Drew Blem lead us to the green flag. We get it. We're racing in 206 Cadet.
Almost 3 wide there further back in the field. More drivers going off and over as there's 2 drivers there stuck together. That's a bit of a new one.
I've never seen that before.
I haven't seen that before either, so hopefully they can get going and back on track. Luckily, they got 2 more opportunities later on in the day to not have that happen to them, but I believe Lasek had the best jump there, and the whole shot leads us into turn 9 on this opening lap. More shuffling happening second on back here, Caleb.
Yeah, Clayton Stiles, they're able to go through into turn number 9. He's past rookie Dusty Strayer. Now falls back to third. Everybody else working their way through. Aston Wyatt, talked about him. He gets by on turn number 10. And again, one driver just behind him, not happy with him at all. Wyatt White now looking for a pass. He's going to get some help. Or not. Brody Stoffel in this pack as well. We'll see how they stacked up when they cross the line. I think Haswell in the 204, one of the drivers that's right there. That could be the factory cart. And I think one more, Milo Podoraki, I think the other one in the 223.
Yeah, a lot of drivers not happy with each other in that mid-pack. It's really where the whole shuffle on the start happened, as some late moves happening. Third on back, Strayer, Blem, Vargas going at it on each other. You can see further back, Brody Stoffel up the inside of another one of those drivers. I believe that was Wyatt White. He made that move on, so move Stoffel on the CRG up another spot.
Yeah, Stoffel was trying. Not sure if he got by. He did, actually, so here we go. White looking to go back, and again, they're going back and forth here. I think, if anything, that could be Podoraki, who unfortunately is the driver that loses out there. It's actually, yeah, Haswell, sorry. My apologies, Haswell. Liam, that is, in the 204. The driver is getting past. He's on the CRG. Fastest lap of the race so far to Aston Wyatt, but your top two drivers breaking away. Clayton Stiles, your winner, if I'm not mistaken, out in Amarillo, and again, yeah, one out in Amarillo, and here this weekend putting himself up to second with Mace Lasek. Two of the Iron Rock Motorsports machines now 1 and 2. Stiles now looking for the move in a 9, and that door was open, but it closed real fast.
Yeah, Stiles unable to get that move done. Winner last time at Amarillo, but didn't race at Speed Sports. So, yeah, he has a win on the season, but currently finds himself 9th in standings. Of course, that's not with the one drop you get here at TSRS accounted for. Wyatt, further back, looking up the inside, will get that job done. So, move Aston Wyatt up another spot. Further up the field, P3, Drew Blem, 7/10 back from the lead, goes purple, 57.0. for the 215 machine.
Yeah, 215 getting himself closer there. We saw him, a little bit of contact in between himself and Dusty Strayer into this section here, back into turn number 6, that is. So, again, have a look at that, but so far so good for Drew Blem, who currently sits in 3rd. Strayer looking to make a move there further back on Hayden Sampson and the 291. Lime green or matcha green TV cart that's sitting there in 6th. That's further back. That is, he was able to get through. Now Stoffel next by, looking to go on Sampson.
Yeah, Stoffel seems like he's rolling at this stage of the race, able to pick off carts left and right. Stiles, though, losing a little bit of time to Lasik in P1, just having that outside rear not grip throughout turns 1A and B. Will lose some time as they are flat out all the way from really the final corner all the way until turn 9. They bogged down quite a bit in the bowl of turn 7, but still in these cadets, pretty much a flat out corner for these guys, so losing a lot of time there. There you can see Stoffel has been working his way through the pack in front of the bright green TB cart. More battling happening further back as that will be
Liam Haswell there, making a move there on Hayden Sampson in a turn number 9. That's a good move there by that kid to get through. And here we go. Stiles now looking for the lead of the race in a turn number 1. Clayton Stiles gets through. Blem looking to follow him through as well in a 1B. He's side by side with Mace Lasek. Lasek able to stay ahead.
Yeah, those guys able to make their way through a very tight couple of opening corners there through 1B to turn 3. Still, though, it's going to be Clayton Stiles leading the way into the back section of the track, side by side for Lasek and Blem is into the grass. Both of them go. That's going to promote Aston Wyatt up into P2 here. So Wyatt, after being almost 1.8 seconds back from the lead, moves himself up into second. Another one of the CRG machines off in the wayside. Coming across Clayton Stiles, as that was Tanner Barsh hearing in our ears. That was
Brennan Barsh, his younger brother.
Brennan Barsh, excuse me, still on one of the CRGs, making it a little confusing for us, but not the way he would have wanted to start it. His white flag here, Caleb.
White flag, one more lap to go here in this one. And now Aston Wyatt going to be the driver who puts himself, I think, in the second spot with Mace Lasek. Back to what looks to be Yomi Vargas currently sitting forward. So this is another good result for Yomi if she's able to close this one out. She had a great qualifying in Amarillo. Unfortunately, didn't have brakes in one of the heat races. Nothing she could do about that, but huge for Clayton Stiles coming out strong here this weekend. We're going side by side now for the second spot. Lasek looking around the outside. Wyatt faded low, and now Vargas. We've seen this happen already once today here, Nate. That over-under, Vargas now gets closer. She gets herself up to third.
Yeah, no huge over-under, but Heat 1 goes the way of the OTK machine of Clayton Stiles. A lot of battling happening further on the packs. They come across the line to finish things. Aston Wyatt finishing in P2 after a hectic one, unable to bridge that 3.6 second gap that the 237 Tony Kart machine of Clayton Stiles was able to do. Carrying off the momentum from Amarillo, winning heat number 1 in 206 Cadet.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Cresson.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior. How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moto equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Here's your starting lineup for the first heat race in KA Masters, presented by High Five Performance. Pierce Baldus and Miguel Mir on row number 1 with Shane Burnett and Brent Harper on row number 2.
P5, Daniel Howie, John Mosey, Gary Glander, P8, the 433 of Din, as they are going to roll in the tram lines. Nice and quick outlap for these KA100 Masters, looking for the green on the first time of asking.
Yeah, here we go. Last couple of drivers, 18 total, all the way back to Rod Lake. 18 drivers here in this one as we get set to go into the tram lines. Green flag in the air. We go racing here in KA Masters, and that's a massive start for the outside line. A huge jump for Miguel Mir, the 477 to the lead. The first, I think, start from around the outside that we've seen for a driver to get himself up to first.
And who else but Miguel Mir? Drivers had so much success in TSRS competition, able to hold it around the outside of Baldus to get himself to the lead of this first of 3 heats for the KA100 Master presented by High Five. Into turn 9 they go. Not a whole lot of shuffling. These Masters deciding to hold it single file on this opening lap. The only real difference being Miguel Mir will lead us onto the front straight instead of poleman Baldus, as they will make their way into turn 1. Pass for position here, Caleb. Baldus now back up the inside of Mir, new race leader, and poleman, here's Baldus.
Yeah, Pierce able to get himself back by on Miguel Mir, and again, Baldus needing a good result here this weekend. We kind of talked about championship, right? This is when it really starts to come into mind. You do round 1, round 2, and then round 3, right? That's where you like, you got to get on it from there on. If you haven't been so far this weekend, for Baldus, again, not bad. He still sits in second. He's about 110 points back from Mir. Mir with 600, Baldus with 490. So just picking up heat races, picking up points wherever you can. He got it already in qualifying, so we'll see this time as we get onto the main straight.
I mean, absolutely. At this stage of the season, you're starting to look at that championship standings more and more. So for Baldus, 110 points back. He needs to be taking every point that he can at this rate. He's doing that so far with Miguel Mir. It's going to be hard for Baldus to close that 110-point gap if Mir doesn't have any misfortune for the rest of the season, just because of how consistent we've seen Miguel Mir in TSRS competition here, Caleb. It's going to be difficult for Baldus, but not impossible.
Yeah, it's definitely doable, right? Especially at a track I think that reminds him a whole lot to kind of what he's used to. Him and his entire family with LSR Motorsports, building motors, they come from a very big road racing background, right? They're usually at a lot of the road races, very busy on that side of things, and I think this track, it's probably the closest to that, right, that we get. It's very, very fast, very flowy racetrack. The sections flat out all throughout this downhill. I've never done a road race, but the time that I did drive here, actually at the DFW Triple Crown, reminded me or made me think a lot of, I've never seen anything like this. I've never been to anything like this that's so flat out, that's so fast, flowy, and, it's really momentum-based, picking the right line on the racetrack to get the fastest way, and that's really all it is, right? Picking the right line, the right lane, the best way to carry, the best momentum throughout the corners. That's the fastest way around this place, and I think Baldus doing that, right? Week in, week out. It's quite easy for them at this point, as we have a little bit of battling for the back. Shane Burkett, a couple of others. Daniel Howie in this mix, with Glanger as well in the 411. I believe was the driver who was able to get up to 4th. Burkett dropped back, I think, even more than where it shows him. Howie was able to get through. I think even Mosey was the driver in the 403 that was able to get by as well.
Yeah, those guys continuing to battle at what is an early stage of the race here for Heat 1 of KA Master. I think they're a bit too far back to really be fighting for P3 or anything. So they'll just be battling amongst themselves for the next 2 minutes plus 2 laps. They have a first of 3 heats here for our High 5 KA 100 Masters. Looking at the lap times, Pierce Baldus resetting quick time, going purple last time across the stripe over Miguel Mir, opening that gap up to a little over 4.5 tenths that time by, and then the third 1.4 seconds. So really this is a battle between Baldus and Mir, the championship rivals at this point, but on track more battling for action. The MPG Motorsports car getting by in the TB through a really fast and dangerous section to be going 2x2 through there, Caleb.
Yeah, Burkett able to get by on Daniel Howie. They're in a turn 6. That was a close one there, Nate, for sure. But that being said, up front, still Miguel Mir, still Pierce Baldus, and still Brent Harper there as well in the third spot. You see Baldus, a little bit of an adjustment for him on the needles, able to get that going.
Yeah, Miguel Mir going purple. Last time across the stripe, 51.047 for the 477 machine. So that CS55 is rolling at this mid-stage of the race. I believe it might be 2 to go this time by. 20 seconds until they hit the line. Will be very close to see if these guys get 2 to go next time. I think it's going to be 3. We'll have to see. But Miguel Mir closing that gap to Pierce Baldus is waiting. It will be 2 laps to go across the stripe. So Miguel Mir would have loved to not see that signal, but Baldus going defensive into turn 1. Maybe didn't have to do that. Not a whole lot of moves being made into turn 1 this race, but Baldus not wanting to allow Mir even an inch going into 1A and 1B as he continues to lead the way with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, and I think Mir knows it as well right here, Nate, that he's going to have a little bit of time to pick his move right as well. Last lap is usually the best lap to do it, especially at a place like this here at Kart Moto. To do it on the last lap is usually quite ideal for him, but I really don't think Baldus is going to even try it. He's going to take a look back and a fade low here to Miguel Mir, who looked to go even lower than that. And Baldus defended it well, so he stays in the lead of this one.
Miguel Mir thought about it, but if he would have passed there, would have given Baldus another opportunity into turn 9 or maybe into the S's at the back section of the track here. It's a little over a tenth between the two of them. Last time across the stripe, you can see that gap has come down. Best possible overtaking here, Caleb, in a turn 9. We'll see if Miguel Mir dives to the inside, retake the lead.
We'll see. Nothing yet out of Miguel. He's going to stay in the second spot. Everybody else stacked up further back. Baldus looks good. Turn 10, one more to go. Checkered flag will be in the air this time by. And we have the black and checkered out side by side for the race win. Nothing out of Mir. Pierce Baldus wins it. Heat race number 1. And I think they're counting a jump start from Miguel Mir, which puts him down to 3rd. So yeah, jump start for Miguel Mir is what they're saying at the start of this one. Down to 3rd, Brent Harper 2nd. Gary Glanger, Burkett, Mosey. So Daniel Howie, Kogan Wright, David Pregane, and Janae Din, your top 10.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Charlotte Perez who wins in Cresson.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior. How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moto equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Racers. You asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Welcome back here to Cresson, Texas, as we get set to go green in 206 Junior. Rodrigo Poloya and Dean Guerrier on row number 1 with Drew Blem and Josie Chambers on row number 2. Mia Johnson, Levi Meter, back to Edwards, Massad, Reyes, Peterson, Anderson, Eddles with some form of a DQ for himself down in 12th, and Brandon Green down in 13th. But here we go, green flag in the air. We go racing in 206 Junior.
Good start for that front pack. Chambers looking up the inside into third there. Almost gets that move done into turns 3 and 4 as they make their way into the back section now. How about that jump from the front 2 there, Caleb?
Yeah, it's a great jump by Ivo Blem, Rodrigo Poloya to get themselves first and second. Again, 2 of the drivers that we saw be protagonists as well out in Amarillo, sorry. And with Sawyer Chambers now closing in. Dean Guerrier looking on the inside of Mia Johnson. She loses a spot to Brandon Green as well. She's going to fall back to what looks to be 6th here. And now Guerrier off the racetrack in turn number 10. Now Brandon Green with Reyes, all of them just kind of pointing forward, wanting to make some passes here, but wow, what a start to this race for your juniors.
Guerrier looked less than impressed there out of turn 10. Hand in the air, obviously signaling to one of the drivers that put him off, but further up the field, you can see CRG, TV Kart leading the way out in front. Making their way into, that'll be the bowl there. This is actually the second group, as you can see, leaders further up the pack, still led by Poloya, Blem, and Chambers. This is Edwards, Johnson, and Green in 4th, 5th, and 6th at the moment.
There we go. Cisco Reyes there further back looking for a move. He gets himself up to 7th. More moves further back. Massad as well, side by side, with what looks to be Meter in the 316. And now Eddles down the inside looking to go in 1A. He's through as well. What a move by Emmett Eddles to get himself into the 7th spot there. So again, just a whole lot of change in there. Further back, Brandon Green currently sits 6th. Massad, the 377 now leading that one away for a second, because Eddles was able to get through as well. So that's going to move Emmett Eddles from 10th all the way to 7th. What a move there.
Yeah, that was pretty nip and tuck through the first couple of corners there, able to get the job done. You can see the line of karts that are now in this mid-pack. You can see the leaders further up starting to check out a little bit from 3rd on back, as we'll hopefully be able to get a look at those guys and see what the gaps are out in front. Poloya Chambers still leading the way. Group of CRG OTKs continuing to battle at the back end of the track, the back end of the pack, excuse me. Guerrier, one of those drivers that's trying to make his way further up the field after being put off in turn 10. More shuffling at the wayside. Guerrier not happy again with another competitor. They're making their way into the back section of that track yet again here, Caleb.
Yeah, here we go. Your leaders now have actually changed a little bit. So your Chambers on the Intrepid machine. Privateer up front in the 345. Rodrigo Poloya to 2nd. Eva Blem. Lost touch with them a little bit halfway through this race. The 315 has fell back just a little bit ways down, and she's joined by another young lady, Mia Johnson, who's now up to 4th. Brandon Green there in 5th. Edwards, currently the driver who sits in the 6th. That's the 372 to Eddles in the 303.
So Chambers doing well so far to control the pace out in front. Paloya seemed content to follow, at least for a couple of laps. About a minute 40 remaining, plus 2 laps in TB Kart USA 206 Junior down the back straight in a 4-5, and then the chicane and bowl up next for them. You can see the gap between Rodrigo Paloya and Eva Blem. Quite big, 1.7 seconds between 1st and 3rd as things stand. So 3rd, 4th, and 5th going to need to start working together here if they want any chance of catching up to the leaders, but they're also going to need Chambers and Paloya to really start going at it in these final few laps.
Yeah, they're going to need some help here, Nate. That's for sure. That being said, it's getting close here further back. Mia Johnson now looking for 3rd. She's going to get it in a 1A. Green looking to go by as well. Up to 4th. Brandon Green gets that spot. Eva Blem back to 5th. And again, when she lost touch with the leaders, just unfortunately she got swallowed up a little bit. Now Green looks back, points to Blem. We're looking to go for 3rd here probably momentarily.
Yeah, this is exactly where Mia Johnson left off after leaving Amarillo. P3 for her in 206 Junior, first podium. Going to be hoping to get a 2nd one this weekend here at Kart Moto. Seems like a win right now, at least on pace, just isn't on the cards. Going to need a bit more to be able to challenge the likes of Chambers and Paloya, who've just been in a different zip code all weekend long to this point. 3 laps to go at the line. They'll see sticks in the air next time by. Well, Chambers and Paloya. Chambers resetting fast time, 57.2. The gap between 2nd and 3rd, Caleb, now up to 2.6 seconds.
Yeah, the gap and really the pace for Chambers and Paloya has been about 0.2 quicker than everybody else. So, again, talk about working together. I mean, those two are doing that quite flawlessly here, Nate. A 57.260 and a 57.62. 262, that is, sorry. For Paloya, those two drivers in the lead of this race, very fast. Very fast together as well. Johnson, Green, just about 0.2 off of that pace here as you get to the closing stages of this one. 2.6 in the air, 2 laps to go left here in 206 Junior.
Yeah, and if you're any driver that's not named Sawyer or Rodrigo off the start in Heat 2, you're probably going to want to split these two up. Otherwise, you run the risk of letting them do exactly this in Heat 2 and potentially into Heat 3. No moves being made by the Burrell Art of Rodrigo Paloya on the Intrepid of Sawyer Chambers, who has pretty much led for the entirety of this race. So it'll be white flag in the air next time by as they head their way through the bowl and into really one of the only braking zones of Turn 9. Paloya hasn't made a move so far this race. I don't expect it this time. Doesn't stay behind in a 2nd, and they'll continue to open the gap up between Paloya and Mia Johnson, who currently runs 3rd, but looking at it out of the final couple of corners there, Caleb, I think there might have been a shakeup. No, Johnson still leads.
Yeah, the shakeup was actually further back. Emmett Eddles was able to get himself up to 5th, and now it's going to change up front as well. Rodrigo Paloya looking on the inside of 1. He's going to get clear on Sawyer Chambers, new leader here at Kart Moto.
Paloya will go defensive on the back straight here, side-by-side action going into the back section of the track. Chambers around the outside and will get that job done for the time being. We'll have to go defensive into Turn 9 to hold this position. Not a great run out of the bowl there, Caleb, through Turn 7. That's going to open up Chambers for an attack from Paloya as they go defensive into Turn 9.
There you go. Chambers goes low. 9. Now Paloya looking on the outside. This is the final quarter, final time around. Paloya looking for an over-under, and I think he's going to try to do it around the outside. Probably not going to work. It might. We'll see. Onto the straightaway. We're side-by-side, checkered in the air with black in hand as well. And Paloya around the outside made it stick. He closes it out, wins heat race number 1. Chambers played it nice there. Very, very nice. Who knows? But yeah, played it very nice there. I think any other driver would have put Poloya off there on the outside. But hey, that shows you the respect here in the junior class. That's good to see. Poloya wins it over Chambers, Green, Johnson, and Emmett Eddles. What a recovery drive from last almost to get himself up into the top 5. Time to go racing here in KA100 Senior, presented by Kart CRG USA. On the pole, Jesus Vasquez Jr., the reigning champ. Starting on the inside alongside Jose Carlos Fernandez for the Red Speed Racing Texas team. Landon Skinner and Aiden Rudolph on row number 2. That's Sawyer Rousseau and John Burke on row number 3. Adrian Cruz, Taylor Roddy on row number 4, back to Joey Friend and Michael Haymans on row number 5. Ibrahim Dan and Dallas Dunlap on row number 6 with Cooper Shipman and Jake French on row number 7. Joey Dome and Justin Music on row number 8, back to Kurt Goodson and Lucas Fink on row number 9. Ian Howell, Santi Duran on row number 10. 30 plus getting set to take the green flag. And there's a look again at your top 10 starters here in K8 Senior, presented by Kart CRG USA. Go all the way back to Brooke, to Jeffrey Pearson, Andrew Adleta, Haley Knox, and more. We're not going to get the green flag this time by. One more time around gives us a chance here, Nate, to run you down a couple of more of our starters. Look back, a couple of notable. Santi Duran started down in 20th. Tyler Roberts just right behind him. Back to Pico, to Gonzalez. Peyton Phillips down in 24th. With Cohen Summers, Landon Fitz, Bambroo, Willander, James Good, Garrett Weaver, Jake Faulkner as well down there, starting 31st. David Aya, Braden Ledwidge, Parker Fitz, Knox, Atleta, Pearson. Your 37 drivers that are getting set to take the green flag here in this one. Pretty big showing, as big as any other kind of national series that we see. I think SCUSA allows about 44, and here we have 37, only 5 away from that number. So huge, huge showing here in Cresson, Texas this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of the CRGs late to pack up. Wonder if that was the reason we got waved around for those two to get fired up. Joey Friend, yep, one of them.
Kurt Goodson.
Yeah, Friend will retake his position, I think, after the commitment cone, so that might be looked at by TSRS officials. That's not our decision. We just call the race as Vasquez Jr. will lead us into the tram lines here, Caleb.
Yep, here we go. Jesus Vasquez Jr. out of the state of California. Jose Carlos Hernandez out of Mexico City, Mexico. And again, everybody having a checkup one more time around. And I see Darren McDonough not happy with somebody. Not sure who that is. And again, we're just getting word. And they were actually sent out a minute early. And everybody was on grid. We're running ahead of schedule, which is good. Maybe too good because we left some drivers behind. So they're out there now. And again, just picking the nerves up a little bit more.
Yeah, so that's the reason we saw a couple of CRGs late to the pack. Not because they failed to fire. It's because they got to grid and their class was gone. Not a good feeling for those guys, but good on TSRS for riding that one. Obviously, it's a good thing that they're running ahead of schedule, but letting them rejoin in their correct spots is definitely the right thing to do. So there shouldn't be any penalties for Friends and the other driver who was late to grid. So we should be ready to go on, I believe, his third attempt for KA Senior.
Yeah, here we go. Apologies there, and get that going, but into the tram lines we go for Jesus Vasquez Jr., Jose Carlos Hernandez. We wait for the green flag. We look for it, green flag in the air, we go racing. NKA 100 Senior. Good start for Jesus Vasquez Jr.
Making their way through turns 1A and B. Fairly clean for KA 100 Senior standards. On to the back straight they go. GFC 1-2 with Vasquez Jr. and Skinner as Carlos Hernandez down into third. Joey Friend gained a good start. I believe that's Roussel, who's made his way up into fourth. Then Aiden Rudolph, who didn't seem too pleased with the pace they were going into the start box. A move by Skinner on Vasquez Jr., unable to get that done, and a little bit of argy-bargy at the apex between those two. It's still going to be Jesus Vasquez Jr. on that GFC machine. Leads us after lap number 1.
Yeah, side by side further back in the field. We can go side by side for second as well. Jose Carlos looking. He gets through on that BN Racing machine by Red Speed Racing Texas, able to get himself up to second. Skinner third. Aiden Rudolph as well in fourth. Back to Sawyer Roussel. One driver way off the racetrack. Looks to be Willander, I think. Yeah, way off the racetrack in turn number 1.
Definitely not how you want to start off your race. Looked a bit confused there as to what happened. So unfortunate for him. Vasquez Jr. holding the lead off of Carlos Hernandez. It's all kicking off at the front of this pack. Aiden Rudolph up the inside of Landon Skinner gets that job done, but now we'll have Sawyer Roussel on his inside. Battling for that third spot is John Burke and his TV Kart USA machine pushing his way towards the front of this field.
Yeah, Rudolph waved to Roussel, trying to hold him up a little bit. Roussel not going to listen, able to go by on for third. And Rudolph going to go right again through there. So the two of them just, kind of not agreeing too much on who's going to lead them up to Jesus Vasquez and Jose Carlos. But here we go. That time John Burke got a lot closer. Cruz there as well. He's pretty close, again, at a track there that he's grown super fond of as well, just in his home metroplex of Dallas. We have a move further up, I should say. Jose Carlos now to the lead of this one.
Yeah, big move there for Carlos Hernandez to take the lead away from Vasquez Jr. Onto the front straight they go. Skinner up the inside of John Burke. Will get that job done with Cruz helping get by the TV Kart machine. Onto the back straight they go. Have three real battle packs starting to form, 2 by 2 by 3, as they go into the S's towards the back end of this track. As you can see, the two battle packs that were first and second and third and fourth have started to converge here. Aiden Rudolph bringing himself back into contention. Same too for the Gillard of Sawyer Roussel in that fourth spot. Early days here in KA 100 Senior, but you can sense, Caleb, it's probably going to kick off not too soon here.
Yeah, and I was going to say, right, so far so good up front. I mean, everybody playing nicely, you know, working together. You know, not really many moves, not really too much aggression, I would say, being shown early on in this one. So it's good. So far so good, right? In between the top 5, we know that's obviously going to change later on today. It's going to change now as well. Jesus Vasquez working his way through. Rudolph going to push him by. So now a change up for the top 2. Jose Carlos now to 3rd. Roussel now in 4th with Adrian Cruz. Landon Skinner. Now Vasquez going to stack him up. He fades low into turn 9.
It's now really a 7-cart pack for the lead at this point. Roussel up the inside of Hernandez gets the job done. Hernandez might have a run on that over-under. I don't think he will. Going into turn 1, actually I stand corrected. Him, Skinner, and potentially Cruz up the inside. Burke's going to join, so that's down 4 positions for Sawyer Roussel. That's exactly what we are talking about here, Caleb. One little mistake, especially through turns 1A and B, and you're going to lose a ton of time, losing 4 positions for Landon Skinner after a couple laps ago, battling for the lead here.
Yeah, that's big, especially in one corner and in this class, right? Just can't even stop it. Almost just a passenger at that point for Sawyer Roussel, stuck on the outside. And here we go, change for the lead. Aiden Rudolph now goes to the front. Vasquez slots to 2nd. Jose Carlos looked to follow through, and I think going to the inside just didn't benefit him out at all. He's now falling under fire to Landon Skinner, but that gap got to close down on this front straight. Just 2.5 minutes to go. I think even less than that now. We're getting close to the end.
Yeah, definitely for these drivers, they're going to get a bit antsy at this point. Landon Skinner, the first to do that, try to move on Hernandez, unable to get that job done, and that's just going to open up the gap between 2nd on back for these drivers who were fighting for the race win not too long ago. It actually turns out that Skinner did get that move done for 3rd, so make it GFC in 2nd and 3rd. Cruz up the inside of, it looked like it was a move on Skinner, but just going a bit defensive with Cruz as Hernandez pointing forward to John Burke to try and fight their way up. It does look like Skinner has pace though, Caleb. He's closing in on the back end of his GFC teammate with 2 laps to go, this time across the line.
2 laps to go, and unfortunately for Hernandez, he's been falling backwards here in this race. And for the drivers in 1st and 2nd, right, they shared that championship battle all last year. And yeah, I mean, what a battle, right? Every single round and every single heat race always found themselves up at the front, and they find themselves up at the front here again in Kart Moto. So sure, these two in Vasquez and Aiden Rudolph, right? They're going to provide some great racing action for us all weekend long with again, new notables in the mix. Jose Carlos, likes of Landon Skinner, consistently keeping himself up at the front. And here we go, white flag in the air this time by Nate.
1 lap to go. Aiden Rudolph going to lead us to the white flag, but will he see checkered first? Inside and blocking goes the CRG machine. You can see the GFC piloted by Jesus Vasquez Jr. being nice and patient, knowing what he has to do to get this job done. Out of 3, onto the back straight they go. Vasquez has a good run of steam. Skinner, his teammates there as well. He's going to try to the outside of 4, which will become the inside of 5. Gets the job done there, but it's not over because a late-breaking move from Rudolph could be coming here into turn 9 here, Caleb. That being said, Landon Skinner is in on this fight as well now.
Yeah, around the outside for Landon Skinner, looking for an over-under. Rudolph going to follow Vasquez low. I think just going to try to hold on to as many heat race points as possible. Going to keep it low. Skinner still on the outside. This should give enough breathing room for Vasquez, or will it? Because Skinner has a great run on the inside. We're going side by side, and it's Vasquez who holds on just in the end. Jesus Vasquez Jr. wins heat race number 1 over Landon Skinner and Aiden Rudolph. Across the line, third, Adrian Cruz, John Burke, Jose Carlos Hernandez down in sixth, to Roussel, to Roddy, to French, and Santi Duran, I believe, up 10 spots here in this one to close out the first round of heat races. More heat racing action set to come your way next.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Here we go. It's time to do it all over again for the second time here, Nate. And we'll have 2 more of those as well later on, but we have Micro Swift now back out onto the racetrack. Still going to be Stoffel that leads this field of green. Cody Byer putting alongside him. Here we go. One more go around. Blackwood, we saw him have a good end to his first heat race. Try to do a little bit of the same. We'll as well try to highlight a couple of more of the battles throughout the field. Saw that one for third on back with Shep Sullivan and a couple of others. It was quite interesting to say the least, but here we go. Heat race number 2 by Gallery Furniture here in Micro Swift. Not going to get it first time around.
Some big off there, Kayla. Blackwood, one of the drivers around there off the waved off start. So they'll be trying to get up and going to retake their position before you see the 2 blue cones that are the commitment cones there, the formation cones, excuse me.
In turn 9 for the formation cone, the commitment cone before turn number 10.
Looks like a bit of confusion here between some of the front drivers. Is a lot happening on that opening couple of corners on the waved off start. There you see Blackwood getting back in a position. That's good to see after him challenging for a win in heat number 1. We'll see what can happen here in heat 2. Caleb, commitment cone on the left and right side there, the 2 yellow cones. TSRS marshals telling him to just slow down a little bit. Pace was a bit off for our head flagman, so we'll be getting set to go green on the second time of asking for heat 2 of Micro Swift.
Oh, one driver around there as well. Looks like Beckley Anderson, the driver that went around in the last corner, and I don't think she's able to join us for the green. And she's not. We go racing in Micro Swift here again. Contact here in a turn number 1. Couple of drivers get collected. Tyler Blackwood and more. Big carnage. Wiley Lee up on one driver there as well. Dusty Strayer in this mix. One of the TB carts. Not sure if that's Hayden Sampson maybe. But huge contact in turn 1, and Brody Stoffel with a huge gap as well. White to second. Blackwood able to get through. He's down in 4th, with Shep Sullivan in 3rd.
After an entire round of heat races of getting through 1A and 1B fairly clean, it all kicks off here in the second round of heat races. Stoffel will be seeing the green flag for the first time in anger, crossing the stripe, surely a couple seconds in front of the challenging pack. Wyatt White in P2, Tyler Blackwood 3rd, Stoffel going purple. Obviously that time by, but 2 seconds the margins between 1st and 2nd on just the opening lap alone there. Caleb Blackwood up the inside of Wyatt White gets the job done. So they make their way into turns 4, 5, and 6 now through the back end of the circuit. A good start for Blackwood after being involved in a little bit of a melee after the first aborted start. Now he finds himself with a big mountain to climb to try and close the gap between himself and the 229 CRG pilot of Brody Stoffel, leading the way here on lap 3.
Yeah, that's, like you said, pretty big big gap in mountain, like you said, to climb. Here as this race goes on, Stoffel's going to get 2.5 seconds of breathing room, and that's just, you know, that's huge for Stoffel in terms of championship, right? Lost one already to Blackwood. In terms of a lot of things as well, right? Consistency is, if you will. But we had a good number get collected at the start. Looks like the 210 of Bodie Byer was one of the ones that was involved early on. Wiley Lee, Sampson, Strayer, I think him in arms. Again, 2 drivers that were also involved at the start of it. Or Christopher Arms, sorry, did not start. But yeah, Sebastian Kim, Strayer, Sampson, Wiley, Bodie Byer. Their gaps are quite significant here in this one, so not able to start this race here, or not able to get going, right? Turn 1 with the big incident we saw in between them.
Absolutely. Of course, Stoffel capitalizing the most off of the situation that happened in turns 1A and B. Doesn't make for the most exciting racing sometimes, but Stoffel taking those as he would. White and Sullivan, though, in 3rd and 4th. Make that Sullivan and White moving his way up into 3rd. Change for what will be podium spots come tomorrow in the final. We'll see if White can make a move back on the 212 of Sullivan into turn 9. Decides not to, so 3rd and 4th will not change positions as the rest of the field is really spread out after that turn 1 melee there, Caleb. Not a whole lot to write home about apart from this battle for 3rd at the moment.
And not much here. Shep Sullivan still holding on. There to the 3rd spot over Wyatt White. Kelly, the driver that finds himself in 5th, to Anderson. To the 246 of Aiden. Anderson 6th. So some shuffling here so far to start this one off here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely believe we're watching on with Beckley Anderson at this point. Making our way into turn 3. To turn 9, excuse me, a driver that saw a whole lot of in kid car competition over the past couple of years here at Texas Sprint Racing Series. Making the move up into the Micro Swift division. A few laps to go at this point now. For these micros, you can see there, this is the battle for 6th at the moment between Anderson and Quash. 246 Paralyn machine piloted by Quash, unable to close up to the back end of the CRG. Of course, piloted by Beckley Anderson at this point. See a little bit of shuffling between Sullivan and White in that 3rd spot. Blackwood still unable to close the gap between himself and Stoffel. That being said, though, as it is 2 laps to go, purple last time across the stripe for Tyler Blackwood. 2/10 faster than race leader Brody Stoffel. This time around does the same, goes purple by a 10th, closing in on Brody Stoffel out in the lead, but 2.2 seconds isn't a gap you can really make up at this point here, Caleb.
Yeah, that's huge in between Stoffel and Blackwood there as well. White, Shep Sullivan have traded the 3rd spot again. White now leads it over Shep, who sits in 4th. And funny enough, I mean, the Sullivan name sounded familiar to me. Actually, Vassar Sullivan Racing on the IMSA side of things, GTD pro winners multiple times with drivers with the likes of Kyle Kirkwood and more that have raced under that camp in the past. But yeah, that dates back to 2023, the IMSA Sports Car Championship, the Teams Championship, and the Drivers Championship as well in 2023. So that's for Vassar Sullivan Racing. I believe his dad, James Sullivan, for young Shep. But we'll see, right? Next generation out here racing and enjoying it as well. So Shep finds himself currently 4th.
If you look at Shep's card, it's a bright neon and black, very similar to the Lexus RCF that Vassar Sullivan runs in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, a series that they've had a lot of success in, and hopefully for little Shep Sullivan will be finding some success here in the Texas Sprint Racing Series. This race, though, will go to Brody Stoffel. Will take the win over a charging Tyler Blackwood. A couple laps ago, it was 2.4 seconds. That time across the stripe, 1.8. There you can see Wyatt White in 3rd, Shep Sullivan in 4th as the rest of the Micro Swift field continues to come across the line. Some battling for the final spot inside the top 5. I'll be going to Aiden Quash, running out your top 5 in Micro Swift.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Perez who wins in Cresson.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior. How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moto equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Time to go racing here in Mini Swift, presented by the AR Racing Academy. Again, led to the green by Tanner Barsh, who's starting alongside Aston Wyatt with Schneegenberg and Ahmad on that second row. And we'll wait for it this time by into the tram lines. Here we go. Green flag in the air this time by. We get it. We go racing here in Mini Swift.
Tanner Barsh getting the jump. Schneegenberg following himself into second. Those two will be hoping to build a gap on this opening lap. Still have 3-kart breakaway out in front as fourth on back, not getting the jump they would have wanted. Aston Wyatt, that kart in fourth with Clayton Settles in fifth. Those two gonna have their work cut out for them. Same with Ahmad and Alex Chandler. The rest of the drivers in that battle pack. Again, not the greatest start for them, Caleb, but a long race to go for them to get themselves further up the field, and it already seems like Kimo Ahmad looking up the inside of Styles for position, gets the job done in the 1, and Chandler is going to try and follow into 1B.
Yeah, Chandler able to get through there with Kimo Ahmad, so the two Iron Rock machines working in unison, making their passes there, Nate, and worked out quite well for them as well.
Yeah, worked out for them. We've seen a lot so far today. If you're left out on the wayside there on the outside of turn 1, you're probably going to lose more than a couple positions. Exactly what happened last time across the stripe Steves, Marshall Steves, the 165 GFC machine, currently in third, falling back a little bit, and now into fourth, because Aston Wyatt in third. Alan Rudolph Racing Academy machine moving himself up into third. Colton Schniegenberg thinking about moving himself up to the lead. He'll get that done, all up and over the curb into turn one. New race leader here, Caleb, Colton Schniegenberg.
Yeah, two teammates there trading that front spot, that top spot. Schniegenberg now going to lead this field away with Barsh. Aston Wyatt still there in the third spot. So not too much has changed. Marshall Steves there in the fourth spot in the 165. Trackside Karting Services GFC machine. Single file. Not much changing here in this one yet. As we look on by Aston Wyatt now under your bumper of Tanner Barsh. You know, we saw it in the first heat race with Tanner, right? Didn't have maybe the best of pace, didn't maybe have, you know, the pace throughout the entire session, but he was there when it mattered most. And the last lap, kept himself in third, able to get clear. This time, it changes again. Aston Wyatt able to get himself up to second.
Yeah, Wyatt seems to be rolling at this stage of the race. Purple, last time across the stripe, and gonna take that pace and put himself to the front of the field. Tanner Barsh will be following along as well. Marshall Steves will be taking advantage of all this racing happening in front of him. The GFC pilot currently in fourth, but closing in on this top three. Speaking of closing in, Kimo Ahmad in fifth on that 111 machine, slowly closing the gap between a potential Heat 2 race win and where he currently stands on track. But Aston Wyatt leading the way over Barsh and Schniegenberg. Wyatt again going purple last time by, 53.1 for the 121.
Actually rhymed there, Nate. Give you kudos for that one. That was pretty good. But here we go. Aston Wyatt, like you said, leading this field away, just a car length that now going to close down even more with Schniegenberg in the second spot. And again, very tame so far in this race, right? We've seen passes, nothing that's really blown a hole through this race. Just everybody kind of you know, racing with their own battles. Everybody struggling with their own things, and as well, everybody keeping it clean, which is, I would say, the coolest thing to see, you know, in this entire race. So, yeah, you talk about, you know, the battles that we're seeing. Top two kind of been on their own with Barsh, who had very good pace early on in the race, and then just towards the end, can't really say the same.
Yeah, it was somewhat the same in Heat 1. That CRG just really fires off very well, and we see that on the starts, but as the session goes on, it's hard for it to sustain that pace towards the latter half of the race. Rhyme there again, didn't even really mean to do it that time. I'm not trying to do it, but back up front, Wyatt and Schniegenberg just seem to have the cart underneath them at the tail end of this race. 40 seconds to go on the clock, so we should have 2 to go next time by for these mini Swift drivers. More battling happening. I think that was Ahmad going on the inside of Steves. We'll have to see if that move came to fruition as we continue to watch these front two, Wyatt and Schniegenberg, really putting it on the rest of this field. Schniegenberg going purple last time across the stripe, opening that gap up to about 7/10 in between second and third. There you can see Barsh and the rest of the drivers. As you know, the CRGs this weekend, Caleb, have been quick off the opening couple of laps, but at least in the cadet division, start to fall off at the end stage of the race. Not to be said for the likes of Aiden Rudolph and Joey Friend and K100 Senior, Davey Barra and KA Junior. It seems like the senior size chassis are doing well. As you can see here, Barsh falling under pressure from Ahmad and Steves. Those two unable to get the job done on the 151 of Barsh, but Tanner's going to have to be fighting these final couple of laps.
And again, I think Aston and Colton are probably going to, you know, learned a lesson in heat race number 1. You know, they lost it in that in the last corner. Just I think the two of them were probably fighting a little bit too much on the last 2 laps. They've kept it patient. They've kept it kind of smooth sailing so far, and I think they're going to leave that for the final lap. And again, probably with the mod having I think a little bit more pace in hand than Barge, probably going to help him out a little bit more as well to kind of make it a 2-horse race rather than 3 with Barge getting his way there in the end. But here we go, little movement. Wyatt looking to fade low. Schneegenberg there trying to cross him up. Didn't quite work into the first corner.
Yeah, Schneegenberg is going to have to try a few different ways to get by Aston Wyatt. Back into turns 4, 5, and 6 through the chicane and then into the bowl. It's going to be trying to set up a good passing opportunity. Is Schneegenberg into the hard braking zone of turn 9. Heavy white lining from Wyatt.
Ooh.
As Barsh still too far back to try and get it. Wyatt continuing to hold as these two are really going for it here, Caleb. Out of the final corner, we might see another over-under here. Schneegenberg to the inside.
Schneegenberg to the bottom of the racetrack. I think he's clear of Aston Wyatt. Gonna get it. You see Wyatt's not happy with it. Colton Schneegenberg, the 117, wins in Mini Swift. Aston Wyatt to Barsh to Ahmad to Marshall Steves, your top 5. Nate, are you looking for a new phone by chance?
New phone?
Yeah.
Not really a new phone. I could be looking for some other devices that could help me, advance my lap times on track, particularly some Microns maybe.
Maybe a Micron 6?
Maybe a Micron 6. That seems like a really good option.
On sale today at Shop AKR. And as well more. You can get suits, neck braces, shoes, gloves, MXCs maybe, helmets, a whole go-kart maybe.
Whole go-kart, ready to race go-karts.
Yeah, I saw it was on social media. They were just building one, sending it out, complete, ready, turn it on, go. No, but I always joke around the new Micron 6s, you can make phone calls on them. Which if AIM is out there somewhere listening to me right now, the Micron 7, whenever that comes out, you should actually put some games on it. In case they get bored, right? When you're out there, just play some games. Those games that pop up, when the ads and it's a little soldier who moves across, just trying to shoot the zombies.
It would be a little annoying to get that pop up mid-race, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would. I would actually play if I was out there kind of in the lead of this race, having a good one. But even then, starting grid's not going to change here. Aiden Rudolph, Jordan Musser still on run number 1. We saw Musser with the whole shot in that first heat race. Noah Zars was able to go through with them. John Paul McQuarrie, Bobby Klein, Zars, Derek Proctor, Cameron Pauly, your 7 drivers here in this one. But yeah, could add some games maybe to the Micron 7. Maybe a phone, maybe comms. I don't know.
could do some in-race reporting if they add comms to that, so that could level up the coverage here.
That'd be great, yeah. We'll take a look at it nonetheless. But here we go. Getting these drivers lined up. Making sure everybody's good to go. It was Jordan Musser experience reigned supreme at the end of the first one. We look on here for the second one. Aiden Rudolph, Jordan Musser, row number 1. We look for the whole shot. We look for the flag. It's in the air. And Jordan Musser gets it once again to the lead of the race into turn 1.
Sure, it's the last thing that Aiden Rudolph wanted to see was that barrel art getting the whole shot into turn 1 yet again. Shown that it's a very hard track to pass on in shifter competition. Aiden Rudolph probably going to have to get a bit creative here, Caleb, to get by, because it seems like Musser knows that turn 9 is the best spot to try and get past. He parks the kart on the apex there yet again. More battling happening further back in the pack, but looking forward towards the front of the field is still watching Cameron Pauly, Bobby Klein, and co. Derek Proctor making up a few spots there, moving him up into 4th. Noah Zarsk in 3rd. You can see there, not a whole lot happening.
Yeah, Noah Zarsk actually back here in 5th. He lost or 6th, I should say. I guess he didn't have the best of start. He's behind Bobby Klein, Cameron Pauly, the driver right behind him in the number 1. Belchiori gets himself up to 3rd. The battle for the lead, very close. Whole lot of black and orange in the rear view of Jordan Musser here, who again keeps it low, not giving Aiden Rudolph away by.
Rudolph looking to the inside, the final corner, tried that in Heat 1, didn't quite get the job done, but we'll see. He's got the power to get by on the straightaway. Into turn 1 they go. Aiden Rudolph showing a nose, unable to get that done on our current race leader. Derek Proctor finding himself in the same situation. 2 Burrells leading 2 CRGs on the opening portion of this race. Even though he is kind of stuck behind Jordan Musser, Aiden Rudolph going purple last time across the stripe. They'll head their way into turn 9. Musser defends well through here, knows it's the best passing opportunity, so blocks any chance off for Aiden Rudolph. Rudolph just going to have to get, like we said on lap 1 here, Caleb, a little bit creative with where he wants to get by that Burrell Art machine if he can muster that.
I mean, he's been good in turn 1. He's been good down the hill as well. You know, to me, if you want to talk about it, I really think Rudolph respects Jordan a lot. We actually talked to Aiden earlier on in the weekend as well. It's something you'll see on the broadcast later on in the day. But I think he has a lot of respect for him, and there you see him look for it again in a turn 5. Thinks better of it. Back in the line, and I really think if you want to talk about it, right, that's I think what we're seeing here. Rudolph playing it nice with Musser in a 9. Finally got it. Finally able to get clear.
Yeah, Musser went a little bit defensive, but was unable to hold off a charging Aiden Rudolph, who got a really good run out of turns 7 and 8. And now, for the first time, Aiden Rudolph leads the way in Arcane Motorsports Shifter here in Heat 2. 2 minutes 40 remaining for these drivers. You can see this is battle further back. Derek Proctor on that CRG in 4th. Second on screen will be trying to do the same thing that Aiden Rudolph did to Jordan Musser, but will have to close up quite a bit to the 60 Barrel Art leading him.
Yeah, John Paul Milcori, the rookie standout from Amarillo, puts himself 3rd at the moment. And then Derek, well, coming out here with Pierce, again, the 2 of them working quite well together with LSR Motorsports, building those engine packages on the shifter side of things for them. And now here this weekend, Derek back behind the wheel. We'll see him out at the Pro Tour as well in the final round when we get to Newcastle here in a couple of weeks. But even then, Derek just, that kid who's only 14 years old, just right ahead of him, moving up from 206 junior last year. We saw him race a couple of races. I think maybe even here. Not too sure. Can't remember correctly, but yeah, for John Paul, good results for him on the shifting side of things on the shifting package.
That's pretty impressive for him moving up from junior. Not an easy step up to make, but making the most of it. Running P3. Proctor still unable to find a way by, mainly because he hasn't been able to close up to the back end of John Paul. Again, currently running in third. Back up front, Aiden Rudolph, 45.9. That's purple for the number 7, CRG pilot. Leading the way over Jordan Musser, continuing to build that gap out in front for Heat 2 of Shifter. 3 to go, and this time across the line as they'll wait for the time to tick down. They'll add 2 laps to that. You can see onto the front straight they go. Proctor trying to find his way past or get himself out of that little bubble that's starting to form that he can't really close up to here, Caleb. There's the leaders out in front. Aiden Rudolph, Jordan Musser. Over half a second gap last time across the stripe. This time seems like it's been a bit more.
There you go. Like you said, Nate, gaps opening up at the front to about half a second. The gap for the back stays the same. About 4/10, almost looks like 3/10 now. In between the drivers in third and fourth. This time, 2.6 in the air, 2 laps to go. Aiden Rudolph and Jordan Musser lead this field away.
Yeah, Musser unable to sustain the pace that Aiden Rudolph has been able to put down. Continue to go quicker does Aiden Rudolph. Still holding that fast time, 45.8 for him. Musser, his last lap was a 46.0. Just losing time is Jordan Musser. It seems like the rear end of that kart isn't as hooked up as the CRG in front of him. Oh, the white flag in the air this time by. It'll be, if things stand like this, a successful race for Rudolph and another chance for Musser and his crew to go back and rework that kart to try and hold off Aiden Rudolph after the whole shots they've been getting today. Still, Caleb, Aiden Rudolph, how about it? He's going to get the race win if he can hold off for the next half of the track. It's going to be a difficult weekend, though, for him. Obviously, running double duty between Shifter and KA 100. He's been rising to the occasion so far and looks for a Heat 2 victory in a few seconds here.
Yeah, starting to heat up as well. 92 degrees out there, so nice and toasty, right, you must say, with the exhaust and everything around, but not showing it at all. Checkered flag in the air for Rudolph, who wins Heat race number 2 over Jordan Musser. John Paul Melchiori, third. Derek Proctor, Bobby Klein, the top 5.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Perez who wins in Cresson.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior. How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born.
Get ready to go racing here once again. Vettel Baker, Booker Anderson, looks like can't get fired, unfortunately. Looking to adjust something here on Booker's kart. Saying 1 minute. You have everybody fired up here, though, Nate.
Yeah, unsure as to what that was. Getting that all fired up. Should be ready to go for Heat 2 of Kid Kart. Thumbs up for those drivers. Visor down. Looking for the green for Heat number 2. We'll get it. Green flag for Kid Kart. Anderson will have the jump off the line, and a wave of CRGs leading this field into turns 1A and 1B. Everyone gains through there. Nice and clean there, Caleb. Bit different to the past couple of races. Love to see that, but onto the back straight for the first time. Looks like Anderson will lead us.
Yeah, and that was a good start once again by the inside line. Vettel Baker able to get clear, goes to the lead of this one with Mav Reddick up to second. JJ DeShong not too far back, as well as Booker Anderson to put himself in the third spot. So far so good for everybody to get this one going here in the Kid Kart class, the top 5. Not too far away from each other. I think the only other non-CRG here, I think you'd go back to the driver that looks to be in 6th. That could be Hollis. And Galliano, unfortunately, who just hasn't had the pace so far this weekend to put himself into the mix so far. So unfortunate there for Weiland. Again, we've seen him be fast as well all year long. He was fast over in Amarillo, fast at Speed Sports, again, his home track. But he's a little ways down the order. Must have had some sort of issue at the start of this one, but here we go. Nothing much yet from second on back here, Nate.
Yeah, not a whole lot happening here. There you see Maverick Reddick in that second spot. Vettel Baker going purple last time across the stripe. There you can see the 1 second gap that Vettel Baker on board that 22 CRG has built up. Into the bowl they go through turn 9 Of course, this being a near flat-out track for most of our classes, so it's pretty easy flat for these Briggs 206 kid karts. So they'll be making their way into turn 10. Yeah, I'd make an assumption that it's pretty easy flat. I think turn 9 is probably the one challenge for them, but everything else, if the 206 seniors can do it, I'm sure these guys can too.
You think you'd cramp up holding the gas down all lap long?
I think you would. I don't think you put too many springs on that than you usually would in a kid kart.
And I feel like for a lot of the kiddos as well, right? Their legs are super stretched out, so you're kind of, flexing the calf. I don't know. Can you get a cramp at what, 6, 7 years old? Is that possible?
I don't know. I'm not a doctor. You'd have to ask a medical professional
Google
on that
it.
one. There, Caleb.
Google it. Ask ChatGPT.
Oh yeah,
that gives you everything. I'm pretty sure you could. Anyway, but that's why you eat bananas in between, right? That's the it's probably the key to victory here this weekend.
Yeah, probably.
That's the victory. Don't get tired. I don't know. There's not much else to it, Nate.
Not a whole lot to it. Reddick and Anderson are fairly close, along with Lofton. But, of course, like what we were saying, with the nature of this track, with how pretty much easy flat it is for these kid kart drivers, very hard to pass, and you're going to have to wait for another driver in front of you to make a mistake. Baker, though, 2.3 seconds between himself and Reddick. Obviously finding a little bit of time for Vettel Baker. So that gap continues to open up out in front.
What did ChatGPT say?
ChatGPT says you can get a leg cramp at that age, and it can be common from dehydration, which such a hot weekend like it is, that could be something to look out for, obviously.
Man, I miss Deke sometimes, especially. He used to be out here middle of the day. It could be hot, and he'd always scream on this big megaphone, "Drink water!" super, super loud. So definitely missed that a little bit here to having him here. Letting us know it's race day, too. It's race day. When you walk in through the gates, you wouldn't know. You had to be here last year, man. But, yeah, if you know, you know. If you know, you know.
You had to be there.
You had to be there.
You had to be there.
You had to be there. No, but nonetheless, just a quick reminder for those of you who can hear us, if you happen to be walking by the speakers that we have set up, just drink water. Stay hydrated. Maybe some Pedialyte. I believe there's IVs downstairs as well being handed out. So not being handed out. Got to pay for them. So, but, yeah, I got one myself earlier this week. For those of you here around, dehydrated or whatever, no better way than to plug up to a bag of water and get it that way. That's it's pretty cool.
Back on track, Reddick still getting pressured by Anderson in third. Those guys have been pretty much bumper to tail all race long. 10 seconds left on the clock, so we should be getting 2 to go for Heat 2 of Kid Kart. See this battle for second continuing to go on. There you can see 2 to go this time by for Vettel Baker. 3.1 second gap last time across the stripe. It should increase 3.7. Now there, Caleb, Liam Lofton in that 4th spot, staying in this battle for 3rd. And if this can continue into tomorrow, should be seeing some close action from these kid karts in the final and their main event. Still have the rest of Heat 2, Heat 3 coming up later this afternoon. And obviously the final coming tomorrow afternoon. See Reddick still holding off Anderson. Booker Anderson just really needs a mistake out of Maverick Reddick at this point, but Reddick showed that he was very consistent throughout the main event at MCC for CKNA Summer Nats, able to hold on to a win there. Didn't make a whole lot of mistakes, so it's going to be difficult for Booker to get by. White flag in the air, though, this time as Vettel Baker checks over his shoulder to see where the rest of the pack is. Was 3.7 seconds across the line. This time, 4 seconds, almost dead on the money for Vettel Baker. Final couple of corners for Vettel Baker to secure the race win here in Kid Kart. It's been a good run for him this race. Out of the final corner, it's going to go the way of the 22 as he checks over on the left side. You can see the karts going by. Again, a bit close to the flag man there, but checkered flag in the air for Vettel Baker. Takes the win in Heat 2 there, Caleb.
You listen to Taylor Swift at all?
I'm not a big Swiftie, no.
Well, I'm feeling 22. No, I'm playing. Vettel Baker wins here in heat race number 2. I had to do it, bro. You said 22, so there we go. Man. I'm feeling 22, so is Vettel Baker. Wins heat race number 2 here in this one. Matt Reddick, the 75, across the line in second. Quick commercial break from our side. We'll be right back with more.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats. They got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series.
KA Junior by P1 Engines out on the track now for their second heat race. Nico Orbezo, Gage Bailey on row number 1. With Nate Golseth, Tyrone Kemper Jr. on row number 2.
David Ibarra, P5, Mason Berry will roll off alongside. Then Luke Cruz, Braden Westfall on the next row, and then Matthew Duquette Easton Cox, your top 10.
We go to a couple more. Jackson Baldus, Royce Vega, Carson Berry, Theo Mitchell unfortunately couldn't put down a lap with the incident we saw in heat race number 1 between Tyrone Kemper going around just on the exit of 1B. Collected a couple there. We'll see how they stack up here for the second of their heat races. 21 drivers total joining us here in Cresson for some KA100 Junior racing action. We look for it though. Green flag looking to go in the air. We get it, and we go racing here in KA Junior.
Big start there from the inside line. Orbezo, Gulseth, and Ybarra all getting through, and bit of a lead already for those top 3. Down the back straight they go. Nico Orbezo on that 808 Tony Kart, leading us into the bowl for the first time. A good jump for him, and that inside line, like we said, into turn 9 for the first time this race. Not a whole lot of battling happening up front, but further back, Caleb, a lot of jostling for position.
Yeah, a couple of movers further back. H. Bailey was able to make a pass. We're looking to Tyrone Kemper. They're all getting themselves into the mix. Luke Cruz looked for a move there as well on what looked to be Mason Berry. Looked for it again into turn 1. Had to get back in the line. Not going to work that time by Westfall, just right behind him with Duquette. Easton Cox was inside of the top 10, and again, it's all going to shuffle that time through. It's Orbezo to Gulseth to Ybarra, and now it's going to change up front. Gulseth looked to go for the lead. He's going to get it.
Trackside carving services, to the lead there with Nate Gulseth, but that's going to really bunch them all up here, Kalo. About 6 on back. Ybarra to the inside. Orbezo is going to be the one challenging for the lead yet again. Put Nico Orbezo back to the lead of this race. Gulseth down to 3rd. A good start, though, for Tyrone Kemper Jr. 5th across the line last time by. Nate Gulseth, though, back up the inside of Ybarra. H. Bailey will follow, but like I was saying there, Caleb, after a not-ideal start for Tyrone Kemper Jr., the reigning champion in KA100 Junior in Heat 1 after getting caught up in a huge wreck. Keeping it on track and pointing the right direction and staying with this lead group that involves Nate Gulseth now going into 2nd and back to the lead for Gulseth.
Yeah, this change for the lead continues to go on. And again, we're going to get stacked up here as Nate going to start to stack them up in the lead of it. Orbezo back to Ybarra. Kemper more there further back as well. So again, Gulseth faded low, stacked him up a little bit, moved further back in the field as well. Looks like Duquette looking to go on by Jackson Baldus. I think he was able to get that move done.
Yeah, able to get that move done and dusted. Nathan Gulseth continuing in the lead over Orbezo. Bit of a gap starting to form there between what was Ybarra and now Kemper Jr. on board that Speed Concepts Racing CS55 machine. Up into 3rd goes Kemper Jr. and now able to track down the front 2 with Ybarra and Bailey in tow. 3 minutes and probably going to be about 30 seconds remaining once they get to the line. So quite a bit of racing to happen in Heat 2 of KA Junior. One cart way off in the wayside there, Caleb.
I think that's Duquette, maybe the driver that went off there, way off on the wayside. Carson Berry now looks for a move on Jackson Baldus. He gets through. Along with him, I think Easton Cox was the driver that was able to go on by as well. But yeah, I think that was the 898 of Matthew Duquette, unfortunately, finding himself into the grass there on the exit of turn number 10 on the run of to the front stretch.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of drivers do that this weekend so far, as Kemper looking to the lead on Nate Gulseth, unable to get that done. Ybarra is going to stay in 3rd as well, but that's going to bring him right back up into this battle for the lead. Nate is really starting to pack these guys up in this battle for the lead. Still quite a bit of time to go in this K100 Junior Heat 2. They're all really stacking up. That's Gage Bailey going up into second. Ybarra holding out in third, but this could be getting interesting the next couple laps here, Caleb.
Yeah, Mason Berry went for a move there as well. I think he got himself up into the 5th spot, it looked like, or 4th, actually, I should say. He's now closing in on David Ybarra. But, yeah, you see them just all looking back, right? Everybody, head on a swivel, everybody looking over their shoulders, not wanting to let any other driver get ahead of them. Golseth's going to fade low, going to stack them up. Bailey in tow with Ybarra. Berry back to, as well, Kemper Jr., it looks like Luke Cruz just right behind him as well. With Nico Orbezo, Baldus, Duquette. The list goes on and on with the number of drivers that we do have in this front group. So, sorry, Duquette's still the driver in this mix. I think Westfall was actually the one that was probably put off. And again, we're still waiting for our timing pylon to update here. So Westfall, the driver that's still out there. Duquette, indeed, was a driver that was put off earlier on. I'm getting confused here again, but nonetheless, this race goes on. Golseth still leads. Move for third. Berry gets clear.
Yeah, Berry getting that job done. Golseth, though, out in the lead. Seems to be using that experience that he's had at the front end of national fields to be able to control races that some of these drivers don't have. He's definitely not the fastest kart on track right now. That going to the RPG Cosmic you see in the middle of the pack there, piloted by Royce Vega. 2 to go last time across the stripe. Golseth has a little bit of a gap to Ybarra, but not enough to be comfortable with, as Bailey and Berry are also right there on the 826 with Golseth behind the wheel. Into turns 4, 5, and 6 they go. Ybarra says, I'm going to work with you, and then immediately up the inside puts CRG to the lead now.
Yeah, here we go. Still changing. Ybarra now leads this field away. Mason Berry going to start to defend for third. Nathan Golseth looking low in a 9. He gets clear. Bailey as well looking for third. He's side by side with Mason Berry. And we're going to change again. Golseth to the low side. Ybarra to the high side. Looking to set up that over-under. Coming to the white flag. Ybarra leads once again. Here comes the rest of the pack. Mason Berry now within a shot. Kemper looking to deny that on the inside of 1A. He gets clear. Gage Bailey goes through as well for 4.
That was perfectly executed by Ybarra in turn 10, the final corner. Golseth just going a bit too hot there, trying to cover over the apex. But with how fast Nate Golseth has been down this back straightaway, it's not over yet, especially as they make their way into turn 9 here, Caleb. They're all bunched up, no moves being made in the bowl of turn 7, but it's all going to kick off here in turn 9.
Here we go into turn number 9. Ybarra fading low. Westfall looking to the high side. Looking to pick a lane, looking over under. Ybarra still holding on. Golseth now to the outside. Kemper going to follow him through. Berry looking as well. One driver faded low. That was Bailey. Here we go. Side by side all the way to the finish line. It's going to be close. Ybarra holds on. And he does. David Ybarra takes the second heat race here in KA Junior.
Golseth takes it.
Yeah, it just updated for us. It looked like Ybarra there for a second. Updated late, but Nate Golseth with the push of Tyrone Kemper Jr. gets it in the end, and we're gonna stay on our toes here, Nate. But yeah, close finish. Nonetheless, Golseth wins in KA Junior.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others.
What do
do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Here we go, time to go racing in 206 Senior, presented by Slipstream Racing. We'll run you down your starting lineup here with Jackson Young and Cameron Reed. Share the rights to row number 1 with Jeff Dolian and Christopher McKeithen on row number 2.
Behind them in 5th, Jacob Oliver and Reagan Seville on row 3. Kelvin Zing, Carter Kilgo round out row number 4. And Bryce Frank and Josie Chambers, the final karts inside your top 5.
Gabriel McLeod, Jensen Harrell, sorry, they're on row number 6 as well. The 627, Orion Long shares it with Sam Doros there who finds himself on row number 7. Addy Bamaru, Samuel Young on row number 8. Shelby Ramirez, Nick Miller on row number 9. Sam Toll and Madison Knox on row number 10.
Heading into the tram lines here, Caleb, to kick off heat number 2. Nice and slow to get things ready to go. Cameron Reed having all eyes on Jackson Young to see when he punches off. So we are ready to go here in heat 2, 206 senior.
Yeah, here we go. All eyes, all 25 drivers with eyes on sophomore driver. Jackson Young is going to punch off. Green flag in the air. We go racing here in 206 senior. That's a good start for the inside line.
Inside line has had the momentum there all day long. You saw Reagan Seville on that GFC machine trying to hold it high, wide, and handsome through 1A and B. Kind of able to hold his position, but still it's not an ideal way to start your race. That being said, Jackson Young continues to lead the way in the first half of the lap over Cameron Reed, Jeff Dolan, Christopher McKeithen. That top 4 going unchanged, but Reagan Seville able to move himself up into 5th in front of Kelvin Zing.
Yeah, the starts are a little bit of what we saw last year as well, right? It was very rare the times that we saw that outside line able to make one stick pretty much all weekend. So even then, kind of as expected, right? For the drivers on the outside, it's usually better. Brush the brakes a little bit, find a way, find a slot in the line, whether it's 4th, whether it's 5th. It's better than finding yourself off the racetrack right at the start or making contact with somebody else, especially with that inside line being on the pole. You decide when that race starts, right? It's on you pretty much. So, again, it was on Jackson Young, got that race started quite well. And for Cameron Reed to slot herself in a 2nd, that's a great start so far for that outside line.
Absolutely, and everyone in that top 4 has been pretty patient thus far. It's not going to hold all race long, and definitely not all weekend long for these guys and girls. Reagan Seville up the inside of Jeff Dolan, unable to get that move done. It was a bit half-hearted from the GFC driver. Just really hard to get that job done. Christian McKeithen, though, retaking that, but going back on that point, Caleb, as Reagan Seville does get that 4th spot with how flat out and racy this track is, as you can see here, going into turn 1. McKeithen retaking that with Kelvin Zing and I believe Kilgo alongside him as well. You just have to get those passes done when you're given the opportunity. You can't do a half move or anything because you can have what happened to Seville there and get freight trained down the front straightaway.
It's really easy, right? Especially if a driver doesn't want to work with you, points by to somebody else that's behind him. It's all right, let's go, and you're going to have 5 guys coming, coming alongside you, coming on the inside, and get by you really easy. So it's easy as that, simple as that, right, Nate? So we'll see how it goes. And again, McKeithen wanted to go, had help from behind, they got through. So no time wasted there.
Yeah, McKeithen has been fast so far today. He's pointing forward to Kelvin Zing, Kilgo, Bryce Frank, the drivers behind him. Frank looking up the inside of Kelvin Zing. Just a bit of a different line there between the 2 AR Racing Academy teammates, as there you can see the driver that is trying to track down Jackson Young, Cameron Reed, and Jeff Dolan, who actually went purple last time by, did Dolan, but Christopher McKeithen has about 1.1 seconds. That's Jeff Dolan, running in 3rd. Christopher McKeithen has a bit of a mountain to climb, doesn't he, Caleb, to try and catch up to these guys. At any other track, that's a gap that you really have to fight for to track down, as Bryce Frank goes for a half spin, gets collected with, I believe, Jacob Oliver. And that's unfortunate for them in turn 9, as they will continue, but way far down the pack there.
Yeah, unfortunate for those 2. Didn't end. I think either of them would have wanted. So, Bryce, a year I think that's been filled with some bad luck. So, not even that. But again, we have more news coming in. Jackson Young, I think, punched off a little bit too early outside of the start cones. So under review for a jump start. And again, wherever he finishes, there's going to be a penalty applied at the end of it. Again, if it is solidified, whether he wants to protest it or not. Again, only you have one protest on the weekend. If you lose it, you don't get another one. If you win it, you get your money back. You get as well your protest back. So we'll see for Jackson Young. But as it stands, it should be Reed if that is concrete information here, Nick.
Yeah, further back, Kelvin Zing waving by Reagan Seville in a turn 1, just behind these two of Christopher McKeithen and Carter Kilgo. Those drivers are really going to have to put the hammer down if they want any chance at a top 5. I think that's a little bit out of proportion here for Heat 2 of 206 Senior with a minute 20 to go plus 2 laps added on to that. Really, it doesn't matter if you put a world formula on those as well. You're not catching up to the drivers in front. Back out Young in front. Jackson Young continues to lead, but for how long? Cameron Reed now leads on track as well, pointing forward to the 3 drivers behind. Try and continue to build that gap, and Jackson Young is going to want exactly that. You got to think if his team on the fence are giving him any hand signals for that jump start penalty. It's saying just work with Cameron Reed in front. You don't know, and at the moment, CRG leading the way in 206 Senior.
Yeah, Cameron Reed, the Racing Cajun. Again, we talked about her just a couple of weeks ago over at MCC, and you know the progression she's had so far throughout the years. And again, we've seen her race out in Las Vegas in the shifter package. We've seen her do a lot of things. 206 has been her home for cycle racing. She was over at the Tillotson World Finals as well, racing over on the T4 package, qualified on the pole, I believe, 2 years ago. And now, you know, this year she's had, you know, a couple of good results. You look back at last year, right? The out-of-the-box challenge over at CKNA, she won that. You look over at last weekend at the Summer Nationals at MCC, where myself and yourself were out there, Nate. And again, a great result for her. She was the fastest, you know, if not one of the fastest drivers all weekend long. Put herself within a top 5 position into the podium places. And here this weekend, right? Talked to her this morning. She was super confident. You know, she usually whenever we have conversations, there's always something, right, that she feels like she's missing or you know, feels like she doesn't have. And this weekend, she said, we have it all. We have the pace to win, and it's only, you know, we haven't even started racing it on Saturday. And again, bad luck in that first heat race. You turn around Heat 2, and to have the pace that she's had so far in the closing stages, this is good. And I think some of the best pace that she's had this year so far, outright pace, right? Driver to beat so far this weekend. Jackson Young, again, you talk about this kid's pace. He's been fast so far this weekend. Driver to beat as well. Penalty, again, looming over his head a little bit. We have more drivers getting themselves into the mix. Jeff Dolian on the Coyote machine getting closer and closer. Christopher McKeithen on the PPK getting himself closer. And Carter Kilgo, again, sophomore driver here in the senior ranks, stood out. Heat race number 1, picked up the leftovers, was in 3rd, went in the lead, didn't look back.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of drivers who are getting a chance to shine out in front here in Cresson, Texas, with that 2 to go signal last time across the stripe into turns 4, 5, and 6, the kind of S's section towards the back end of the track that leads them into the banked corner of the bowl. Turn 9, great passing opportunity. Can Dolian get by through here? He's going to stay in line with Cameron Reed. Kilgo and McKeithen are closing in on this pack of 3 here. Caleb, white flag in the air this time by for Heat 2 of 206 Senior. Dolian looking to the inside with the help of Cameron Reed. 3 wide across the line, and it's only Heat 2, CRG, and the Racing Cajun to the lead in 206 Senior. More battling happening on 4th on back, but Cameron Reed back to the lead here, Caleb.
Yeah, McKeithen now gets himself up to 3rd, side by side, back for 4th. Jackson Young, Carter Kilgo, they were battling for the 4th spot. I think that's going to be held by Young in the end. Well, here we go, side by side for 2nd. Going to give Cameron a little bit of breathing room up front, with McKeithen looking to go for 2nd. He's still looking for it. On chassis mate and Jeff Dolian looking. McKeithen on the inside. He's clear. Kilgo looking to go by for 3rd as well. Contact in between the two. Young is into the grass. Kilgo slowed way down, and Cameron Reed, what a turnaround from heat race number 1. She's there, she gets it done here the second time around. A little bit of a bow there, rightfully so. She's clear. Here in heat race number 2, McKeithen crossed the line second, to Dolian, to Kilgo to finish 4th. Kelvin Zing to Chambers, to Jensen Harrell with the penalty now for Jackson Young. That moves him all the way down in 9th. And again, got to take a look back there with the incident he had with Carter Kilgo. Where he's going to end up, no idea here at the end of it, Nate. But unfortunate there for the pole man to fall back in 9th. One more heat race for him later on the day. We're racing into the evening here in Cresson. All the way, I think the last heat race goes hot at 6:47. So long day.
Who is it
long day here.
Who wins in Cresson?
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior. How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Hey guys, it's Lucas Nogueira here from PSL Karting. I'm here to show you guys about the Micron 6. This is the new dash that came from AIM Sports. They're 10 years using the Micron 5, now they came up with the Micron 6. I'm going to talk about some of the updates that they did. First things first, they have a larger screen now. With a different screen that you can see your delta time in real time. So they have a bar graph now that will show the driver if he's getting better or worse throughout the lap. Like when you're driving in iRacing or something like this and you have that bar graph, we have the same now with the Micron 6. One thing that we really like here at PSL is now it comes with a USB-C port. So you charge the dash through this USB port and you don't have a battery anymore. So the guys from the shifter that use the lever here, you won't touch your battery. And we can also use this to download the data. So many times when you're using the Wi-Fi and you're having trouble downloading interference, especially in Las Vegas, we have a lot of interference. You just come in with the cable, plug on your computer, download the data, it's super fast. Another thing that is really good about this dash is the new battery. The new battery lasts the whole week. Like we've been using the dash for the whole week and we only give it a one charge. It's a very long-lasting battery compared to the previous version, okay? Something else about this dash that I find that it was a big improvement was that now it comes with IMU platform of 6 axes. That means it has accelerometers that will measure the acceleration of the dash. So for us that like doing match channels and use the GPS to analyze like acceleration, deceleration, now we're measuring that at 100 times per second. So these accelerometers are very precise and will help us find the balance of the go-kart and help find the right setup for the track. So that's pretty much it about the Micron 6. I hope you guys start using it. We've been using it and it's really good.
There you hear from PSL Karting's Lucas Nogueira, actually on site here this weekend for those of you in and around the paddock. He's over with the AR Academy this weekend. Go bother him for any questions over your Micron 6. You can order yours today at shopakr.com, the official partner of Kart Chaser's live coverage. But here we go. Once again, we go racing with Mace Lasek and more in 206 Cadet. Green flag in the air. We go racing.
Another clean start through 1A and 1B for the Speed Concepts Racing 206 Cadet drivers. Onto the back straight they go. Not a whole lot of shuffling on this opening half lap of the race. So everyone will be settling in, filing in, trying to find some drafting partners as they make their way into turn 9 here.
Here we go, Dusty Strayer looking for a move in second. Can't get it done on Clayton Stiles. Gonna slot back in a line, and that's gonna open the door for Aston Wyatt to go through in the 3rd spot. A couple of more, Podoraki in the 223. They're gonna go side by side with Strayer there as well. They're gonna fight for that spot. I think Milo might have got it over Strayer.
Yeah, so Lasik setting fast time last time by. About a little under 3/10 there, Caleb, but Styles right on him as well. Not letting the 201 in front of him get too far in front. More battling happening further back. Blem and Strayer swapping positions. Wyatt, a bit of no man's land as things stand. He runs third, trying to close down to the leaders.
And by turn 10, Podoraki able to work his way through for the 5th spot. Wyatt White with Yomi Vargas in tow. And a couple of more. Liam Haswell just right behind him. Brody Stoffel there in tow. We go side by side for 4th. What an over-under for White. Not sure it's going to stick. Dusty Strayer retakes the 4th spot.
Yeah, so Strayer now able to attempt to bring that group up to Aston Wyatt. Running in 3rd still on that AR Academy machine. Lasick and Styles. Wouldn't be surprised if they add the 221 of Wyatt to their group, and there he is. Wyatt has been flying at the start of this race. It's now a pack of 3 at the front of the field. Styles will have to give that place up. New race leader here, Caleb, but they're going to go side by side down the front straightaway with a little bit of door banging.
Here we go, Styles to the low side. Wyatt following him through, going to push him by. Mace Lasek, and in the process, going to take advantage of the momentum up to the lead of the race for Aston Wyatt. As our AR Academy machine goes to the lead. Styles in 2nd. Mace Lasek 3rd.
Yeah, Wyatt almost going 4/10 faster than Lasek. 2/10 quicker than Styles last time across the stripe. So using that pace to his advantage to get himself some clear air and the race lead in the early stages of this 2nd heat race for SCR 206 Cadet. To the final corner they come yet again. Caleb still 2nd and 3rd, unable to do anything to close up to the back end of Aston Wyatt.
Side by side for the back, looks like Wyatt White. Another one of the drivers, I think it might be Yomi Vargas. You have more drivers starting to get into the frame here, Nate, if you will. You're starting to get stacked up. And again, very common in 206 racing, right? It's not uncommon, you must say, when you see a train of 10 karts all in line. That's, I guess, if you will, 206 racing for you. We saw it over at MCC. It happens here, and we're going to see a whole lot of that as well throughout the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. The more you battle in 206, it really just builds the gap for the drivers in front of you or for drivers starting to close in. So a lot of these drivers have started to learn that you have to work together to be able to get anything done on track, and that's obviously made its way down to the Cadet division. Brody Stoffel making up a position there further on in the pack. They'll make their way into 1A and B yet again. 204 of Haswell making up a position there as well, getting by another driver. This is really where all the action is happening right now, Caleb. Not a whole lot happening in the top 5 so far, but a good old battle pack here inside the top 10.
See them start to mix up the position. Liam Haswell, Stoffel there with Podoraki just right behind him. Looks like Vargas, White. Everybody just trading position here in this mid-pack. I think Silas Root, the driver, who's down in 11th. Didn't have the best of qualifying. Put him down the order. He goes Stoffel looking on the inside of Haswell. He's going to get through. I think might have sent it in a little bit too deep. And now it's going to stick and have help from the factory cart of Milo. Just right behind them, the two of them working quite well together to stay ahead of Haswell. Podoraki, though, washes wide. Reopens the door for Liam.
Yeah, outside rear for Podoraki on board that factory cart machine. Just not sticking through 1A and 1B. Going to lose some time there. Down the back straight, you can see Stoffel and Strayer built a little bit of a gap to the 4 or so carts behind. Stoffel seems a little racy, might make a move into turn 9 here. More moves happening on back. Haswell be going on the inside of Kuraki in that factory carts machine. To go right back at him, though, as they continue the battle.
2-6 in the air, 2 laps to go left in this race. Joey Vargas looked for a move there in a 1 on Haswell. She couldn't get through, but he focused back on the lead of this race. Clayton Stiles retook the lead over Aston Wyatt. Mace Lasek, the 201. Still finds himself in 3rd. And used the term no man's land earlier. That's where Lasek finds himself. Stiles now going to fade low. Going to defend from Wyatt. So we're going to start to battle for the heat race victory here.
That's exactly what you have to do in 206 racing. Wait till the final couple of moments with your drafting partner and then start to battle. Stiles on the inside, Wyatt on the outside. Stiles should have this covered off, especially in the lower horsepower Briggs 206 divisions. Down the back straight, though, this is where it could get a little interesting. Wyatt, if he has a run, is going to have to get a little bit of a send-on here if he wants to get it done through the S's section. Through into the bull they go, up the inside. Wyatt gets that done. Stiles, though, not over for him as Wyatt goes defensive into 9. Good passing opportunity and potentially an over-under in the final corner coming here, Caleb.
Here we go. One more opportunity for Stiles. Again, think about the run of the line around the outside. Clayton Stiles looking to hold on. Over-under move. Nice and easy for Clayton. Takes the lead of the race. Takes the heat race victory as well over Aston Wyatt and Drew Blem. Across the line further back, Brody Stoffel crosses the line on what looks to be 5th. To Wyatt White, to Milo Podoraki, Liam Haswell, Dusty Strayer, and Silas Root. Your top 10.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Cresson.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior. How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moto equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Hey, welcome back here to third round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series in Cresson, Texas. All right, Kart Moto K100 Masters presented by High Five Performance, leading us out onto the racetrack. And into the tram lines, their main man, Pierce Baldus for LSR Motorsports, going to lead this field to green alongside Miguel Mir, with Shane Burkett and Brent Harper on row number 2. We look for it here now. Green flag in the air. We go racing, and that's a great start for the outside. Once again, Miguel Mir got caught for a jump start in the first heat race, and we have contact further back. One of the Jake French racing machines up and around.
All the way up to the finish line.
Not how you want to get things underway, but Miguel Mir will take that start over Pierce Baldus, getting the jump, taking the lead here in High Five Performance KA100 Master. Heading their way into turn 9. Baldus not close enough to make any moves. And after what we saw in qualifying and the first heat race, Caleb, most likely going to be Mir and Baldus battling for the win here in Heat 2.
Yeah, here we go. Mir, Baldus, we saw the two of them go back and forth in that first heat race. Harper goes wide. That's going to open the door for Burkett, for Howie to work their way through. They're both up a spot. Burkett up to 3rd now, Howie up to 4th. That's going to demote Brent back to what looks to be 5th. 5th there, Nate.
Yeah, not where you want to be, especially with how far back these drivers are from the front 4 pack at this point.
I think it might have lost another one. The 407 of Wright was able to get through as well.
Yeah, Wright. Currently P5, it looks like on track. There he is, getting caught by one of our hard-working camera crew. More battling, though, happening on track. Faulkner is also right there on that TV cart, but KR, I believe, Harper getting by for 5th. It's the front 4 really starting to extend this gap now. Out in front, but checking in on 6th on back here for KA100 Master. There you can see a little bit further back inside of this battle pack. No one really close enough to make any moves as things stand. Back up front, though, it's nice and close. Between the front 4, Miguel Mir, Pierce Baldus, unable to shake off the rest of the pack behind them. We still have a couple drivers hounding them for potential heat race victory here in Heat 2.
Gap starting to open up a little bit in between Mir and Pierce Baldus. It's kind of busy. Looked like he was going to work on the needles, on the carburetor needles that is of his engine there on the front straight, Nate. So could be something.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see throughout the rest of this race if issue presents itself, at least to us. Obviously, he's going to have a much better feel of what's going on in the kart for him, but looking a bit closer to Miguel Mir into turn 9, unable to do anything that time by. Heading into turn 10 yet again. Everyone's still very close to each other, but unable to get any closer to the rear bumper of the driver in front. Still, Miguel Mir leading the way over Pierce Baldus.
Well, here we go. Miguel Mir still in the lead of this one with Pierce Baldus in 2nd, Shane Burkett further back as well in the 3rd spot, Daniel Howie in 4th. Moore Glanger finds himself in the 411 there with Brent Harper just right behind him. A couple of more Kogan Wright in the 407, himself in 7th. Not too far back. Neil Faulkner as well. Good drive to get himself up into the top 10. Janae Din and more side by side for the back end. And Kozak making a move there on what looked to be Cherry in the 491.
Yeah, Kozak not having a good race one. Out in 1B after retirement in the opening heat, able to move their way up into P10. So a much better start for this second heat as time starts to wind down. Should be about 3 to go next time the leaders get to the stripe. You see Neil Faulkner leading the way of this second pack. You can see his son Jake will be racing in K100 Senior in just a couple of classes' time. Not a whole lot of battling for position here. I say that. You have Din and Kozak looking up the inside of the TV cart piloted by Neil Faulkner. So that's going to move the 454 machine down just a couple more spots there. We'll have to see if there's any battling happening at the front of the field, though, as Pierce Baldus, it looks like, has gotten his way by Miguel Mir, and that's confirmed by our camera crew. They'll be making their way out of turn 9. So you can see them just going into turn 10 here, Caleb. Few laps to go here. Miguel Mir is going to need to turn on the afterburners if he wants a chance to get right by Pierce Baldus. I believe it should be 2 laps to go. No signal there, so be 2 to go next time by for these K100 Masters.
Yeah, nothing yet. Baldus, again, went back up to the front here a couple moments ago. And you see him kind of just, every time we hit that front straight, Nate just gets to work a little bit, right? Goes to work a little bit on the needles and I guess either timed adjustments, whatever he needs, when he needs it as this race goes on. So I know, I mean, he's been super busy building the shifter engine packages. Not sure if he's gotten around to building his own K100 package, and that's something that they wanted to kind of work on throughout the years as well. So curious to ask as well later on tonight whenever we do walk the paddock of to see, you know, kind of if that is something he's doing, timing that to a T, and you see you start to see Miguel Mir as well get to work on his carburation, trying to close down his gap. How about Daniel Howie? Get himself through for third. It's not bad there for Howie to go by on Shane Burkett.
Yeah, Howie moving himself up. Don't think it'll be enough to get to the back end of Miguel Mir. Pierce Baldus, like you were saying, just going to work on those carb needles every time they get to the front straightaway. It's obviously working for him. Went purple last time across the stripe. It'll just be 1 more lap to go in Heat 2 for these K100 Masters. Halfway through the day for them. Still have the Heat 3 later on in the afternoon. Some more battling here. Burkett, the MPG Motorsports driver, gaining on by Howie for third.
Back and forth in between the two of them, right? The TV cart made the move the lap before. Now the MPG Academy machine is Shane Burkett going to go by. There's a lot of them going through, and again, just receiving confirmation. Miguel Mir again penalized here in this race for a jump start. So not sure how much time that will be, how far down that's going to move him. But you start to see Baldus start to open up his gap in comparison to Mir. Gap starting to open up a little bit here, Nate. A little bit more, I think, than Mir would like. But that being said, checkered flag in the air. The black and checkered comes out. Side by side, back for third. Howie, Burkett. It stays. I believe so. Yeah, Howie holds on to third over Burkett. That's going to move Mir down to fourth now with the penalty applied. So not good for the averages for Miguel Mir. Gary Glanger, the top 5. Time to go racing here in 206 Junior. And again, that's your Masters grid. But here we go with Rodrigo Poloya, Dean Guerrier on row number 1, Eva Blem and Sawyer Chambers on row 2.
Mia Johnson inside the top 5 alongside Levi Meador. You have Holton Edwards, Mazdad, Francisco Reyes, and Presley Peterson inside your top 10.
Peyton Anderson, Emmett Eddles, again with some work to do here in this one to work his way back up to the front with Brandon Green. Up to field 13 drivers total. Green at the rear, and I would assume that could be an engine change. Could be something here for Brandon. But here we go. We look for the green flag. We're gonna get it. We go racing into 06 Junior.
Everyone getting through there nice and clean. Through 1A and 1B. Most classes have so far today, but we've seen at the start of Heat 2 in Micro Swift, when it goes wrong, it can go catastrophic for a lot of drivers. Into 5, 6, and now 7 for the leaders. Ploya leading the way early on. I believe P2 Blem is there as well. The inside, believe Gearer making the move for P3 there as well there, Caleb, as first and second playing nice on this opening lap, but third on back they're having a lot of swapping for position to see who's going to lead them up to first and second.
Yeah, already a couple of movers. There you go, Brandon Green was able to work his way through. It looks like Emmett Eddles has made up a couple of spots at the start of this one. We'll keep you updated on those spots gained as well as we wait for our timing pylon to refresh. Again, this is all presented by TV Kart USA. We'll update that as well as soon as possible with your 206 Juniors. Rodrigo Poloya, your leader over Eva Blem, Dean Guerrier. Sawyer Chambers now looking for third. I think he was able to get it, and he was. Sawyer Chamber now gets clear with Mia Johnson just right behind him. Holton Edwards, Emmett Eddles as well, just not too far back in tow. So these two drivers lead him away. But again, the rest of the pack getting closer and closer here, it looks like, Nate.
Very tame start to this 206 Junior race compared to what we're used to seeing in other junior competitions. The driver up the inside there. I believe that was Eddles, who also went purple last time across the stripe, so move them up into that 6th spot. You can see there Ploya and Blem continuing to build that gap out in front, first and second. It's quite the margin, about 8/10 on these opening couple of laps between second and third already. So the likes of Sawyer Chambers and co, that Sawyer will be leading. It's gonna be a bit of a mountain to climb to catch up to first and second if they don't start to battle here in the second heat of 206 Junior.
Well, here you go this time by. Eddles looked to have a look down low and thought better of it. He made the move actually past Holton Edwards, and then for whatever reason got shuffled down just in the moment that we looked away. Now he's gonna go back by on a fellow CRG, that is, and it looks to be Levi Meador in the 316, the driver he's looking to go back by on. That's for 7th.
Yeah, still pretty far back from these drivers here that are first, second, and then third and fourth. Of course, third, that intrepid kart being Sawyer Chambers. Dean Greer in fourth, went purple last time by. Those two drivers still not quicker than the drivers in front of them, at least last time across the stripe. It's about even on averages between all of those front four, but Greer can hold that pace. You have to think both Chambers and Greer will be in this battle for the win. Coming across the stripe, and Chambers has definitely made up time with the help of Greer. They're just a few tenths back from Eva Blem at this point.
the wind blowing as well in the background. You see the flags waving around. Hot day out here, must be said, Nate. But again, the wind I think keeping us as cool as can be, considering the conditions. But Rodrigo Poloya, Eva Blem, about to have some company. Sawyer Chambers now on their rear bumper. Dean Geary as well closes in, with more drivers just looming in the background. Mia Johnson in fifth. Her, I guess you want to say, dancing partner at this point, Holton Edwards. The two of them have worked together quite well. Are working their way up, and now Chambers looking to split the 2 leaders up, looking for second, looking for the lead in the process into turn 1. Catches Poloya by surprise. Sawyer Chambers to the lead of the race.
It was a pretty slick 2-for-1 there, and 1A and 1B. Don't know if Sawyer was expecting to go to the lead there, but Poloya opened that corner up enough at 1B for the intrepid driver to make their way on by and into the lead. So now Eva Blem continues to be in second, but now to a new leader, as Dean Guerrier has to be probably a little annoyed. It was the one who pushed Chambers all the way up into that position, but still sits in fourth right now. That being said, still long race to go for these 206 juniors, and only their second heat of the day.
Not too long. I think we're getting closer to the end. Not the 2.6 yet, but we are close to it here, Nate. We'll keep an eye for it. I think 3 minutes probably what we're going to have left here in this one. We look down the hill now. Sawyer Chambers still leads from Eva Blem, from Rodrigo Poloya, from Dean Geary, and just heard actually in the background, we're in the room with timing. 2 laps to go next time by.
Yeah, so 2 to go. When they hit the stripe, Chambers will probably be happy to see that. Doesn't seem like they've had the pace in the second half of the race to hold off second, third, and fourth, or to be able to maintain this by themselves. Probably going to see some defensive driving once they see sticks in the air this time. Out of the final corner, 2 laps to go. Chambers still holding the traditional racing line, not going defensive just yet into 1A and 1B. See Mia Johnson there ducking to the inside as well, further on back, but here you have that battle for the win that Sawyer Chambers continues to hold. As back straight now, Caleb, for these guys. Not a whole lot happening in terms of jostling for position, but you have to think with these juniors it should be kicking off fairly soon.
Yeah, what's been tame, right? And that's the name of the game whenever you talk about 206 racing, whenever you talk about, you know, what it takes to be up at the front when it matters most. It's not going overboard, not, you know, I was going to say not thinking outside of the box, but you have to think outside of the box to pass at a place like this where it's quite predictable, you know, to see where you're going to pass. But it's not about going crazy, for the lack of better words. It's about biding your time, being patient, being smart as well. And that's why you kind of see those slower races. You see them kind of pan out a little bit slower, like they have. And even then, right, you need to pick your moves. You need to be smart about it, like Emmett Eddles has been, to get himself up to fifth, all the way from almost last in this race. You know, move by move, lap by lap. He's picked and choose them in the right place. And the same thing for the guys at the front, guys and girls at the front, I should say, that have been up there pretty much all race long. Eva Blem, she's been patient with Sawyer. Poloya has been patient with Eva. Dean has just been sitting there in fourth. Kind of everybody has been pretty patient. And that's why you see this race pan out the way it has so far. Blem now looks slow to defend from Poloya. They're going to go side by side, and this is going to give Sawyer Chambers the breathing room that he needs to come away with the second heat race of the day. Victory for Chambers. He gets it done in heat race number 2 here in 206 Junior. Eva Blem comes across the line in second to Dean Geary, or I should say to Dean Geary, to Rodrigo Poloya, and Emmett Eddles, your top 5. Again, Nate, like we said earlier, we talked to a couple of the drivers that are here this weekend. Jose Carlos Hernandez, one of those that joins us here this year in TSRS Racing Action. This is what he had to say.
Alrighty, Jose. Welcome to Cresson Round 3. We haven't talked to you yet this year, but talk about your year, right? Kind of new year, racing for a new team here on the regional side, working with the Red Speed. You know, talk about what you're doing at home with them and what you're doing at the track as well.
I mean, we started the program about end of February this year, and it's been literally all day working, all the weeks, trying to find more speed and make the guys a bit faster.
You know, start of the year, first round, Speed Sports in the rain, you won that. How was that for you guys, right? First regional race, and you guys come away with a win.
Yeah, it was kind of a sign of relief, knowing that the package is good, that the team is working on the right path, and it's just been uphill from there.
And coming into the weekend, round 3, your second place in the championship still. I know it wasn't the best end to the second round. Just talk about the championship as a whole and why you've been so good to be second coming in round 3.
I mean, the package has been on rails the whole season. First round, I mean, on rain, was very fast, and then in Amarillo, I think we were the fastest or one of the fastest, and I mean, luck wasn't on our side, but hopefully for this weekend it's fine.
Driving the track a little bit yesterday, what are you kind of expecting the racing to be like here today?
I'm expecting chaos, literally. Like, it's about so much draft. I don't think in this KA engines that nobody's gonna check out or anything. It's gonna be super tight.
Welcome to Cresson, Texas. I think you've had the best.
You heard from Jose Carlos Hernandez with Red Speed Racing Texas, that operation led by Jonathan Monke out of the city of Houston, just a couple of miles down south, a couple of miles that I drove yesterday. So yeah, that was it was great, to be out there to listen to them as well, being here, new operation for them, first time team owner and Jonathan, and learning a whole lot of things. And for them, speaking to him a little bit more on the team owner side of things, right? Just super rewarding to go out, your first race, first regional race, first real race as an established team. You go out there and you win. What a way to start the year, and you have the right guy, right, to do it. Jose Carlos, again, talked to him a whole lot. Seeing him, myself being from the city of Houston, see him out there. They're always at the track, club races, doing practice, test sessions, arrive-in drives with customers, week in, week out. They're at work, where they're putting chassis together, engines together, anything. And he's there to do it. A big change, right, for a driver who, moved over here working. So great to see Jose Carlos here with us racing. He's on the front row, starting alongside Jesus Vasquez Jr., who, again, hard at work, building engines with his dad all weekend long. And he said, we put in a lot of time at home, so when we get to the racetrack, we expect to be fast, because it's a lot of hard work to get it all done. But here we go. 37 drivers total in KA100 Senior. Green flag in the air. We go racing.
Front couple rows getting through there nice and clean. Everyone trying to get to the inside line, but carnage further on back as front 10 or so get through there. Single file to the back straight.
Garrett Weaver, one of the drivers involved, and I-98 looks to be involved as well. Man, unfortunate for Garrett here this weekend. Just his second start on the year. Not going to be able to close it out. Movers now. Aiden Rudolph looks to go by on Landon Skinner. John Burke going to follow him through. That's going to move Skinner back to the 5th spot. More movers further back. Adrian Cruz looking to go by on Sawyer Roussel. He's clear.
Some pretty crucial moments for this race is establishing the pecking order nice and early on. Friend to the inside of Sawyer Roussel, unable to get that move done in turn 1A. Gonna have to follow that killer chassis for at least a few more corners. Out in front though, Jose Carlos Hernandez leads Jesus Vasquez Jr. in first and second, and Aiden Rudolph, that Kart CRG machine, in third. Trailing those guys, John Burke not too far back, one on track in Amarillo, has Landon Skinner behind, and Jesus Vasquez Jr., his teammate, up to the lead now, getting past Carlos Hernandez for the lead of K100 Senior. Nice and early on here.
Yeah, this is so far so good for everybody inside of the top 10. You see there further back, Michael Haymans. Oh, 3 drivers, 4 almost off. Looks like Lucas Fink, one of those. I think Addy Bamrou, Preston Pico off the racetrack there. Unfortunate for them, but we have a little bit of change up front. Vasquez Jr. to Rudolph. So now John Burke, who's having a look on Jose Carlos. It looked like he wanted to go by on Rudolph there, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of jostling happening at the front 5 or so of this pack. I think everyone outside of that are aware that they need to work together. That being said, though, Aiden Rudolph back up the inside in turn 9, gets that job done, will lead them across the stripe. Jose Carlos Hernandez, Vasquez Jr., Burke, and then Skinner, your top 5 is, we're already going defensive here on the front straightaway. Not going to be enough. Hernandez to the inside is going to bring Vasquez Jr. along with them, and now Rudolph back down to third.
Yeah, you saw Aiden kind of open up wide, let by whoever needed to go by, and got himself right back in the line as soon as he saw that first gap, and it was right in front of John Burke on the TB kart. He got it done there, but here we go, a couple of moves. Again, Jesus Vasquez went in on Jose Carlos, and Jose went right back. Hernandez back up to the front. Vasquez, again, has wasted no time to look for the lead of it, as now Rudolph. Again, Vasquez had to look back to Rudolph. Wasn't going to make a move, so just kind of tell him to continue to go forward. As now everybody's starting to push and shove. One driver way off, Taylor Roddy, off into the grass. And I don't think he was too happy with Michael Haymans there.
Yeah, absolutely not. A lot of TV cards starting to fall in the early stages of this race. John Burke, though, holding strong in fourth. So you can see the whole pack for the lead. As things stand, Rudolph, a late move on Vasquez, unable to get that job done. John Burke might see this as an opportunity into the bowl or into turn 9 as they go into a favorite passing opportunity. Jose Carlos Hernandez going way defensive, friend up the inside of Roussel and Skinner. I believe he'll get that move done. But you can see the top 5 starting to build a bit of a gap to the rest of the field as everyone continues to battle. Ibrahim Din actually fastest on track, all the way down in 11th. That's how much this front pack is battling. Hernandez, even though he's been working well with Jesus Vasquez Jr. going very defensive, as Vasquez Jr. now to the lead here, Caleb.
Yeah, this is definitely spicing up here. Vasquez now to the low side. Jose Carlos going to follow him through. Rudolph looking for a lane, can't find it. Adrian Cruz now gets himself up into the top 4 with Roussel not too far back. John Burke gets closer. Joey Friend working his way up there. Michael Haymans, Ibrahim Din into the top 10, as well as Landon Skinner. Now Cruz gonna defend from Roussel here.
I think that's the first time all race we've had the leader going to turn 9 and not defend. And it's about a minute left on the clock, and then obviously plus 2 laps. Vasquez checks over his shoulder, gets an ID of where Carlos Hernandez is. Further back, John Burke, Joey Friend going defensive down the front straight. Sawyer Roussel is going to get by these 2 cars of Din and another one of the CRG drivers off in the wayside in turn 1B there, Caleb.
Yeah, Michael Haymans off the racetrack there. Din was looking to pass for 7th. The 2 of them got collected. Here comes Adrian Cruz looking for 2nd. Hernandez shuts the door, able to hold on to the 2nd spot. Now the gap to the lead of the race wide open here. Vasquez with a whole lot of breathing room, and I think more than he would like. Cruz now going for 2nd. And again, not sure, Nate, but long lap around Kart Moto here, so that's a lot of time to close down here.
Yeah, a lot of time. They're not going to get 2 to go, so it's 3 laps to go this time across the stripe for these K100 seniors. Cruz making that move on Carlos Hernandez into turn 9. Last time by, obviously he feels confident in the pace underneath him on that CS55 machine to close in to Jesus Vasquez Jr. 7/10 is the margin between those two and the target. More battling happening further back. That's Carlos Hernandez getting by Cruz, as Cruz will take it right back. This is just handing the win to Vasquez Jr., and I think those three know it. Going defensive for second, Rudolph high, wide, and there in turn 9, unable to do anything with them. That's just going to bring John Burke and Co. into this battle as Hernandez back up the inside in turn 10.
Yeah, that's it. 2 laps to go left in this race, and it looks pretty much over for Jesus Vasquez Jr. is up in front. Cruz still defending for the second spot. Again, this is the best Cruz has been so far this weekend. Get himself up to second. Rudolph there further back. John Burke now getting himself into the mix here, battling with Jose Carlos. But this has been I don't want to say chaotic, because it hasn't been chaotic, but it's been hectic. It almost feels like, right? Hard to kind of catch our breaths with how much action's been going out there on the racetrack. Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. You love to see it. More battling happening here. Cruz to the inside of Rudolph, defending that position. Does that successfully. They'll see white flag this time across the stripe. 4K100 senior. Vasquez Jr. has pretty much won this race. We're going to have all eyes on second on back here. As you can see, this massive battle pack. Roussel defending from Hernandez. John Burke might be able to take a couple spots here. Unable to get that done. Hernandez plants that cart perfectly on the apex to defend from any drivers behind. But Cruz and Rudolph have a bit of a margin between themselves now. Now Sawyer Roussel, Carlos Hernandez, and Burke will be battling amongst themselves. But how about it for Jesus Vasquez Jr.? He's absolutely gone. We're going to check with the drivers behind. Cruz is going defensive and holding off from Aiden Rudolph here. Caleb, last chance opportunity into turn 9. Gets the job done to Aiden Rudolph.
Yeah, Rudolph gets himself up to second, but here you have more contact further back. John Burke, Taylor Roddy involved here. But Jesus Vasquez Jr. got to the front, didn't take a look back. Wins heat race number 2. Adrian Cruz, Aiden Rudolph, second and third. Jose Carlos to fourth. You see the shuffling down the order for John Burke. Unfortunately, not going to close this one out. What a race. And I'm sure we're going to keep our eyes glued to the scale lines. A couple of drivers probably won't be too happy with each other at the end of that one.
all the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Perez, who wins in Cresson.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior. How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moto equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Last round of heat races getting set to come your way. First one up, Microsoft presented by Gallery Furniture. Again, a huge shout out to the entire hard-working TSRS crew that have been working here for about 10 hours already on the day. I think close to it. It's 9 hours actually. My math not the best. But yeah, we've been working here for about 9 hours. A huge shout out to our hard-working camera crew as well. Gabriel Romo out there bringing you guys the shots in the last corner, and Grace Overbeck with us here this weekend, working the shot here on top of the hill as well for our crew here in production with our very own Mr. CEO, or COO, I don't know what he goes by, Trevor Blue, and Riley Ken working here behind the scenes, and as well to you, Nate. Pleasure to have you with us, and to the entire TSRS crew out there on the racetrack, out there in tech, timing up here with Tom and Brandon. Great to have, I guess you want to say, a whole family, right? Everybody here to bring you guys a product, and we are hoping you guys are enjoying it as much as we are here on your screens. But we're racing in Microsoft by Gallery Furniture. A good start for the inside line. An even better one further back. Wyatt White gets himself up to second. Blackwood slots in a third, and a good start for Brody Stoffel up front.
Yeah, Brody Stoffel has been getting good jumps all day long in the Micro Swift division, having to battle his way through the 206 cadet class today, but has been the talk of the field in Micro. Through the bowl he goes into turn 9 for the first time. He'll lead their way through, as Blackwood did lose out to Bayer there on the start. Blackwood, who's really been the closest contender to Stoffel all day, unable to get to the back end of Stoffel last race. He's going to try and do it this time up the inside. Goes Blackwood on Bayer, so promote them up into second.
Sullivan makes the move for fourth as well. Gets clear. So Shep now going to be the driver in fourth. Bodie Beyer in fifth. Hayden Sampson further back on the TB kart. In sixth to Strayer, to Lee, to Kim, and to Scott. your top 10 so far.
So Sullivan leading this pack of third on back, excuse me, getting by. That'll be White in second. A little bit of jostling for position there in turn 9. All of them going a bit wide, but everyone holding position for the time being on the start of this race here, Caleb. Blackwood has gotten out to a bit of a gap over Sullivan. It's 1.8 seconds last time across the stripe between Stoffel and Blackwood. We'll have to watch that gap, see if it comes down at all, but Sullivan right now doing a good job holding on for third.
Yeah, Sullivan there didn't have the best of exits. White now going to get ahead of him on that Croc promotion machine, side by side. There for the fourth spot, Sullivan Beyer. And it's Sullivan who stays ahead.
Yeah, so Sullivan on that bright yellow and black machine. Currently running in fourth, right in front of one of the CRGs. As just getting word, this is huge, Caleb. Brody Stoffel, jump start for the CRG driver. Usually those go for about 3 seconds. Indeed, that is confirmed. 3-second time penalty. So Stoffel, he's 2.1 seconds in front, so he needs about 9/10 by the end of this race. But you have to think Blackwood's camp will have heard that and will be motioning towards him to really close down that gap.
Yeah, and now I'm curious because Jackson Young got a similar penalty in one of his heat races. I think heat race number 2 for the jump start, and I'm assuming here that again the officials are kind of looking at it, and you have to punch off whenever you get into the start box. So you have to go at the same pace that you have been. You can't speed up. I think that's the interpretation we're seeing here, and that's what I'm going to believe it as. So for Brody Stoffel, though, again, he's about half a second quicker, so he has a good chance of outrunning that penalty here. But again, is looming over his head here, and that gap goes down. So Blackwood sped up, 3 wide, further back for third. Bodie Beyer gets the rear bumper, or the front bumper, I should say, from Wyatt White. Spun sideways. Sullivan gets caught up in the mess as well. And Dusty Strayer gets through with no problem. Strayer now the driver who gets himself up into the third spot.
Yeah, just going 3 wide there, and they all really just collect each other through there. Unfortunate way to end your day for those drivers. Sullivan able to continue on track in pretty much the same position, losing a couple of spots there. But that is not the way you want to end your race if you are the other 2 drivers that got stuck in the grass there. Not going to be great for the heat points going into the final tomorrow. You can see Anderson and Quash continuing to go at it like they did in heat number 2. Final heat on the day, of course, for these Micro Swift drivers. It's Quash looking at the inside of, I believe that's Kim, in turn 1A and 1B there, Caleb. So move those drivers up a couple spots.
Yeah, Anderson, you saw Wash there in the 246, kind of racing together in the 7th spot. Again, they're chasing down Kim and Samson as well. That's a little bit ways up the road on the TV cart. 220 of Sebastian Kim, that is, finds himself just in the middle. Strayer holds on a third. You look back to Sullivan. Kim looked to have a go on Samson. As now the 220 of Wash look for a move. Beckley now on the outside, looking to set up an over-under on the front straight. She's going to get herself alongside Wash. She's clear now. Up in front, you see Wash's, actually that was Kim. Kim's hand goes up in the air. Wash now up to 5th. So I'm all messed up here, Nate. We're all out of loop here looking at the timing pylon. My mistake. Kim, the driver on the Kart Racing Solutions. Tony Kart at the back. Beckley Anderson on the GRC CRG machine. Then to Samson, then to Wash on what looks to be a Parolin just in front of him. So noted here. These kids keeping us on our toes here, Nate.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a chaotic one after Micro Swift has been fairly quiet in the first 2 races of the day. Drivers maybe getting a little tired. The fatigue starting to show for these very young drivers and Micro Swift machinery. Coming across the line, 2 to go. This time by for our Micros, just 2 more laps for them until they finish off this long Saturday and they head into a warm-up in the main event tomorrow afternoon. Out in front, Stoffel leads the way by 2.3 seconds at the moment. Caleb, he loses the race by 7/10 with that penalty applied for the jump start. Tyler Blackwood, your provisional leader as things stand with that penalty applied, but Stoffel still has time to gain that 7/10 over Blackwood to hold this win.
That would also shift the pole position for the main event tomorrow. Already both of these drivers, right? Stoffel with a heat race win to his name already. Blackwood, again, the same. If it stands this way, it would go the way of Tyler Blackwood. Stoffel is outrunning it, though. He's now at half a second. He gained quite a bit that time by. White flag in the air. So we'll see how it ends up here in the end. But white flag is in the air that time by as we follow along with Shep Sullivan in the 212, Wash in the 246. Currently 4th and 5th with Dusty Strayer. Rookie driver, the 202, putting himself into the 3rd spot. We follow along with Brody Stoffel. He's about to get closer and closer to Wyatt White. There's Stoffel there on your screen. That's your leader coming across turn number 10. Now if he can work his way through traffic with no issue, should be a heat race win. Checkered flag in the air. Gets heat race number 3 to his name. Blackwood 2.7, that gap. And again, we wait. There was a penalty coming. We'll see if that is indeed the case. The black and checker didn't come out. So we'll wait. But at the moment, it looks good for Brody Stoffel. That should be the pole position tomorrow here, Nate.
Yeah, it's been a good day for the CRG pilot. Tyler Blackwood, 2.7 seconds back. Penalty or not for Brody Stoffel, the Bennick team are going to need something going into tomorrow to try and find the pace of what Brody Stoffel had. There you can see the rest of your field. And then Dusty Strayer, your top 3. Dusty, 10 seconds back from Brody Stoffel. So you have to think going into tomorrow, Blackwood's really the best chance they have at bringing it to the 229 CRG.
Yeah, indeed. As we wait, more racing action coming your way. The AR Academy's Mini Swift coming up next.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race, and his go-kart
is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Welcome back to Mini Swift Racing action here for their last of their heat races presented by the AR Racing Academy. Still on the pole with non-progressive heat races here. Tanner Barsh, he's going to start alongside Aston Wyatt for the third and final time here today. Thornton Schneegenberg, Kimo Ahmad on row number 2 with Marshall Steves and Alex Chandler on row number 3.
Behind them, Clayton Stiles, Benson Willander, Ben Hale, Lisa in 10th. You can see the rest of that grid. They'll be lining up out of turn 10 here, Caleb. A fairly quick start, it looks like, being led here by Tanner Barsh, so wouldn't be surprised to see them get waved off unless they slow it down on the tram lines.
And Silas Root as well in this one. Back to a couple of more in this field, but we wait as we get into the tram lines here for the final time in heat racing action in Mini Swift. Green flag in the air. We go racing.
Clean start for the Mini Swift class. Barsh out to an early lead. It's been a theme over the past couple of classes in Cadet CRGs. Getting a good start from the lead. Brody Stoffel and Tanner Barsh both doing exactly that. So they'll make their way into turn 9 for the first time this race. Caleb, not a whole lot of changing happening. As you can see, single file there into 9.
Say Brody Stoffel? You just saw Brody Stoffel race in micro.
I was saying last time in
oh, yeah,
micro
okay,
in
okay.
We saw Brody Stoffel. This time we're seeing Tanner Barsh do the exact same thing. This time though, not as big of a gap.
Okay.
No, I didn't get it mixed up. Let it be clear.
I was just checking here, but here we go. Keeping you on your toes here, Nate. And long days, just making sure you're still awake on us. Around, but here we go. Yeah, I mean, great point, right? Very, very similar to what we've seen with Brody Stoffel all day long, right? Fellow CRG chassis mate, Tanner Barsh keeping himself up front. Aston Wyatt applying pressure so far, and again, the biggest notables that we've had so far in Mini Swift, I guess biggest talking points, Tanner Barsh has been really quick in the opening stages of the races. When you talk about the long run pace, when you talk about, the race at the closing stages, we've seen that pace fall off significantly.
Yeah, absolutely. And Barsh is going to have to hold off Wyatt and Schneegenberg for the time being. That these two seem very quick at the end of their run, so it's going to be interesting to see if the MSL boys and girls underneath that tent have found a little bit of pace at the mid and end of the race for Barsh through 1A and B, still holding that gap, but as the time ticks down, we'll have to see if Barsh is able to maintain that gap.
Yeah, we'll see how they stack up at the end of it. Nonetheless, Barsh still up front. Again, he's held on strong halfway through this heat race so far to keep Aston Wyatt at bay. Hasn't really forced Aston's hand. Schneegenberg hasn't really gotten himself into the mix yet. Again, but he will, because you see that gap starting to close down, inch closer and closer this time by for Colton. Kimo Ahmad as well, starting to reel himself back in. Tires starting to come up to temp, engines fully up to temp, drivers fully back into the swing of things. Marshall Steves, the driver right behind him. We'll see how well those two work together to try and get themselves into the mix here as well, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. 4th and 5th of Ahmad and Steves are going to need to put on the afterburners at this stage of the race, because the first group, is rolling. Wyatt, purple, last time across the stripe, and everyone else in that pack is equaling pace. It's a 53.2. Fastest time in that second group was a 53.4. Yeah, it's only 0.2, but over the next couple laps and potential fall off, that could go to about a second between just the pace difference alone between those drivers. And add that to a 1.2 second gap between Ahmad leading that second pack and the leader Barsh. And it's pretty much game over for their chances to get a heat race victory and a few more points going into the main event tomorrow. There you see Chandler and Styles a little further back. They find themselves in 6th and 7th, 2.8 and 2.9 seconds off the leader of Tanner Barsh. Making their way down the back straight yet again here, Caleb. Not a whole lot of passing going on or changes for position. Looks more like a 206 race at this stage, but all the drivers being smart, wanting to build gaps to their respective drivers so they can figure out their positions by their lonesome.
I'm not upset with a quiet race, right? I'm not. It's great to see them kind of working in a train, right? It's a process, right? Races like this are they're kind of building up, right? If you want to talk about classical music, I'm a big classical music guy myself. Beethoven, one of the best to ever do it. There's a crescendo to it, right? Slowly rising, slowly building. I don't know if you're familiar with crescendo or not.
I'm not familiar with Beethoven's game.
Or
exactly.
Or some do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. I don't know if you're familiar with that either. We'll see. But nonetheless, yeah, just saying, right? You kind of move from a scale high to low.
I get what you're talking about. Yeah,
we're building up. We're building up to the high side of the T's and the do's. Nonetheless, we're getting there. 40 seconds to go. A lot can happen still, and again, great to see. A huge turnaround, right? We've seen Barsh. We talked about his long run pace. Was it there? Was it not? Whatever they figured out, whether it was tire pressures, that's kind of what I thought maybe could have been the biggest thing, maybe too high on pressures early on, or it could have been anything else, whether a gremlin, engine, chassis, whatever, that was impeding him to have the same pace he had at the start and the end of the race. That's changed. Now he's been a factor, already has a heat race win to his name, finished third in the second one, where Aston White and Schiegenberg kind of pulled away from the rest of the field. But here we go. All to play for here. Getting closer and closer to the end. I believe 2 sticks in the air next time by with just 5 seconds to go left on the clock.
How about this? We were talking about the long run pace and the struggles for Tanner Barsh. She was purple last time across the stripe. So especially going into tomorrow with some even longer races, with a longer race that is the main event, this looks good for the MSL CRG team. Sticks in the air, like you said, Caleb. 2 laps to go, and that is Wyatt's signal to go on the inside of race leader Tanner Barsh. Schniekenberg will follow. Now Tanner Barsh, who's been so quick all race, now has Wyatt, who went purple last time across the stripe, leading the way on the back straight.
All about the crescendo here, and you saw us get there, right? Aston Wyatt made the move, got through. Schniekenberg gets through as well. Here goes Barsh going back for second, and this is where we start to race. With just a lap and a half to go, Aston Wyatt now your leader to Barsh, to Schniekenberg. These 3 drivers have been up front all day long. They've been the class of this field so far here this weekend, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to see white flag in the air, this time by out of turn 10. Wyatt leads the way. Schniekenberg's been quiet this race, but don't count him out. And then Barsh leading from the word go. He wants that race lead back. Wyatt looks to the inside, sees Barsh's attempt, gets the job done for Tanner Barsh, and now has a little bit of a gap, about half a kart length between himself and Wyatt, but that should close up with the draft effect down the back straight into 4 and 5. 5 is a passing opportunity here, Caleb. Wyatt thinks about it, but we're going to have to see some late moves into turn 9 from second and third of Wyatt and Schniekenberg to disrupt a potential win from Tanner Barsh here.
Yeah, Wyatt now going to fade low on Schniekenberg, looking to defend here. He's going to close down to Tanner Barsh in the process as well. Wyatt's head looking back, and I think he's cutting his losses here, defending for second, holding Colton Schniekenberg at bay. That should give it to Tanner Barsh in heat race action. Checkered flag in the air. Barsh wins heat race number 3. A couple of movers further back. Oh, Aston White across the line second. Colton Schniegenberg in third. Kimo Ahmad to Chandler to Steves to Styles. Willender Rodriguez and Hale, your top 10 here in AR Academy's Mini Swift.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
We get going here with Shifter. Whole shots have all gone to Jordan Musser over Aiden Rudolph, but we get going here one more time, one more go at it for Rudolph to try and get the starts going. Green flag in the air. Jordan Musser 3 for 3 with whole shots. Gets clear in a turn 1.
Aiden Rudolph going to lose another position there. Caleb to Klein. That's definitely not what he's going to want to see come tomorrow in the final. Kart CRG USA squad are going to want to dial down those starts because that's definitely been the weak point. He obviously has the pace to be able to challenge these drivers, but I'm sure Aiden would much rather just get that whole shot and get away from the rest of the field instead of having to make some passes on what is a very difficult circuit to get by drivers. As you see there, Rudolph again tries a move in turn 10. He's tried that move earlier on in the weekend, and he's failed. Oh. Now, all over the grass there. That was late. That was close for Aiden Rudolph.
I mean, it was on time. Just that door was a door that was getting narrower and narrower as he got himself up the straightaway. That was a tongue twister there for myself, but nonetheless, right? That door was closing. It was a gap that was closing for sure. So now he has a lot of work to do on Bobby Klein to try and get back by. And again, think about Jordan Musser, who's up the road here as well. When you talk about pole positions, he needs to put himself within a good spot. Here we go, turn number 9 for Rudolph. Able to get by on Bobby Klein.
Yeah, Rudolph, only one more to go, and that is Jordan Musser, the driver that's been really destroying him off the line throughout today. Musser's been having some incredible hole shots, and unsurprisingly for the veteran driver, leading the way by 0.7 of a second over Aiden Rudolph, resetting fast time as well. Last time by 46.3 for the 67 barrel art with Musser behind the wheel. You can see them going through the back section now. A really tricky section to get right in that shifter cart and then into the hairpin of turn 9 where Aiden Rudolph seems like he's going to try and get it done on Musser if he gets to the back end of the barrel art.
There we go, and again, you know, for all these drivers coming with different stories, different backgrounds. Jordan, I think with a background with a lot of experience, right? Great results for him over at the Super Nationals throughout the years. As well, he's been a huge advocate for the shifter class as well. You know, coming into this weekend, he's a busy guy. Has been racing over with, I believe, I don't know if it's Simpson Performance or Racing Gear. One of the two names I'm losing it right now, but even then he's been huge with that brand and a huge advocate for the shifter class as well, trying to grow it in the state of Texas, keeping this class alive, right? It's one of the classes like you know, we saw with the 206 heavy class that unfortunately didn't get continued this year, lack of numbers this year or last year, and again just didn't get continued in the end of it. But this class was on the verge last year. We didn't get to see the finish on the year, and again, this year you kind of look at it different, consistent 7 guys that have come out here and to race week in, week out. Jordan Musser's been a huge testament to that, and you know, shifter guys, you have a shifter come out here, race, have a good time, even you know, offering himself to learn, to teach as well, whether it's lines, gear, how to work on the cart, many different things as well that can help a lot of people from just lapping one to come out here and racing as well, because that's the biggest thing. Who wants to just do a bunch of laps, as fun as it is? Come out here and race side by side, enjoy it against you know, a couple of the best of the nation in your region as well. See where you stack up. So it's super cool to see, you know, the competition in this class, and as well the growth of it through the years. You know, kind of look back, this class was huge whenever it was Texas Pro Kart. I know our very own Riley used to run S2 back in those days as well. So to see this class stay in the region has been super cool to see, and it's come back as well. Came back a couple of years ago, I think 2023. I want to say 2023 was when it really got reintroduced. Didn't really stick that year, and then again throughout it, it's been, I think 2022 maybe. 2022 was the year that the shifter class really came back to CSLS racing action. Nonetheless, though, battling on track, starting to heat up front. Aiden Rudolph now closing down his gap with Jordan Musser.
Yeah, Rudolph closing down that gap to Musser. Half a second a lap before becomes just under 2/10. Speaking a bit more on Jordan Musser, just a great advocate for karting in general and for shifter racing. One of the most knowledgeable drivers and able to explain you through how to be quick and racecraft better than really any other driver I've heard. Always love having a conversation with him, and he's not going to like the conversation potentially between him and Aiden Rudolph if Rudolph did attempt that pass fully there. Aiden backing out of that one. It was a late one from the number 7 CRG driver across the line. They'll come. It'll be 2 to go next time by, 3 to go this time at the stripe. Aiden Rudolph definitely likes that pass into turn 9, excuse me, the hairpin on the track, the heaviest braking zone, and obviously for these shifters, the best passing opportunity. Down the back straight through the kink, they'll go up and over the sweeper, down the hill into the chicane, and then onto the banking of the bowl. This is the passing opportunity that Aiden Rudolph has been liking to use all weekend long. You see there Jordan Musser just taking a bit of an earlier entry into the corner there, slowing it up a bit more on apex. That also covers off any attack by Aiden Rudolph, and then powering out of there to get a good run out into 10 and on to the front straightaway. There you saw 2 to go here, Caleb. I have to think that Musser is smart enough to defend turn 9 from Aiden Rudolph, so Aiden might have to get a little creative here to get by.
Oh yeah, for sure. And again, I'm just spitballing here, but again, tires is another one of the biggest things that you kind of look out for in the shifter category. You only have one set throughout the weekend. That's 3 heat races, well, qualifying 3 heat races and a main event. on the weekend. So the main event longer than any other session. So that's huge to kind of nurse the entire way through. But here we go for Rudolph. He's gotten closer and closer, lap by lap. White flag in the air this time by Musser. Still holds on to that gap. 3 car lengths over Rudolph.
Yeah, let's see if Rudolph gets a good run out of 2 and 3 here. Potential move down the back straight and maybe up the inside in the sweeper. He tried it earlier on today to no success. He's not close enough this time. Maybe a late braking move into the bowl. Not really close enough, and the way you take the corner through there in a shifter, unable to. Musser not going too defensive, and Aiden Rudolph not pressing the issue too much into 9 there, Caleb.
Yeah, Rudolph kind of just coasting at this point, right? His last time was a 54.0. That's a second off to his fastest of the session. That being said, though, Jordan Musser takes the pole tomorrow. 2 heat race wins. Going to be enough in the shifter class over Aiden Rudolph, Bobby Klein, Noah Zars, John Paul Melchiori, Derek Proctor. Klein with an issue. There could be a jump start to move him down to 6th. Cameron Pauly, your 7 drivers here in shifter.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats. They got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Time to go racing here in 206 Cadet Kart, presented by GR2 Motorsports. Vettel Baker, Booker Anderson. Up front, Nav Reddick. JJ DeShong on row number 2. Actually, that's Liam Lofton. My apologies. Row number 2, my bad. JJ DeShong now starting on row number 3 alongside Grayson Hollis, Wiley Galliano, and Xander Lorang. On row number 4, green flag in the air. And Vettel Baker, I was going to say, looked to have the whole shot. A couple of contact further back. Reddick didn't get the best of starts. He's back all the way down to 7th. As they're now racing side by side further back. Reddick looking for a move. Gets into the side of Lofton there a little bit. So far, so good for everybody working their way through.
Bit of 3-wide action there. Had a 1A and 1B between some of the drivers further on back. But said it all day. Vettel Baker out in the lead here for Kid Kart. And it's going to take a lot to try and dethrone him, as Maverick Reddick had a bit of a moment there going into turn 5. Looks like he might have dropped a tire and lost more than a few positions for the 75 CRG machine. So we'll have to see where he populates next time they come across the timing and scoring line.
Yeah, I think he lost one for sure. That was DeShong maybe in the 77. But yeah, Reddick gonna have to have some work cut out for him here. He started 3rd, and with 2 second-place finishes on the day, that should have put him starting 2nd. But we'll see how it all stacks up. Green flag waves. Baker to Anderson to Hollis to Lofton to DeShong to Reddick. Lorang and Galliano not too far back, 7th and 8th here, keeping themselves in the mix. Liam Lofton now looking to go on Hollis. The 97 and the 41. Trading some looks at each other. Nothing yet.
Yeah, so nothing yet from these drivers. About 3rd on back. Again, difficult to pass here with, it being a pretty much flat out track for these Kid Karts. That being said, a little bit of side-by-side action here for, I believe, 3rd. Austin Lofton potentially trading some spots there, but continue Hollis on that 97 machine leading in 3rd, but Lofton is going to go for a dive into turn 10, so put Liam Lofton now up into 3rd place.
Single file here. Lofton able to get ahead of Hollis, like you said there, Nate. 41 goes up to 3rd. Hollis to DeShong, Reddick 4th, 5th, and 6th. So not much has changed here so far in this one, Nate.
Yeah, not a whole lot. These drivers are, just holding in line for the time being. Again, like we've been saying, just a really hard track to pass on with these Briggs 206 Kid Karts. That limiter kicking in so early for these drivers at a very low RPM, to where it's just very early outside the corner and you're already on the rev limiter. So even if you do have a good run out of the corner, you're not able to capitalize it on the end of the straightaway. So it really all depends on entry and mid-corner speed and a dive and a half or 2 to get by a driver, or of course waiting for a mistake. This is pretty much 2nd on back is what we're watching. This is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. All CRGs, of course, including the one of Vettel Baker leading the way out in front.
I will say we've asked a lot of questions. We have had some interviews here. And I'm curious to ask some of the real questions as we're seeing some moves, and I'll let this play out before we get into that conversation. But Mav Reddick, Liam Lofton going side by side into the sweeper. Reddick able to get ahead of Lofton there, or sorry, DeShong, that is, in the 77, able to make that move stick. So Reddick up another spot, looks to be up to 5th. That should help out his total average nonetheless. And again, a couple of chassis mates a little bit ways up the road, the likes of DeShong, Hollis, Lofton, and here we go, side by side. Now a Hollis, here we go with a 97 in a turn 10. Reddick's able to get clear. DeShong looking to take advantage of both of them here. He's able to get clear. That's a great over-under there by JJ DeShong to get through. And they're still battling. There's Booker Anderson. There's Liam Lofton in the battle. This is the closest one we have on your screen as they continue to battle for position. Wiley and Galliano, Lorang in the 11. They still go side by side. But we've talked to a lot of the senior drivers here, Nate, throughout the weekend. We haven't talked to the kid carters yet. I'm curious to ask them which fruit snack brand is better, whether it's Mott's, whether it's Welch's. I think it's easy. I'm curious to hear.
I personally, I have my opinions, and not just because it's the brand that's in front of us right now. I think Mott's clears, personally. There's some people that are on the Welch's train. I respect their opinion.
But they stick to your teeth a lot.
That's the issue, isn't it? It's just, I don't want that in a fruit snack.
And Welch's doesn't have that. We have to ask the questions to the real judges. I think that the drivers that eat fruit snacks more than probably any other here in the paddock, we'll do that tonight. That's our task. That's if they don't put them to bed early tonight. Hopefully they got them running around a little later than usual before they head over onto the Scottish Inn here across the street. I think the Cresson Wrench is around here somewhere too. Maybe the Cozy Cone not too far either. Go out there. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, that being said, back onto the racetrack, Booker Anderson finds himself second. Liam Lofton third. Not too much change in between these two. They've kind of, you see a little bit of I guess an accordion effect. They get closer, they open up. They get closer, they open up. The closer battle with DeShong, Hollis, Reddick, you see them change and shuffle for position, I think, time and time again. They're just a little bit further back. And now they're going to start to battle for second as soon as I say that. Anderson, Lofton looking to trade the second spot here.
Yeah, these guys have been battling out this race. Haven't seen a whole lot of wheel-to-wheel combat in Heat 1 and Heat 2, but good to see these drivers getting at it in Heat 3. So white flag in the air this time for Vettel Baker. Went purple last time across the stripe, or at least 2 laps ago. Continues to build that gap out in front, does the 22. That's now 7.8 seconds between himself and Booker Anderson. Liam Lofton in third. There you can see the 22 machine of Vettel Baker down the back straightaway. He'll head his way into the kink, and then one of the high-speed technical sections on this track through the sweeper of turn 5. Go up the hill a little bit and start to descend into the chicane, and then the on-camber bowl corner of turn 7. Bit of a kink here onto a short chute into turn 9, and it has been Vettel Baker from the word go in qualifying. Win in Heat 1, win in Heat 2, and out of the final corner to make it a perfect Saturday, and then hopefully for him, one more race win away from TSRS Kid Kart main event win. It's going to be Vettel Baker taking the win, finger in the sky. He's happy about that one. He'll win in Kid Kart for Heat 3. Booker Anderson finishing in second. Liam Lofton, P3, making an all-CRG top 3 and all-CRG top 6 as the rest of the field comes across the line.
We go to Weiland Galliano and Lorang on up your field here. Xander Lorang, that is in the 11th. But that's it for your Kid Karters as we get set to go with a couple of more classes. 206 Senior is coming up in a couple of moments. And again, we spent some time talking to a couple of the drivers. Christopher McKeithen was one of them.
We see you a lot on the National 206 circuit, but you're here this weekend again. You guys are back for round 3. Talk about round 1 that you did do here with us at TSRS in the rain.
Yeah, it was really cold, miserable, and wet. We had good speed in the dry, but that all didn't matter. In the wet, we were pretty fast in the heats, but kind of missed the setup in the final, I think. But looking for a win this weekend. Hopefully I can get a chance to do good in the points.
Yeah. talk about the travel a little bit as well with you and John, right? You guys are kind of bouncing around from state to state, racing everywhere, right? To try and promote your Coyote brand. You know, what's it like being here in the state of Texas already for the second time this year?
It's a little bit different than Florida and Ohio and North Carolina and everywhere else we go, but I spent a lot of time with John back at the shop and prepping go-karts for arrive and drives, all sorts of things, and even my stuff. I like going to new tracks like this though, and I'm hoping we can have some success at this one too, just like in Cincinnati 2 weeks ago.
What do you kind of notice about the track already, you know, being out there yesterday?
Big draft. Definitely gonna need a good pusher. I got my boy Jeff right here. So yeah, it's a big draft. It's probably gonna race pretty crazy. I watched the highlights from last year, and it was a pretty big draft.
So, you know, you guys travel out here to Texas. What would be a successful move for you guys here down south at the end of the year, right? What would you kind of deem it as a successful year?
Get a couple wins, you know, show some good speed. You know, at a track like this, your speed may not tell the whole story. You know, it's going to be a very tight race, and I mean, everywhere we go, we're making a name for ourselves as Coyote and Precision, and yeah, just keep winning, and hopefully we can get a top 3 in the points.
Christopher McKeithen and his PBK Coyote teammate and Jeff Dolian take the track just after K8 100 Junior concludes. But again, these boys going to keep us on, boys and girls I should say, going to keep us on our toes here. Quick little look to your starting lineup with Nico Orbezo starting on the pole for his 3rd time on the day alongside Gage Bailey.
Nate Gulseth, Tyrone Kemper Jr. on that 2nd row. David Ibarra finishing out that top 5. Mason Berry, Luke Cruz, Braden Westfall, Matthew Duquette, Easton Cox, your top 10.
Yeah, this junior class has been one to keep us on our toes, that's for sure. And you see some drivers scrubbing tires just before the commitment cone. Perfect. Perfect there. So again, we get set to go green here in K8 100 Junior. We look on to the Iron Rock Motorsports machine and Nico Orbezo starting on the inside. The Trackside Karting Services CS55 of Gage Bailey on the outside. We go into the tram lines. Wait for the green flag. We got it, and we go racing here in K8 Junior.
Once again, the top 3 gain a big jump out of 1A, B, and turn 2. Of course, being Orbezo, Gulseth, and Kemper Jr., who got shuffled back. It should have said David Ibarra on board that CRG, currently in 3rd. So you can see them now filing their way through the chicane bowl and then turn 8 as they make their way into the hard braking zone of turn 9. Ibarra already going defensive. Same too with Orbezo on Nate Gulseth. So they'll be coming around the final corner to complete lap 1.
Jackson Baldus made a move there further back. Able to get clear that time. This time by more movers there as well. Duquette, the 898, looking to make a move down low. Mason Berry just right behind him. And there goes Tyrone Kemper Jr. goes through on Luke Cruz for the 5th spot.
Kemper Jr. just trying to salvage some heat points after disappointment in Heat 1. Finishing way down the order, and you can see now Bailey and Ibarra a little bit too close, too far away, to work together and try and catch up to Gulseth and Orbezo. Trackside Karting Services pilot of Gulseth leading the way here in the early stages for the 826 machine. Of course, Caleb, like we've seen, it's probably not going to be a 2-kart breakaway, especially with how Gulseth and Orbezo were defending in the first couple of heats. It's Kemper looking up the inside of Ibarra. The number 1 plate moves himself up a spot.
Here's Braden Westfall looking to go on Duquette. And again, that door just closed shut. Unfortunately, a little bit too early for him. As they work their way by, they're now closing in on Luke Cruz. He's trying to close in on David Ibarra as well, who's currently in the 5th spot. Here you go, side by side, further back. Duquette, Westfall. Westfall able to get through now on Duquette. Two of them been going back and forth, found themselves on the racetrack a couple of times already today here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. More moves being made further back in the pack, along with Royce Vega making a move further back as well on board that RPG Cosmic. Not been the race weekend he would have wanted so far. He's had a successful couple of race weekends for the RPG squad. Further up, though, Nico Orbezo, Bailey to the front. Gulseth down in the 3rd. New leader, I'm going to say, as I almost said Orbezo, Bailey takes the top spot. Gage Bailey, who was also purple on track last time by, now leads the way in KA Junior.
Yeah, Gage Bailey to the front of this field. Orbezo 2nd. Nate Gulseth now down in 3rd. With Tyrone Kemper Jr. still back and forth. Sofia Sadakova, unfortunately, out of this race early here in turn number 9. Gulseth looking to go by for 2nd. He gets it. Now going to chase down Gage Bailey. One more driver off the racetrack. Looks like Ian Mims, maybe. Could be, and I'm not sure if the yellow flag was waving there. And I'm not sure if Nate Gulseth saw it. That could be a pass under yellow. Could get the attention of the stewards, maybe. Not sure if I saw it even, Nate. The yellow flag throughout that sector.
Yeah, not sure if I saw it. I did see the light system they have on track, and that was not blinking any sort of colors. So we'll have to see from race control if they want to intervene on that one. But for the time being, Bailey continues to lead from Gulseth, Orbezo, Kemper Jr., and Ybarra. Orbezo up the inside of Nate Gulseth. Gets that job done. Now Kemper Jr. looks to the outside of Gulseth. Will file back in line, and all of this is bringing Cruz on that 824 TB machine into contention here now.
Yeah, this time we get onto the main straight. Nothing yet in between these drivers. Your top 5 holding on strong. Luke Cruz now has gotten himself closer and closer to this group. Ian Mims actually is still on the track. It's another driver that's out of it early. I think that might be Ruiz, maybe. Yeah, Salvador Ruiz, that is the 814 off the racetrack, just a couple of corners too early. A couple of laps, I should say, too early. That driver out, and here we go, change for the lead. Nico Orbezo into turn number 9. He gets it.
Kemper Jr. tried to follow through on Gulseth, wasn't able to hold the outside, so Gulseth still in P3. Ybarra holding P4 as the games have started in KA 100 Junior. Orbezo white lining it. Gulseth goes high to try and cross him over, get a bit of a better run, not overheat the tires by holding inside throughout the entirety of 1A and 1B. Down the back straight they go. Top 4 really on top of each other at this point as that starts to open the gap up. Seems like Orbezo and Bailey really have the motor underneath both of them to pull away, but the second they get into the corners, Gulseth, Ybarra, and Kemper Jr. are brought back into it. White lining is Nico Orbezo. Gulseth now up into 2nd at this point, Caleb. Ybarra into 3rd. Bailey down into 4th at this point.
Gage Bailey in the 4th. Everybody's starting to stack up here. Here comes Westfall looking for a move there further back. He's looking to get clear. 2.6 in the air. 2 laps to go left in this race. Around the outside goes Carson Berry, that is, in the 810. Looking around the outside, Luke Cruz in there as well. Here comes Gulseth looking to catch Orbezo by surprise in a 3. He gets it. Gulseth to the front.
Gulseth and Ybarra following through there. Of course, Orbezo was not expecting it there, and look at the gap that's created between 2nd and 3rd. But of course, those two are not going to have that gap for the rest of this race. Orbezo is off. I believe that's Bailey as well. That is huge for points. Those were contenders for the win tomorrow. That's going to put them well back on the starting grid, but should still have a chance at the win, but it's going to be difficult for them. More battling happening on 3rd on back, but white flag in the air this time for Nate Gulseth. David Ybarra points forward, but Gulseth isn't going to fall for that. He tried the same thing earlier on today and immediately passed Gulseth pass further back there, Caleb. That's Barry and Westfall. Yep, as they'll head their way onto the backstretch for the final time today. Gulseth still leading the way here.
Yeah, huge for Nathan Gulseth to get himself up front. Westfall as well, rookie driver, putting himself well into the mix, currently all the way up to fifth. I think maybe even higher than that, up to fourth here for Westfall as we go side by side for the heat race victory. Gulseth puts himself up front, defending from David Ibarra, who's looking for an over-under. Now Gulseth's going to move back to the high side, this time by to the line. Checkered flag in hand, checkered flag in the air, and it's for Nathan Gulseth, who wins heat race number 3. Ibarra across the line second, to Tyrone Kemper Jr. to salvage some points at the end of the heat races here to finish third. Carson Berry, Luke Cruz, Jackson Baldus, Braden Westfall, Matthew Duquette, Vega, Easton Cox. Your top 10 here in K8 100 Junior. Heartbreak for Nico Orbezo, for Gage Bailey, Ian Mims, and Sofia Sadakova. Unfortunate end to a couple of those, and for Salvador Ruiz as well in that one. And again, 206 Senior coming your way next. Caught up with a couple of more drivers, championship points leader, and your most recent race winner here in the series, Kelvin Zing.
Welcome to Cresson, Texas. I think you've had the best start of the year that you've had probably so far, right? Coming off a big win in Amarillo and some pretty good results on the national side too.
Yeah, we've been able to maximize our results, especially in the regional series. You know, the help of Bryce and my teammates, working with Alan Rudolph, it's been really nice. And then going to the CKNA races, the big nationals, and running against the top guys there, it's always good practice to kind of run with them. So gotta bring that confidence and what we've learned about the cart and the chassis to, you know, all the following rounds.
Take you back a little bit to last year, right? I think the race didn't end the best way possible here with the DNF, but you know, ultimately you're back here this weekend. What'd you learn about the track this year? What are you translating into this year?
I think, you know, we were fast last year. You know, I like this track a lot. It races pretty well for 206. It's really hard to run away as what you saw last year. I think just some things, you know, from racecraft perspective on my side could have avoided, you know, what happened last year with the last turn incident. But other than that, looking forward to a solid weekend.
And I feel like as well, right, this year I'll ask you the question, kind of looking for your first regional championship. Your teammate got it last year. You're kind of up at the forefront this year. But what would it mean to you at the end of the year to come away with a championship here, you know, leading the points obviously coming into the weekend?
Yeah, I mean, it would mean a lot, you know. Been at it now for a couple of years now. You know, each year it's always been something different, I feel like, but I've always felt like, you know, I've been able to run at the front with the top guys. So yeah, it'd be really rewarding.
We'll take a look back as well to what we saw last year throughout the main events here.
206 Racing, the green flag is out, and we are racing here in 206 Senior. A good start by the inside line. Cameron Reed going to push Caden Wolf through. Zing going to be stuck on the outside. Josie Chambers looking to go through on Zing. And there goes Kelvin Zing. Knows it's time to go for the lead. Not close enough as of yet. Going to lose 3 spots there in the process.
In this front trans, you see Cameron Reed and Braden Robertson go down the inside of Caden Wolf. Only Cameron Reed can get clear, you know.
Goes Kelvin Zing on the inside of Caden Wolf. Looks to go for a 2-for-1 move. Caden Wolf going to get the side pod there. And there goes Kelvin Zing on the inside of Cameron Reed. He's able to get clear. Seville looking to go through on Reed as well.
Rudolph goes to the inside of Cameron Reed. Oh my goodness, big contact, and Cameron Reed goes off the track as well as Aiden Rudolph gets slowed down.
In the battle for the lead, 8 carts, and there goes Kelvin Zing on the inside on Reagan Seville. Truly Adams now up in a second. Seville falls back just outside of the top 2. Braden Robertson on the rear bumper of Truly Adams. They have to keep it clean. As Adams going to go for the move in turn number 9, not going to wait for the last lap. Reagan Seville trying to go through on Kelvin Zing. He goes to the point on the bottom of the racetrack. Wants to go through in turn number 9, not close enough. Truly Adams drops a tire. Reagan Seville on the outside. Kelvin Zing going to push Adams. Can he get through? No. Josie Chambers. Zing made contact. Who came out unscathed? It was Truly Adams, who looks set to go. 2 for 2. Seville wants to deny him. Does he have the run? Not close enough. Truly Adams, 2 for 2, and Reagan Seville takes the win. Reagan Seville, transponder replacement is the name of the game. Reagan Seville, the rookie for the 2nd time in his senior career, wins in Cresson. Green flag.
What a blast from the past there. Yeah, blast from the past. Leave it at that for us here. Just cool to see improvements as well. You know, one of the things we noticed, ticker obviously different this year as well. Hopefully I sound different. If not, then we got a big problem. No, but nonetheless, you know, you saw the race in there, right? It wasn't transponder placement. Reagan Seville was just that good out of the last corner, and you can see that happen a whole lot as well throughout the weekend, throughout today. I think we've seen it already, right? Just momentum, having a good run on the last corner. That's all it takes to go number one here at Kart Moto. But here we go. Jackson Young on the pole position alongside Cameron Reed. We saw a heat race victory go the way of Cameron Reed as well in heat race number 2. Expect to see her run up front here in this one as well. Jeff Dolian, Christopher McKeithen, the two PPK Coyote machines, with a couple of good runs so far on the day as well. McKeithen just really needing to keep himself out of trouble here in the third heat race. Make sure it's all smooth sailing. Jacob Oliver, same can be said for him, right? Trouble in heat race number 2. Looking for a good result, good points finish here at the end of heat race number 3 with Seville. Heard from him. He was up on KC Grassroots. If you want to go take a look at that, so again, be our guest. That's what we heard from a lot. Kelvin Zing was one of the drivers who we heard from as well, right? Thinking big picture this year. Championship missing around, doing a trip out to I believe China with his family. So we're gonna miss him for I think round number 4, and he'll be here for the finale. So taking a drop there. Just better hope it doesn't come down to a tiebreaker, right, where it goes down to your drop or whatnot. So that being said, we get set to go racing here in 206 Senior, presented by Slipstream Racing. We go green in 206 Senior. Saw Jackson Young punched off there in the start box. The stewards will like that a whole lot better.
Absolutely, they will. Making their way through turns 2 and 3 here. Young holding the lead over Cameron Reed for the time being as they head down the back straight for the very first time into the sweeper and the first time in anger. There you can see Christopher McKeithen in third. He'll be charging his way forward to try and catch up to that front duo of Jackson Young and Cameron Reed.
Go this time by, single file. Everybody with a pretty much of a pretty quiet start, I should say, right? You're not seeing too many haymakers being thrown, right, in the first round of, you want to say, this fight. And here we go, this time by. Jackson Young, your leader, to Reed, to McKeithen, to Dolian, Jacob Oliver, and now Kelvin Zing. Gonna look to throw the first punch here in the midfield. Looking to go on Jacob Oliver. Frank looking to follow him through. Oliver gonna close that door quite quickly there. Get himself back in a line just right behind the 666 of Zing.
Yeah, absolutely not letting the number 1 plate of Bryce Frank make his way by and follow through on his teammate. There you can see top 4 have now all come together, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the likes of Reagan Seville and co. Excuse me, that's not Reagan Seville, that's Jacob Oliver and co. make their way up. Now, though, Christopher McKeithen takes the lead away from Jackson Young. Big move there from the PPK Coyote pilot. He now will lead us across the stripe here for Heat 3 of 206 Senior with 4 minutes remaining plus 2 laps.
4 minutes to go, and if you want to say the intimidating look that McKeithen has, right? Black suit, black gloves, all black helmet, very, you know, intimidator-esque, if you will, for Christopher McKeithen here in this race, and again putting himself right where we've seen him, I think, time and time again, right, throughout national races, at the biggest stage over at the Grand Nationals, putting himself up front here in the third heat race with Jackson Young just right behind him. Reed again not too far back in the third spot, but we're single file this time by. Zing looked to go. Frank now looking to go by on Jacob Oliver, the two of them. We saw them get together in heat race number 2 there as well, Nate. So far, so good. The two of them able to hold on, it looked like.
Yeah, absolutely. Frank not able to get that pass done. Always difficult to make passes like that once you're in a pack, because really there's nowhere to go to really dive it up the inside. More battling happening here with Kilgo going up the inside of Oliver. Get that move done in 1A and 1B, so move them up a position, but now you can see that top 3 yet again being led by Christopher McKeithen. Building that gap out in front there, Caleb, as Cameron Reed in third right now just went purple, so that's going to be helping this group push themselves further and further up the track.
Yeah, they continue to kind of stay there, and I think Reed knows it, right? Probably looks down at the micro and sees, all right, that was a good lap. I force her hand a little bit here. She's going to go up to second for a second because Jackson Young going to fight it here. He's going to hold on. He's able to make it stick. Jackson Young now puts himself back up, and now with the help of Jeff Dolian, should be quite easy for Cameron Reed to get clear. She does. Now Dolian goes through. That's going to bring Zing right back into the mix, as well as Frank, who looked like he's finally able to go through on Jacob Oliver.
Absolutely. Bryce Frank not as far up the field as he probably would have wanted, especially for the #1 plate and the reigning champ here in 206 senior competition for Texas Sprint Racing Series. Out of the backstretch they come, and into the bowl now. It's still McKeithen leading this group of 3, but you look further on back, and Jackson Young is not letting them get too far away with the help of Kelvin Zing inside that top 5.
Here we go, just under a minute and a half to go left in this race. McKeithen still your leader, and again, Reed finally able to close down her gap to McKeithen that time by on the front stretch. Movers further back. Seville looking to go by on teammate Jacob Oliver. I don't think Oliver's going to fight it too much with Seville. He doesn't. Seville able to go by for 8th. Oliver falling back to 9. Jensen Harrow, the 655 MGM machine now inching his way closer to your top 9 drivers. 650. I haven't heard too much of Jensen Harrow so far today. He came off a great round over at Amarillo, must be said here, Nate. Just haven't heard too much of Jensen. Slowly been working his way up the order, up the charts as well. See a lot of names as well get kind of mixed throughout the field here this weekend. So looking for a little bit more, but nonetheless getting himself into the top 10. One of the first, first one of our pages here. But this time by, McKeithen looks over his shoulder. And speaking of Reed this morning, she's been happy to work with Christopher, saying the two of them work flawlessly together, but been fast together. They were fast together all day long yesterday on the Friday. They've been fast together all day long here today as well. And that's been the biggest thing for her, right? Finding somebody who she's comfortable with, who, again, they'll be comfortable with working with, pushing each other. Because, like you said, the team game kind of plays a little bit of a factor here. We saw it in Amarillo. I think the round before as well, Seville was able to get through. But nonetheless, right, a couple of these teams, or teammates, I should say, work quite well together. Zing and Frank, that team duo that I think in the heat races worked quite well. And as well in the main event, Zing was able to kind of run away with it uncontested.
Yeah, absolutely. For Cameron to be able to find a drafting partner at the front of this pack is huge for her. Obviously, there's unfortunately no CRGs up at the front of this field that she can work with, so having to go to essentially a different manufacturer, a different tent is always going to be a little bit difficult, but both her and McKeithen have earned the respect of each other and have been playing nice thus far. But the time is starting to tick down, and it's really go time. I've been thinking that they've been playing a bit nice for 206 senior standards. You got to think when that's all going to unravel, and if Dolian is going to be the one to press that issue, we'll have to wait and see. Jackson Young is also bringing himself back into contention here. You have to look at the likes of Kelvin Zing and Carter Kilgo. Zing, fastest on track at the moment, set that a couple of laps ago. Don't know if he'll be able to retain that pace over the final couple of moments of this race here, Caleb, but for their own race, that's going to be crucial.
Crucial indeed, with the white flag in the air this time by McKeithen to the bottom of the racetrack. Cameron Reed right behind him. You have Zing, Kilgo again starting to get closer and closer as McKeithen going to start to stack this field up. Reed content to push with McKeithen, who blocks again into turn number 3. This time we go side by side. Dolian going to push Cameron Reed through, pick a lane, and Dolian picks correctly. He's up to second.
Dolian picking to work with the CRG instead of his PPK Coyote teammate. That's going to be interesting post-race for those two. Reed to the inside yet again. He's going to hold off the challenging pack and just has turn 10 to go here, Caleb, to get 2 heat wins here in Cresson.
And here we go, Reed at the bottom. McKeithen goes even lower into turn number 10. He's through. Jackson Young looking for a lane as well. He's going side by side with Kelvin Zing. Carter Kilgo runs out of room. We're side by side of the checkered flag this time. It's Cameron Reed. Back-to-back in heat race victories. The 609 wins in 2016 over Christopher McKeithen, who surprised Reed, surprised Dolian as well to the line, who comes across third. Jackson Young, Kelvin Zing, your top 5, with Kilgo, Seville, Oliver, Frank, and Harrell, your top 10.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
We have 206 Cadet rolling out on the track. One driver actually stuck in the tire barrier on the way out. That looks to be the 202 there, Nate. Of Caleb Roberts. Roberts went nose first into the wall there, unfortunately, to get back going, but we'll see. I think they might wave the yellow the first time around. Stays the same here with Mason Lysak still the driver in control and leading them out to green. And they're going to wave him around one more time, indeed. More issues. Dusty Strayer, driver of the 222, off into the grass here. Able to get back going, and I think he's going to have to rejoin just at the tail end of the pack. Wow. Hectic start for sure here in this one, Nate. And Strayer going to look to rejoin, but I think unfortunately that's past the formation cone. So yeah, just something. Caleb Roberts didn't go back and redoing his position, so we'll see. Glad my job's easy. Yeah, that's for sure here, Nate. But here we go. Mace Lasek, Drew Blem. Get us into the tram lines. Green flag in the air. We go racing here in 206 Cadet, presented by Speed Concepts Racing.
Good jump for Lasek as the rest of the field about mid-pack on back. Getting a little jumbled through 1A and B, all jostling for position. These two, though, Lasek and Blem, out to an early getaway over Styles, Wyatt, and Strayer. It's exactly what they would have needed in the early stage of this race. Wyatt's been quick all day, though, as he's going to look to the inside of, I believe that is Styles, excuse me. Getting that move done there, Caleb. That should be Wyatt up into P3.
Yeah, Wyatt's up to P3, and it looks to be Yomi Vargas, our driver in fourth for the GR2 Motorsports machine. Movers further back here. Liam Haswell, Brody Stoffel looking on the inside now. He's able to get through side by side. Further back, I think Drew Blem actually got swallowed up by the pack. He's all the way down there with the likes of Stoffel, Podoraki, Haswell, just around the 10th area, just down there, edge of the top 10, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of racing going on this early stage of the race. Seems like everyone's gotten their positions down for the time being, as one driver way off on the wayside there. Well spotted there, Caleb. Looks like everyone took evasive action, was able to get by, but we pick up on fifth on back. You can see there Brody Stoffel, the driver that's been pretty much the class of the field, and Micro Swift on board another one of his CRGs, making his way through the field, but Styles up the inside on that 237 Tony Kart, new leader in 206 Cadet.
This time down the hill, the drivers inside of the top four getting a lot closer together. There's fifth with Dusty Strayer, Milo Podoraki, driver on your screen here. Actually, could be corrected here. I think that's Sebastian Savison, currently in the sixth spot here, Nate.
Yeah, it's a good catch there, Caleb. Obviously, you knowing the TSRS crowd a lot better than me, so correcting yourself on that one. There you can see Brody Stoffel as we pick him back up, a CRG driver getting by another one of his competitors. I believe that'll be the 233 machine. I believe it is, as Stoffel will move up another position further up the pack, getting closer and closer to a top 5 finish after a less than ideal qualifying for Stoffel. Of course, heats here are not progressive, so where you qualify is where you start each and every one of your 3 heats on what is a very long Saturday here at TSRS. See Stoffel again going for some more moves, and he'll lead this pack now of about 7 or 8 carts behind him. Into turn 9 he'll go under no pressure whatsoever from the challenging pack, as drivers behind are even starting to battle amongst themselves. Styles continues to lead, though, at the moment over what would be Aston Wyatt. That gap is still fairly close between two of them. As everyone starts to come across the line, it's still Aston Wyatt leading the way over Clayton Styles now, excuse me. So there's been a change there. Lasek in third, Vargas fourth, Dusty Strayer in fifth, and then Brody Stoffel 3.9 seconds back from the lead. That is being set by Aston Wyatt. Stoffel, of course, won't be too high up on the starting grid tomorrow, pending this result, but still will be in a better spot to try and get himself up into the lead. There you see top four all on top of each other. Aston Wyatt, Clayton Stiles leading that, of course, and then Lasek and Vargas went purple not too long ago. The fastest kart on track. That is all kicking off here in 2:06 Cadet. Just a minute left plus 2 laps here, Caleb. Should be interesting to see how this folds out.
Yeah, sorry about that, Nate. You know, still kind of getting over all the symptoms of being under the weather throughout the week, so much appreciated. But nonetheless, I mean, this race changed completely while I was just a couple of feet away. Right, Aston Wyatt gets himself up to the front, and it's all changed here so far. All right, and you see that a lot whenever you get down to 206 racing, how easily it can change, and how, you know, how we always say, right? Apologies there, but even then, right? Working together, it shows you how easy it is to close down the gap and how easy stuff can change. So, nonetheless, a little bit of a change here, a little bit of a mix. Aston Wyatt gets himself up to the front. Clayton Stiles, the driver, in second. And so far, a very consistent weekend out of Clayton Stiles as well. Amarillo, I feel like for him, was very up and down. And then you get here to this weekend, and it's been smooth sailing, right? Smooth sailing up at the front, been there every single session, and it shows, right? It's going to show in results as well. It's going to show in points at the end of the weekend, I think, which is the biggest thing here, Nate.
Yeah, quick note, yellow flag there going into turn 7. I think it was one of the CRGs further back in the pack, but that should be cleared, so no issue there. Is green flag being shown into turn 9, and Stiles is going to take that as an opportunity. 2:37 Tony back into the lead as the time starts to tick down here at Kart Moto as the sun starts to set. Again, Wyatt up the inside, but that's going to leave Lasek side by side with Wyatt to the line. Sticks in the air, 2 laps to go. All 4 are bumper to bumper, almost in formation flying, going into turns 1A and 1B. Still, Lasek will lead the way. Vargas still the fastest kart on track as things go on here. Caleb down the back straight. It'll be white flag in the air next time by, and Lasek now has a chance to steal race victory.
Yeah, Mace Lasek, the driver up front. He has a car length back to Clayton Stiles. Going to easily close down into turn number 7. That time through, and still single foul now. Looking Stiles on the inside into turn number 9. Clayton Stiles side by side. He's going to feed a little bit of a side pod there to Mace Lasek, make it easier for himself to go through. He's clear. No harm, no foul. Lasek still in third. Aston Wyatt still in second. White flag in the air this time by, Nate.
Yeah, Stiles has been so fast out of turn 7, the bowl, and into 8, and the braking zone of 9. So you have to think that these drivers are probably going to have to get that done sooner rather than later if they want a chance to get by the leader of Clayton Stiles, but that is already a big gap between first and second, at least to, you know, close that up in a 2:06. Caleb isn't going to be easy. It looks like Lasek is starting to get there though, but this is where Stiles gains on the rest of the field. Lasek going a bit defensive into the bowl there, Caleb, and this should be smooth sailing for Clayton Stiles.
Yeah, one more driver there off on the wayside. Looks like the 220 is Sebastian Kim over under. Aston Wyatt looking to get his AR Academy machine up to second. See if it sticks. Mace Lasek there, the driver in third. Looking to set up another one. Nothing yet. Black and checkered in the air this time by. And Clayton Stiles comes away with the heat race victory here in 206 Cadet. Side by side further back, Brody Stoffel up in a 5th, Dusty Strayer to Blem. Samson Haswell, Podoraki, your top 10.
Brandon, why are there all these
right,
charges
stop.
for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
My buttons aren't working. My button doesn't work. apologies for that. Welcome back here. We're racing in KA Senior. That's a good start for Miguel Mir so far over Pierce Baldus, Brent Harper. Your top 3 drivers already showing their pace here early. They've kind of put in a little bit of a gap. Not significant at all here, Nate, over Shane Burkett. Only a car length in between the two of them.
Yeah, probably one of the more condensed starts we've seen for KA 100 Master. Top 5 staying within each other there as potential move there from Baldus on Mir. Unable to get that job done. They will make their way onto the front straightaway yet again. Miguel Mir leading the way here.
Yeah, this time by on the main stretch. Daniel Howie, the driver, finds himself currently in the 5th spot. Nothing changing for them just yet. And again, no moves so far, but we've seen Mir and Baldus kind of go back and forth so far. It was Mir in the qualifying session to put himself up at the front. Baldus, I mean, quickly turned that around, right? Heat race number 1, wasted no time, put himself up there. Heat race number 2, same can be said there. Got himself up front, didn't look back since. And again, the race is sort of very similar to this, right? He's just in second. So you see him adjusting on the carburetor very easily, and he gets himself up there at one point of the race or another.
Yeah, absolutely. And shout out to Third On Back for holding with these guys so far. Of course, this is early days right now, but of course, Miguel Mir doing well to hold off Baldus and co. Long race to go for these KA 100 Masters. The final race for them on the day, and then we have 2 more to go on the day to wrap out this TSRS Saturday here at Cresson, Texas. Caleb, Miguel Mir, though, the inevitable man for KA 100 Master, leading the way over Baldus.
Yeah, 7-time national champion, or national, I should say, 7-time regional champion here here at TSRS. And again, he finds himself with a very good shot here this weekend to get back to winning ways or stay on winning ways. He won over in Amarillo, looking to again get back onto the top step of the podium here this weekend on his Carlos Sainz Cruise Racing Development Machine. As we work our way down the hill this time by, Nate, Pierce just kind of trading blows as far as lap time goes with Miguel Mir. Just hasn't had an answer yet, and the same can be said a little bit for Burkett, right? Hasn't had, I think, that last little bit to really get on the rear bumper, maybe apply some pressure to Brent Harper here, who's currently still in the 3rd spot.
Yeah, P3 doing well to hold with these guys who have really walked the field all day long. It seems like as the track temp probably starts to drop here as the day goes on and the sunset falls, we could be seeing some more players here. Baldus, though, to the lead over Miguel Mir. Side by side, it looks like, with Mir and another driver unable to get anything done there. Thank you on that one, Kale. That's Harper running in the 3rd spot. Mir, though, will now be in 2nd, holding off Baldus in that lead. So, you know, in a class that we've only been seeing Baldus and Mir trade blows all day, nice to see what is probably 6 to 7 karts really battling away for the win here in K100 Master.
Yeah, Glanger's currently the driver who's in the 6th spot, really within, I guess, toe distance, draft distance, whatever you want to call it, into the top 5, and now he's looking for a move. One driver there further back, like it was indeed Glanger, side by side with Daniel Howie now on the exit of turn number 9, the 2 of them. Howie dropped the tire into the dirt there, able to hold on to it. And able to hold on to the spot as well. Glanger still looking in the 6th spot, but that's bringing more and more drivers into the mix. Glanger looking again into turn number 1. Doesn't get it.
Unable to get it done there, just wasn't close enough and did not have the run out of turn 10 down the front straightaway that he would have wanted. He's going to lose a couple karts from this front pack. Really, it's now down to the front 3 of Baldus, Mir, and Harper. That being said, Glanger was fastest last time by, or at least a couple laps ago. He holds fastest lap, but that must have been a few times across the stripe ago. Mir thought about a move there, Caleb, on Baldus, unable to get that done, just wasn't close enough in the braking zone as more karts off track there.
Daniel Howie way off the racetrack, looking at it just from the other side, but Daniel Howie into the grass, 2.6 in the air, 2 laps to go. We're fighting for the lead of the race. Miguel Mir to the bottom of the racetrack. He gets clear in a 1. Baldus back to second.
Big move from Miguel Mir there to retake the lead from Baldus. Throwing a bit of a wrench in the works right now. And how about Harper, who can probably still steal a win if these front two get a bit too antsy with each other. Into the bowl they'll go yet again. Turn 9, great passing opportunity. Baldus doesn't care. He's going to go in the bowl, probably go a little bit defensive here into 9. He'll stay on the racing line. Bit of a mistake there as Miguel Mir side by side at the apex. Not close enough yet again into turn 9. Baldus still your race leader, Caleb.
Yeah, Miguel Mir still looking for a lane. Turn 1 was his favorite passing zone the last lap. Here he goes, white flag in the air this time by Mir, still looking. Bottom of the racetrack, having help from Brent Harper. He's through, and I'm sure Baldus didn't expect to lose 2 spots in the process. He falls back to 3rd now. Has to get through on Brent Harper, who's throwing a wrench at things here in the Masters division for your top 2 that have been pretty much running away with it all day long, but sun's starting to set, conditions starting to cool off. That Kart Republic comes to life here late into this one. Miguel Mir, your leader. Car length back to Harper. And another one back to Pierce Baldus. Everybody else from 4th on back, continuing to fight. Nothing yet. Miguel Mir holds on. 1 more corner to go.
1 more corner for Miguel Mir. He's going to hold the inside line. Harper's not close enough to do the over-under, and it's going to go the way of Miguel Mir. Takes the win in heat number 3. He'll take those heat points going into the final tomorrow. What a race it was to finish off today for the KA100 Master Division. There you can see unofficial results. Miguel Mir, Brent Harper, Pierce Baldus, your top 3. And we'll run through the rest of the results there for the final race of the KA100 Master Day. 2 classes to go here, Caleb. 206 Junior up next. The main event, K100 Senior.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? It's Sean Perez who wins in Cresson.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
All the way up to the finish. All the way up.
Welcome back to 06 Junior now. Getting set to go green. Rodrigo Poloya, Dean Guerrier on row number 1. So we get set to take the green flag. This time to the Tram Lions. Green flag in the air. We go racing here in Junior.
Poloya getting the jump out of 1A and 1B. Driver off in the wayside there, Caleb. Unable to get an ID as more drivers going off. Carnage here at 206 Junior.
Dean Guerrier off the racetrack. Driver started on the front row. It was way off into the grass. Looked like turn 4 that was.
Yeah, so unfortunate for Dean Guerrier. Not the way he would have wanted to start the final race on the day for these 206 Juniors, but heading into turn 9 for the first time in Heat 3. It is still Rodrigo Poloya leading the way from the challenging pack here. TV Car USA 206 Junior onto the front straight for the first time in anger here in Heat 3.
Francisco Reyes, one driver way off there in the back. Not sure who that was. Eva Blem now side by side with Francisco Reyes up the hill into turn number 1. Eva Blem's able to get clear.
Yellow flags from this portion of the track on back. Unsure as to what the issue is there. A couple of drivers were off on the wayside in the opening couple of laps, so that's probably what it is. Back into green flag racing for these drivers as they head into the back section of the track into 7, the bull. No moves being made at this early stage of the race, Caleb, and I think a lot of these drivers are just seeing the gap that the front two have built and wanting to work together. That being said, change her position.
Mia Johnson, along with one of the TB carts, able to get herself up into the 3rd spot. She's able to get clear. Mia, indeed, up to 3rd. She's going to lead them away. Sawyer Chambers now still right behind Rodrigo Poloya. We saw how well those two drivers worked together in that first heat race. I'm going to call you Alex. All right, man. So well, they worked together in that first heat race, going purple, faster than anybody's gone so far this weekend as well in that 206 Junior class.
Yeah, absolutely. Those guys working very well together. Emmett Eddles going purple last time across the stripe down in P6, so keep an eye on that second group to potentially close up on these front two. Chambers now leading the way over Poloya, getting that job done into turn 7. Into 9 now, and you can see that gap really starting to close up here, Caleb. Mia Johnson leading them to a potential race win, or at least being able to fight for that race victory. Onto the front straight they go. Chambers, for the first time this race, has open air and fresh track in front of them for the intrepid pilot. Leading the way is the 345 of Sawyer Chambers.
We go this time by, nothing yet. Levi Meter still in tow with Holton Edwards. The driver on the TB cart there finds himself in 4th. With another one, looks like Eddles already getting into the top 5. So that's a pretty big run for Emmett so far to start this one off here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. Emmett going purple on the 1st or 2nd lap. And of course now these guys really starting to battle, so unable to reset a fast time. You can see top 6 all starting to stack up here, Caleb. Mia Johnson has had pace in this 3rd heat. you know, they were unable to close into the front two all throughout today, and now we have 6 carts that are all even on pace. 2 of the CRGs almost going side by side there, Caleb. That looks like
Edels, yeah.
Edels and Meter, exactly called there. Onto the back straight they go yet again. No one's able to challenge that front two, even though that second pack seems to have the potential to be able to.
Yeah, this time by, starting to see a little bit of a breakaway in between a couple of those drivers. We have Poloya, Chambers now leading. Their gap has extended a little bit over Mia Johnson, and with the battling there further back, Levi Meter, Holton Edwards. It's opened up a little bit. Here go inside. Emmett Edels looking into turn number 9, looking to go through. Not enough room for the both of them. Left some room there for Holton Edwards to get back in the line now. Levi Meter looking for the over-under. He's going to get it on Edels. And with Edwards slotting down on the low side, he's going to have a pushing partner this time by.
Yeah, those three going to have to get back in line with each other to try and fight for the race win. I don't know if Mia Johnson is able to close that gap all by her lonesome, Caleb.
Yeah, not without help, Nate. Unfortunately here for Mia, and especially with how fast Chambers and Poloya have been so far today, I mean, it's really going to be hard to try and challenge on her own. You see that gap starting to close down between herself and Emmett Edels, who's inching his way closer lap by lap.
Absolutely. So another pass being made here. Edels getting by Mia Johnson for position. That's also going to allow Edwards to sneak on by in turn 9. So Mia Johnson goes from leading this pack up to the leaders to now seeing the pack she tried to help leave her in the dust. That's unfortunate for her. More battling happening here. That's the TB card of, I believe, Edwards. This 372 up the inside into turn 1A and B. 3Y going into turn 2. They get that all settled down as they make their way onto the back straight. A big shove there, Caleb.
Yeah, Levi Meter got on the back of Emmett Edels, I think just in the wrong spot, because Edels almost popped up over the rear bumper there of Edwards. A little bit too close for comfort there in between the three of them. Able to hold on to it. All is good so far. But again, white flag in the air next time around for these drivers. Chambers still extends his gap over Poloya. About a 10th in between the two of them. And again, you look further back here as well. This group, we've seen them go back and forth so far time and time again throughout this heat race here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been a good race, too, by Chambers and Poloya as they'll get 6 in the air, 2 to go this time to manage that gap. Poloya, though, is done being patient. He thought about a move into turn 1. Further back, though, Edels is defending from Edwards, and third on back. Was going to say that Chambers and Poloya have worked well together so far to understand the gap that is in a danger zone between second and third if they start to battle too much. Into the S's they go. I think they're going to wait until the last couple of moments to settle it amongst themselves to decide who's going to take Heat 3 victory.
And again, you think big picture, right? You're out here to win. You're out here to win every single session you're out there on the racetrack, and this is exactly what they're doing, exactly why you're racing, exactly why you're running up at the front. Rodrigo Poloya now gets himself about a nose clear, half a cart clear, and that all closes down. So your Chambers looks to go back by in a 10. He gets through, now going to go to the low side to defend. Here comes Emmett Edels all the way almost from last. Can he get himself a heat race victory? One more lap to do it for Emmett as we go defensive once again here for the lead of the race. Chambers to the low side. Poloya still in second, and Edels inches his way closer and closer throughout the corners here, side by side into the sweeper.
Edels went purple last lap, Caleb. They're going to have to be careful. Up in front is Chambers and Poloya. Edels might be able to get there, and he is. The CRG has entered the chat. Through turn 7 they go in the kink of 8, 9, the braking zone where a lot of these race-winning moves have been done throughout the day. No moves being made, Caleb, and it's going to have to be a late lunge into 10 if they want to get anything done.
Here we go. We'll see if Emmett has seen any of the races. He has. Watch this. Does he have it? Over, under. Does he go for the move? I'm not sure he's going to have the run. Looks good for Sawyer Chambers so far to come away with heat race number 3 on the day. Sawyer Chambers wins it again. Emmett Edels, what a drive from almost last all the way up to second. Paloya to third, Holton Edwards to Levi Meter, Mia Johnson, Dean Gear, Eva Belem, Brian Green, and Presley Peterson. Your top 10. Take a look back as well what we saw last year in the main event here in K100 Senior before they hit the racetrack.
For the start of this race, Jesus Vasquez Jr., Adrian Cruz lead us to green, and we are racing here. NKA 100 Senior goes Alex Stanfield on the inside of Jake French. Not close enough as of yet. He is now. Alex Stanfield up to the second position. But there goes Jake French looking to deny that. The factory card up to second. Cruz going to muscle his way through as well.
And Leo on Rudolph. Now you see a change for the lead. There is Jake French going down the inside of the bowl, getting the lead of Jesus Vasquez Jr. Come back, and Adrian Cruz is going to follow through and try to get P2 from Jake French.
He's going to look on the inside. He does. To the bottom of the racetrack. There goes Jake French. Not close enough on Jesus Vasquez Jr. He is now. And back to the point of the field here. Jake French, your new leader. And a crossover move. A heads-up move by Jesus Vasquez Jr.
He goes defensive. Jesus Vasquez Jr. Jake French gets caught around the outside. I think Truly Adams going to get their 3 wide for second place all the way in. Yeah, Truly Adams tries to slot through there. He's going to get freight trained, though, by Cruz and behind. There goes Cruz. Can't get around Jake French. No, he does. Jake French runs super wide and loses a bunch of positions there.
Rudolph going to the outside. Is he going to have any help? Not as of yet. Gonna have a good run though. Out to the main straightaway. Does Rudolph have it? No! Into the grass for Aiden Rudolph. Looking to make moves. Jake French going to the outside. Truly Adams looks to go.
Oh my goodness!
And the contact in between Adams.
Check that's now up ahead. Jesus Vasquez Jr. and that's
bumper. Stanfield to the point of the field. Gives a little bit of a bumper there to Vasquez Jr.
And as you see, Aiden Rudolph down the inside of Alex Stanfield.
Up 10 spots. There goes Aiden Rudolph on the inside of Landon Skinner. How far are they closing down? Rudolph knows he's quicker. Wants to go up to second. I'm making the move, and Ibrahim Din absolutely flying on the main straightaway. Goes up to second. Rudolph falls back to fourth here. If anybody lets him slot in, and 3 wide up the main straight. It's Din, Rudolph on the bottom of the racetrack, gonna have the push from Peyton Phillips. Can they get through on Vasquez Jr.? Not close enough. At the bottom of the racetrack, he's clear.
Sadly, we can't finish those with how much happened in that main event yesterday. Feels like yesterday, Nate, but last year in that main event. But new year, new drivers, new contenders. Jesus Vasquez Jr. sits alongside Jose Carlos Hernandez. Landon Skinner alongside Aiden Rudolph. Back to Burke. And more Shipman French. Down on row number 7, Ibrahim Din, Dallas Dunlap. So waiting for them to make their impression. Santi Durrani and Howell, Kirk Goodson, Lucas Fink, and more getting set to take the green flag here today. Must have been a good day of racing. One more as we race into the sunset here at a beautiful kart moto here in Cresson, Texas. A couple of drivers get tangled further back, it looks like. Yeah, that's Cohen Summers. Ian Howell, I think, get together, and that's going to be a yellow flag. They're going to wave him by.
Jesus Vasquez Jr. lead them around yet again for another attempt. Final race on the day, KA 100 Senior, presented by Kart CRG USA. So we'll get them all lined up, ready to go for the final race on the day. More karts are making their way around the full circuit. I don't know if we're going to get it even this time. So there's one driver making their way through turns 2 and 3. They're going to have to put the hammer down to catch up to the back of the pack. Just can't even see him in the background of shot at the moment. So hopefully we'll get this going on this second attempt here. Caleb looking for the green flag in KA Senior.
Hey, you said hammer down. Got me thinking of our very own Dave Mack. Very famous for green, green, green. Go, 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 boys and girls, hammer down. Just food for thought here. Listen, Dave, wish him all the best. I believe up from your neck of the woods, actually, in Minnesota. Am I wrong? Am I right?
No, you're right on that one.
So there you go. Pay homage to him here. Green, green, green. Go, 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 boys and girls, hammer down. Green flag in the air. We go racing here in K100 Senior, presented by Kart CRG USA.
Peyton Phillips stopped there. Terrible start. A terrible day. Gets even worse for the Arcane Motorsports driver. Incredibly slow start. And honestly, Caleb, you have to probably give it about until halfway for him to make sure there's no red flags or anything until you pull into the pits and save those tires.
Yeah, you just kind of got to feel for him as well, right? A little bit. Just unfortunate. The luck just has been nowhere this weekend or this year, really, period. And, big saying in motorsports, if you had no luck, you'd have no luck at all. And unfortunate there for Peyton Phillips as more drivers go around. Looks like that could have been Cooper Shipman going around there on the exit of turn number 9. Hasn't been the best of days or the best return to the seat as well this weekend for Cooper Shipman. Nonetheless, more moves. Adrian Cruz looking to go by on John Burke into turn 1. He's able to get clear. Sawyer Roussel goes through as well.
Yeah, a lot of shakeups happening so far in this race. The one constant, Jesus Vasquez Jr. leading the way onto the back straight. More moves being made. Roussel up the inside. I believe that is Cruz, who's ahead of John Burke on that TV USA machine. So they head their way down into turn 9 now, and they're already starting a white line here, Caleb.
Stack them and pack them. Jose Carlos Hernandez to the bottom of the racetrack. Vasquez second. Aiden Rudolph in third, and you go back to fourth with Landon Skinner. Everybody else very much in play here. Everybody else very much a factor here. Ibrahim Din now getting himself into the top 10. Looking to go by on Sawyer Roussel. That gap closed right down on the inside. He's going to open up for the corner again. But Hernandez keeping it low. Maybe he doesn't feel like he has the, long run pace to hold on with the pack. See him kind of talk about a lot of different things right so far this weekend. Says he feels like the package is good. They're just missing a little bit speed-wise. Doesn't know what it is. Can't put his finger on it yet. To really keep himself up front, you saw him get shuffled down a 6th even throughout that first heat race, and the heat race number 2 just kind of fell down the order as well. He's looking to stay up front and stay up there now. As still stacked up, Roussel now looks on the outside. He might get Cruz in the process. I think he was able to get through. Rudolph getting stacked up there as well. Everybody having it checked up side by side for fourth on back. Skinner, Roussel to the bottom of the racetrack. John Burke gonna push him through.
It's a bold strategy from Jose Carlos Hernandez, who, like you said, has not had the pace to hold with the leaders pretty much all day. So come the final race of the day here in Heat 3, white line for the entirety of it seems to be the mantra with 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Jesus Vasquez Jr., though, back to the lead. It seems like Carlos Hernandez, though, has the motor underneath them to challenge Jesus Vasquez Jr., but just through the corners, unable to keep with the GFC machine, who's doing the exact same thing to the inside, defending into turn 9. Probably about 15 karts in this lead pack here, Caleb.
And there goes Ibrahim Din off the racetrack. They shove him a little bit wide. As Vasquez gonna go side by side with Jose Carlos. Not sure if Jose was able to make the corner or not. Don't see him in frame yet. Where is Jose Carlos Hernandez here? He's further down, almost down in 10th. He gets shuffled wide, gets into Taylor Roddy, who's now in the grass. Jose Carlos Hernandez falls down the order, and I think they were almost 3 wide through that corner with Rudolph, Cruz, Vasquez. just really have to get a better look at it here post-race. But, man, Jose Carlos lost a handful of spots, did everything possible to try to hold on to it. Couldn't close it.
Cruz now leading the way from an angry pack of K100 seniors. There you see Jose Carlos Hernandez in the middle of this swarm of KA seniors. Cruz now deciding to not white line as much. I say that to the inside goes Cruz. I don't think anyone's taking the racing line on a straightaway for the entirety of this race. And we got a minute 30 to go, plus 2 laps here, Caleb. Onto the back straight, Jose Vasquez Jr. now retakes the lead from Cruz. Heading into the back section now, Cruz will retake it yet again. Bring John Burke into the mix as well. How about Sawyer Chambers in the third, Skinner in fourth, and Jose Vasquez Jr. going from first to fifth on that back straight.
Here we go this time by into turn number 9. John Burke puts himself in second. How about Justin Music coming out of nowhere, getting himself inside of the top 10 a weekend where we haven't talked to him at all. I can't remember saying his name past the starting grid, and now to put himself in the top 10. What a drive for Justin Music. Jake French as well getting himself into the mix. We're almost 3 wide here on the front straightaway, side by side, as we get going here. But what a race so far. Many drivers have gotten themselves back into the mix here, Nate.
Including Peyton Phillips. He is on a charge, and he is loving all this defensive driving. A driver who was probably 5 or so seconds back from the next kart in front of him off the start is now in contention. 23rd, but he's only 3.9 seconds off the lead pack. They cannot decide who wants to try and break away from the rest of this field. At the moment, Cruz leading the way over Burke. And it's huge there as Cohen Summers off the road out of turn 9 there. The CRG pilot gets back on, but it was all sorts of chaos. With 2 laps to go in the final race of the day, John Burke is not happy with the driving standards so far, putting his hand up in the air out of the final corner. He's going to lose a handful of positions in the 1A and 1B.
How about Adrian Cruz as well? The 916 up to the front. I mean, a year where he's had a podium in Amarillo. Unfortunately, got taken away from him in the end, but I mean, what a drive so far for the 916, getting himself up to the front, putting himself up at the front, and staying there as well as we're getting through to just about a lap and a half to go left in this race. Landon Skinner getting himself up to second with Burke there in third. He's going to defend low once again, and Roussel from Vasquez. Dan looking around the outside. Music in that mix as well. Jake French, I mean, the list goes on and on. Joey Friend not too far back, but here we go. John Burke going to stack everybody up from third on back as a battle for the lead. That looks to be closing that gap. Closing as well by the second. White flag in the air. Roussel to the bottom of the racetrack to defend from Vasquez.
He's holding off Vasquez and Aiden Rudolph along with Jose Carlos Hernandez. But this is going to have a huge shakeup on the final grid points going into the main event come Sunday afternoon. Down the back straight they go. No moves being made. I think they all know that this is going to happen in turns 9 and 10. The penultimate and the final corner on the track. You can see everyone staying single file for the time being. What does Roussel do? What does Cruz do from the lead? 2 battles happening here, Caleb. Couple more corners to go. I think it's going to go the way of Cruz, but here comes Skinner.
You never call it too early here, especially at a track like Kart Moto. We're going to go side by side. Up the main straight, checkered flag in the air. Is it Skinner? Is it Cruz? Across the line, Adrian Cruz holds on by a hair. John Burke, third. Sawyer Roussel, Ibrahim Din to Vasquez, to Aiden Rudolph. And you go back down the order as well. Jose Carlos down in 10th. You look down the order as well. What a drive up the order.
Holy
Peyton
cow.
Phillips. Are you kidding me? I want to say another word besides holy cow. What a drive for Peyton Phillips, getting himself up to 15th. Wow, what a drive. And that shows you, right? Bad luck. Life can throw you many ways. Whatever you don't start, you bog down. It could be what it be, but you get yourself up to 15th at the end of it. Holy moly. Let's put it at that. What a drive.
It shows the pedigree of Peyton Phillips, a national level winner, a regional level winner.
Wow.
A driver that is so incredible to watch behind the wheel
Huge.
of a K100 senior, an X30, when he gets the opportunity to do that. Unfortunate that he hasn't had the luck this weekend, because after a drive like that, he would definitely be a race-winning contention. But after the race we just saw, who's to say Peyton Phillips and the rest of the top 20 aren't in race-winning contention?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't tell you anybody's game, especially with the name of the game being, put it on the bottom of the racetrack and pray. That's I think we're going to see a whole lot of that tomorrow. What a way to finish the day. A great day of racing here on the Saturday. A huge shout out to the hard-working TSRS crew. We've been, green for 11 hours, live for 11 hours, no red flags. Again, knock on wood, make sure that stays the same in tomorrow. As well for our hard-working camera crew, our production crew, everybody here making this possible, for the teams, the sponsors. Huge thank you guys for joining us. We'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. for morning warm-ups from all of us here at Kart Chaser, from all of us here at TSRS. We thank you for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.